This is a fantastic set. You also get a little zip purse with your stitch markers and 2 sewing up needles. And then you've got extra bits here, so you'll probably have other crochet hooks. You can keep the other crochet hooks here. You've got a little web pocket here. This would be good for putting scissors in. So there we go. Let's crash the price because it's our early bird special. We are going to take £10 off. Brand new product today. So you've only got to spend another £20 and you can save a £5. So the way the spend and save works, it only lasts for one today. So if you want, we'll do it again tomorrow, but this only lasts for today and it will start again. So when you spend over £50, you'll save your 10%. If you spend over £100, you'll save your 20%. But it's just, that's it then. You can't then spend £500 and save, you'll still only save your. But if you took advantage of it yesterday, it resets today and we're doing it again tomorrow as well. So it's a brilliant, brilliant opportunity. If there's something that you've always been after, it's over £100, you'll save 20 quid. It's got to be worth it. With this, you're saving £10. If you then spend another £20, you'll save another £5. You've got to put the code in, chill. You need to put the code in. However, I know there's lots of you will forget. I would probably forget. I'd go, oh, I forgot. How did that happen? Just phone the number 0800 001 4433 and they will be able to sort it out for you in case you forget. But what a cool little case. £29.99. I think that's lovely. So if you are a crocheter, get it. It's always good to have extra hooks, particularly that size range. And if you know someone who's always fancied getting into crochet, we've got coming up in the next hour a few crochet kits as well. So if you're thinking about buying somebody a gift, get them the set of hooks, get them one of the kits. We've got books as well. We've got Sam Sabido's Granny Square book, clothes. This is a really good start off for them. Save £10 for that whole range. And aren't they pretty as well? Look at that one. I like the fact they're colour-coded. So if you look inside, you can see that's a 4mm. So you can see that that's got the 4mm on it. It says on the inside, so you can see it quite clearly, because often you can't see them. But actually, what's good is that the size gets a bit magnified by the resin as well. But how cool is that? I think that's a brilliant set. Just pop it in there. There we go. £29.99, save yourself £10. Perfect. And just think of all your crochet things. So all you need is that case. You can put all your other crochet things in. Like for me, I've got a stitch marker and my scissors and everything. And then you can have that in your crochet kit. So there we go. That is the early bird. Now, let me tell you what's coming up on today's show and everything you can spend and save on. So 8 o'clock, we are launching a brand new quilt block card deck. It's by Holly Clark. Got a little VT to show you where she's introducing it. That's fab. So today isn't all about crocheting granny squares. It's about many, many things. But this brand new card deck, you'll love it. It's all different quilt blocks, and it shows you how you can join them all together and create your own loveliness. It's very clever, actually, because it's got all the instructions on just one little card. And in that hour as well, we've got some other card block decks. We've got all sorts of loveliness. We've even got fabric bundles for £100 so that you can save 20. Yeah, that's clever, isn't it? Lots of loveliness, including things like rulers, you know, your creative grids. Then 9 o'clock, well, it says Amber makes Granny Square makes. Yes, we do have some Granny Square makes, but it's not just Amber makes Granny Square makes. We've got a few of my Granny Square kits, but we've also got lots of other crochet items, and Hannah has fiddled about with the schedule all day so that we can make the most of our spend and save, because we don't get it very often. So we decided that whilst we could have the spend and save, we would think, well, if it's like £100 or about the same amount, then we can save you some money. So it's a very mixed day. 10 o'clock, we have a brand new guest, Amelia. Now, anyone who came to the Festival of Quilts will have probably met Amelia there. She designs the most beautiful embroidery kits. They're aimed at beginners. They are gorgeous. And what's brilliant about them, you can buy a complete kit, you can buy just instructions, you can buy a pack that's got just the fabric and the instructions. The complete kit has the hoop and everything. Also, the quilt labels. The quilt labels are genius. Amelia sold out at the Festival of Quilts with them. So any of you who went there who missed out, we've got them back in. They're that water-soluble stuff. So they're printed on with your quilt label. You stick them onto your quilt, you embroider over it, you give it a quick swish in the water and it disappears. The quilt labels are already selling because we've got you all shopping ahead. Because remember, you don't have to put £100 worth in your basket. You can keep putting it in as the day goes on. And once your basket hits £100 you've checked out, boom, that's it. Or you can check out several times. Don't forget to put the code in. So maybe you've put in one of the quilt labels, you've got the crochet hooks. Once you get to £50, you save a fiver. You get to £100, you save 20%. That's 20 quid. Amazing. So just keep checking out all day. So Amelia will be with us for an hour and a half. She's going to demonstrate how it all works. You are going to love her kits. They are just beautiful. The lettering is gorgeous. Great for beginners. Perfect for more experience as well. Anyone who loves embroidery is going to love these. She's, sorry. She's with us for a whole hour and a half because we've got so much to get through. Then at 11:30, we thought, let's do Christmas fabrics and kits. Whilst we've got spend and save on, let's get you to save some money on Christmas fabrics and kits. So it is all sorts. It's some kits, some fabrics, all different things. Because we want you to save your money today. Why not? We've even got a brand new Christmas fabric collection in there. So it is a real mixed day, isn't it? Of crochet, embroidery, fabric, quilt blocks, Christmas. It's all going on today. Right, let's start off with this big bundle. Now, this is something very special. So these are all our beautiful Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton fabrics. Now, £103.74 for all of those because you've got 13 metres, so you've got 26 half metres in all this colour range. Now, normally what we do is take half a metre off, but so that'd be £3.99, but that would take it under 100. That's no good for you. So what we've done is we've taken off £3.74 instead, so that we do save you something, but that keeps you at that 100, so you can save you 20 quid. So basically, when you check out on this, don't forget to put your code in, you are paying £80 for all of this. And it's on split pay, and it still counts. If you buy it on split pay, you still save you 20 quid. If you've already checked out, if you haven't put your code in because you've forgotten, don't worry, just give the call centre a number with your order number. They'll be able to sort it out for you. But you get half a metre of all of these colours. Now, Hannah put this bundle together. She's focused on the blues, very focused on the blues, because the blue's always really popular. But you've got all of the shades of blue there, haven't you? Including the really dark navy. Oh, you've got the nice teals. You've got your duck egg and turquoise. Oh, I love that one. Is that jade? I think that's jade, and I think that one's Baltic. You've got all of those. Oh, you've got a white and an ivory. That's nice. Oh, a nice 3 shades of green. Then you've got the red and the sort of burgundy colour. And then you've got lavender, pink, and then a brighter pink. That's a great colour range, isn't it? So a lot of blues. Red, see, red and green, that's your Christmas colours. Nice that you put the white and the ivory in, Hannah. Very useful. So you will pay, when you do your spend and save, £80 for that, for 26 half metres, which makes it just over £3 for half a metre. That's a very good bargain, isn't it? Right, this is absolutely flying out. Half of the stock has gone. If you want one of these, do go with it. So you will get, this is like your normal 44-inch, 112-centimetre width quilting weight fabric. Is that one jade? I'm sure it is. That is jade. That's Hannah's favourite. There we go. Look at that. So you're going to get 26 of those. Just think all the things you can make. Right, 1/3 of the stock has gone when everyone's checked out. Over half of the stock is in baskets. Remember, take advantage of spend and save. Because this means if you buy this, because we've put it to just £100, you've saved yourself £3.74. Then you're going to save yourself £20. So you can save yourself £23.74. And you will have all these beautiful Rose and Hubble plain fabrics. What a bonus. Now we will repeat this because it works ever so well with the Quilt Block Builder. Now this is our brand new launch today. Here it is, the Quilt Block card deck. This is how to make your own quilt using all these different blocks. All of the instructions are in there, all the tips. Now before I unpack it, shall we watch the video? So Holly Clark, who has designed this and written it and designed it and curated it. Oh look, you're going to see a video of her standing in front of the quilt she's made using it. So she's recorded a little VT for us to tell us all about her Quilt Block card deck.
Hello Sewing Street viewers, my name is Holly Clark and I'm so excited to share with you today the Quilt Block card deck. 50 patchwork blocks to mix, match and quilt. I created this fun deck of cards along with Search Press Publishing. You'll see it comes in a small box. First you'll see there's a 32-page booklet that includes instructions on how to use the card deck, how to choose fabrics, how to make a quilt, choosing colors, different tools and notions, as well as some specific instructions and techniques used throughout the cards. You'll want to read through these if you're learning new skills. Next you'll find the template sheet, which includes full-size templates for the curved blocks that are used throughout the card deck. There is quarter circle as well as half circle. You can trace them out onto template plastic or cardstock to have a rigid edge when you cut out your fabric. And finally, the deck of cards. As you can see, each card contains a photo of the quilt block on the front. The finished block size will be 8 inches, so keep that in mind. The printed photo is half size at 4 inches squared. When you flip the card over, you'll see all the instructions on the back for how to make that specific quilt block. The instructions include sizes to cut the fabric pieces, as well as detailed steps for sewing them together and pressing. On some of the cards, like this one with the quarter circle, there's instructions for where to find those specific skill building steps in the booklet. The best part about this card deck is it is completely customizable to your skills and aesthetics. You can choose to make all 50 blocks and arrange them into a sampler quilt as I have, or you may decide to just make a few blocks and repeat them in your own custom layout. Maybe you don't want to make a full quilt and you just want to learn some new skills. In that case, maybe you just make a handful of new blocks and sew them together to make something like a cushion or a wall hanging or a table runner. However you decide to use the Quilt Block card deck, I hope you enjoy the process and learn some new skills and ultimately create a project that you will love as much as I love my quilt. Have fun and happy quilting.
Oh, that was lovely, wasn't it? How nice. It's so nice to see the actual author put it together. I love the quilt. I really want to, I was listening, but I was just standing there just looking at the quilt thinking, that wouldn't look nice on my son's bed, wouldn't it, in those colours? I think that's just gorgeous. And what's brilliant, what a scrap buster as well. You could use up all your fabrics, couldn't you, for that? So shall I show you, because I have my copy here. They let me take it home, but sadly I had to bring it back, which is a shame, really, because I've got a bit of an urge to make it now. So in the book, as she said, she gives you lots of information about it. Look, there's a picture of the quilt there. Lots of information about how to use it, how to make a quilt, quilting glossary. She also talks about all the fabrics that she's used for hers. So she's used blender fabrics, which basically are plains with a small print. So it'd be ideal to use with this bundle of Rose and Hubble bundle. She's also gone through very basic instructions like how to make half square triangles, half rectangle triangle, HRTs, mirrored HRTs, flying geese, 4 at a time, sewing curves, because some of the blocks have curves. The blocks that have the curves, she's actually put templates in for. So there you go. There are templates for the curved blocks. They're in there as well. Then you've got all of the blocks themselves, all 50 of them. So she showed you there, because they've all got numbers on them. But if you take one of them, so say if we took like this one here, that's quite a simple one. So you've got a picture of the block here, and then if you turn it over, it tells you what you need. Now, these are 4 inches square. The instructions are for 8-inch square blocks. But obviously, to make them fit in the box, they need to be 4 inches. But when you make them, if you follow these measurements, they end up as 8 inches square. So for this, so she tells you like purple, you need to cut 4 3.5-inch squares and then 1 2.5-inch square. For the pink, you need to cut 4 3.5 by 2.5. So she gives you all the measurements and then tells you how to do it. So everything you need is on there. So when you go through all of the blocks, you might think, well, there's actually just one block I want to use and I'm going to repeat it. But if you wanted to do something like make the quilt, then you can put them together like this to see how to put them, how it would all fit together. So you can choose which ones you're going to do, which visually is quite a nice way to do it, isn't it? Because then, if you look at the booklet, if you want to make the whole quilt, so you could follow that because that's all of them, or you can just choose, which ones that you want to do. So some of them are curved, some of them are quite simple blocks. I mean, that one, Flying Geese, I love that one. That was the one I was like, how has she done that? And quite interesting how she's done it, like a central square and then she cuts it off. I think that's a gorgeous one. But isn't it lovely? And that one, Harlequin. Now, if you bought the solid, if you bought the solid bundle, the Rose and Humble bundle we've got in that side graphic, because you're going to save £20, that makes this free with Spend and Save, doesn't it? Plus a £5, plus another £5. Yes, that's your P&P, isn't it? So if you bought the Rose and Humble bundle, then your P&P and this would be free. Girl maths. There we go. And good morning, Rebecca. Can you use split pay with the chill offer? Susan, yes, you can. Yes. You can use split pay, but it works till midnight and then you can start again. But it's good it works with split pay, and it also works on anything on the website and anything that we're talking about in today's show as well. But maybe you just want to get this and you want to buy some other things and you just want to go up to the £50, because at least with the £50 you save a £5, but it's the £100, isn't it? That's where you're really going to save the money. I think that is a brilliant card deck. I think really clever. When you look at the quilt, that's what really inspires me. Now, you could make it in all of those bright colours like Holly has done, which I think is really appealing. I wonder if it gives the size of the quilt. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if this is 8 by 8, so that makes this 64-inch square quilt. But the great thing is you can make it any size you want. So if you want a rectangular one, you want a square one, you could make it multicoloured. I mean, you could just do that as a border around things. So maybe you've got a quilt that you need to make a bit bigger. You could just use 2 of them, maybe alternate them as a border. You could say make it all in blue and white, all in red and white. You could use your Tilda fabrics or your French General fabrics or your Cave fabrics and go super bright. Or you could go monochrome, couldn't you? There's just so many different things that you can do with it. I think for $14.99, it's amazing value for money. We're going to play the video again because a lot of you have just started watching and going, what are you on about? So for those of you who've just started, we're going to play it again so you can see Holly explain all about her card deck.
Hello, Sewing Street viewers. My name is Holly Clark, and I'm so excited to share with you today the Quilt Block Card Deck, 50 patchwork blocks to mix, match, and quilt. I created this fun deck of cards along with Search Press Publishing. You'll see it comes in a small box. First, you'll see there's a 32-page booklet that includes instructions on how to use the card deck, how to choose fabrics, how to make a quilt, choosing colors, different tools and notions, as well as some specific instructions and techniques used throughout the cards. You'll want to read through these if you're learning new skills. Next, you'll find the template sheet, which includes full-size templates for the curved blocks that are used throughout the card deck. There is quarter circle as well as half circle. You can trace them out onto template plastic or cardstock to have a rigid edge when you cut out your fabric. And finally, the deck of cards. As you can see, each card contains a photo of the quilt block on the front. The finished block size will be 8 inches, so keep that in mind. The printed photo is half size at 4 inches squared. When you flip the card over, you'll see all the instructions on the back for how to make that specific quilt block. The instructions include sizes to cut the fabric pieces, as well as detailed steps for sewing them together and pressing. On some of the cards, like this one with the quarter circle, there's instructions for where to find those specific skill building steps in the booklet. The best part about this card deck is it is completely customizable to your skills and aesthetics. You can choose to make all 50 blocks and arrange them into a sampler quilt as I have, or you may decide to just make a few blocks and repeat them in your own custom layout. Maybe you don't want to make a full quilt and you just want to learn some new skills. In that case, maybe you just make a handful of new blocks and sew them together to make something like a cushion or a wall hanging or a table runner. However you decide to use the quilt block card deck, I hope you enjoy the process and learn some new skills and ultimately create a project that you will love as much as I love my quilt. Have fun and happy quilting.
That was great, wasn't it? Lovely, lovely to watch that again. I'm really inspired. I really want to make this now. Really want to. Loads and loads of you have checked out on that. This could be something you use all your scraps up with. If you want to make a quilt for somebody and you just want, or you want to have a little practice, to practice them this size. Maybe you've never done curved blocks. This would be a great place to practice with it. But just use a pool. Get together the fabrics that you like, that you think go together, just pop them all together and make your blocks. And you can have you could then go, right, do you know what, I'm going to make one block a week. That's it. Well, by the end of the year, that's 52 blocks. Your quilt's done, isn't it? So, could do that, couldn't you? I know you're putting them into your basket thing. I'll add other things. See, because you can keep checking out all day. Once you hit your £50 or your £100, then your saving will be put. As long as you put chill in, if you've forgotten, then phone the call centre. But as long as you do that, you can keep adding to your bar. You don't need to put it all in your basket in one go. You can check out so you don't miss out in case we sell out of things. But once your basket hits that and you've put your chill in, you will save that money. So you're saving 20 quid if you pay it, if you spend 100. So what we've done as well, we have put the Stripology on, because this is things that we don't often reduce, but when you get these deals, you have to. Now, I met Mr. Creative Grids at the Festival of Quilts, and honestly, I have to admit to him, I thought Creative Grids was an American product. How have I missed that? They come from Leicester. Honestly, apparently, the Fox. Yeah, wow. I honestly thought, because they have a lot of American quilters who work with them, I really thought, because when I met him, I said, oh, are you the UK distributor? And he said, no, we are the company. I think, God, I've been talking about these, buying them, using them, selling them for ages. Anyway, I didn't know. Hannah knew that. How did I not know that? I always thought they were American for some reason. Anyway, the Stripology is absolutely brilliant. I know it's on a lot of your wish list. £69.99. Remember, if you just, well, you'll save a fiver because it's over your £50. If you could just put that up to 100, then really you're then going to save 20 quid. That makes quite a difference, doesn't it? This is absolutely brilliant for strip cutting full width of fabric. So what you do is, I'll give you a quick demo. So this is your full width of fabric. This is 1/2 metre, okay? So you need to strip cut 2.5 inch strips. So what you have to do is you fold it in half. It will come folded in half because when we get it from the supplier, it's on bolts, cardboard bolts, and it comes like that. So yours will come in half. You've got the selvages at one end, fold at the other. All you need to do is fold it in half again. And what I would do is make sure that matches up and it's nice and level. And if you give it a quick press, then you'll know everything is even. Then when you put your Stripology on top, you can trim off the edge to start with. And then if you want, I would trim off that so it's nice and level. So what I tend to do is just trim off one end and then move it over. You can then cut, so say you had to cut from this width 5 2.5 inch strips. Normal ruler, you'd have to keep moving it every 2.5 inch. With this, you just place the ruler on top. I mean, it will go across the whole width if you want it to. So it'll go across the whole width of the fabric. Place it like that. What you need to do is line up one of the horizontal lines with that. Oh, let me turn. There we go, that's better. Just realised I'm not in the middle. There we go, that's better. Right, so line up that horizontal line with the width of the fabric. you can then, you don't want to cut off too much. So where the first cutting line is, which is here, just make sure that's, I've got that about a quarter of the edge. Then you cut off the edge so it's nice and straight. And whatever it is, whether it's 1 inch, 2.5, 2.5, it's all split 1/2 inch increments. You just cut along all of those. So you imagine from full width of fabric, if you had to cut like 8 2.5 inch strips, how quick it would be. It's going to save you loads of time and accuracy, because I find once I get to about halfway along, I then have to straighten up my fabric, because as you're cutting, it does go off a bit. With a stripology, it doesn't. It's going to save you so much time. The key is lining up this horizontal line with the fold of your fabric. Then you know it's perfectly straight, and then it'll all be in strips. Saves you so much time. Even if you've got to cut 1/2 inch strips, it will do that. So just line it up, cut off the edge, and if you have to strip cut and you could use it then for sub cutting. So say you've then cut a 2.5 inch strip and you've got to cut 2.5 inch squares. You lay your 2.5 inch strip under here and then cut along the lines, because all the lines are cut out within there. It's fabulous. There is also a QR code on here. So these rulers, the Creator Grids of rulers, always do way more than you realise. Well, if you watch one of the videos, you think, oh, I didn't know that. There is an instruction booklet in there, but I find the video really useful. It's just on their YouTube site, and it really shows you how to use it. But if you haven't got one of these, and if you have been making quilts or doing anything where you've got to strip cut, honestly, accuracy will save you time and fabric. Brilliant. I mean, $69.99, they're considered purchase. There's something that a lot of you have on your wish list. So if you spend over 50, you will save you 10%. Oh, we're just trying to get right. We're just clarifying that. So Hannah was just asking me something and just working it out. That's why I was silent for a while. So if you spend over £50, you'll save you 10%. It's amazing, isn't it? I think that's brilliant. Because we use them so much, don't we? Right, so that's that one. I tell you the one I want to look at next. I don't know whether Hannah does, but I do. Because this is one I've got my eye on. I love a double wedding ring. I've got a double wedding ring quilt that I was given as a wedding present quite some years ago. It was one of those ones that you buy made in China or something. And I've always wanted to make one properly. And really, you can make them by cutting them and then trimming them and stuff, but having the templates makes a massive difference. And I know it's $38.99, but this is where your spend and save comes in, because you've only then got to put another £21 in. $38.99. No, rubbish maths. £11 and a penny to qualify. But it's got all of the bits. So it's got the templates to do the main part, and then you've got the melon, and you've got the units, and then you've got the little corner template as well. And then you can make, and on the back, full instructions. There is a video as well. But if you've always fancied making a double wedding ring quilt, honestly, this is the easiest way to do it, is with these templates. I think it's brilliant. This is something that's definitely on my wish list. Now, if you've never used Creative Grids, you won't realise how grippy and lovely they are. They are, for me, the grippiest rulers. I use lots of different rulers all the time. But they have so much grip on them. They have the grip, let me show you on the stripology. They have the grip all the way around the edge, but they've also got, between each of these 1/2 inch cutting lines, where they actually cut into them, they've got the grippy stuff. I think it must be a stick-on something on each one, so it really, really stays grippy, and it makes such a difference, because the gripping stuff is built into it. And actually, you'll find that when you first use them, when they're brand new, they're even grippier. And if you're used to having them a bit older, you think, oh, that's so, it doesn't, it's almost too grippy to start with, but I think maybe it's just what you're used to. With the double wedding ring, you've got the grip around, they tend to put the grip on the sides of the line, on all of the line. You've always got it around the edge, but they've got it around the lines. But honestly, I've always wanted to make one of these, because this is like, for me, because it's $38.99, I think, well, this is not going to be just a whim purchase. This is something that's on my wish list of I'm going to make one of these one day. Beautiful. Right, oh, that's, okay. Oh, wow. So, well, I've got this spend and save thing wrong then. So, if you spend over £50, you don't save £5, you save 10% of what you've spent. So it's even better. I got it wrong. It's even better. So if I said you saved £5, so if you buy this Stripology that's £69.99, you save 10% of that. So you'll save £6.99. So if you spend over 100, you'll save 20% of what you spend. So if you spent £200, you'll spend 40. If you spend £2,000, you'll save £400. Yeah. Now, I thought there was normally a maximum on that, but there isn't a maximum. So it isn't, I thought it was if you spent over 50, you sent a fiver, and if you spent over 100, you save 20. But no, it's much better than that. The more you spend, the more you save. That 10% is really only if you spend between 50 and 100. So it's not really, I mean, I guess if you just want to buy one thing, then you'll save your 10%, that's fine. But the money saving is you've got to get over that £100 mark, and everything after that, you save 20%. Because, I mean, I think £20 saving on £100, but £40 saving on £200, and yes, it's getting interesting, isn't it? I don't know why we haven't set a maximum. Maybe that's why sewing machines aren't included in it, sadly. So I think that is the only exclusion on it, is sewing machines. There are a few others. It's all on the website. It will tell you what it is. But the things that we're showing you today are definitely included in it. Wow. So the colour box, the bundle. So I'm thinking, get the Stripology, save yourself £6.99. Buy this. Now we've gone over the £100, so we're now on £169.99. We're going to save 20% of that. And that is £28. Is it not, Hannah? Jeez. I think it is, because that's 170. I'm just working it out. Yeah, I think it is. Because that's £170, isn't it? So, no, 36. £170, 10% is £10.70. It's 36, £17. Anyway, you'll save 20%. So this is brilliant, isn't it? £100 cost you 80. £34 saving. My maths is not very good this one. Do you know, I knew what the calculation was, I knew what the formula was, didn't do it properly. Basically, if you do 10% and then double it, that's how it works. So if you buy this, luckily, you don't have to work it out. It will automatically do that for you. But remember, as you keep adding, as you keep going through the day, it keeps accumulating as well. And then it stops at midnight. But tomorrow morning, you can start all over again, because we've got even more things on tomorrow. Right, over the half of the stock of this fabulous bundle has gone. Remember, in the bundle, you are getting 26 half metres. You've got all of the lovely lilacs you've got going into the pinks, the greens. You've got white and ivory. Oh, duck egg, very nice. Going into turquoise, the jade, the Baltic, and into all the blues and finishing at the navy. 26 half metres of Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton for, I know it's 100, but basically 80, isn't it? 80 quid. So you're saving £20 plus the £3.74 that we've already taken off. £80 instead of £103.74. So many lovely things. Now we've got some smaller bundles here, so you might want to just save on your £50. This is nice. This is Macao linen texture in pastels. So you've got like an ivory, a duck egg, lilac, a rose pink, a blush pink, and a coral. £34.99 for that. Remember, you've only then got to spend another £15 on top of that, and then you'll get to to saving over your 50. But these are all the little bits that you can add up, because you know, like when it says spend another, I heard it once, spend another £89 for free postage, and you think, really? Spend another £5 maybe for free postage. But that's what I mean. If once you get to this, if you think, well, actually, I want to get to over that £100 so I can save 10%, then it's worth it. 10% on 10%. Over hundreds, if you want to get that and save your 20%, it's really worth it. So if there's bits that you've had your eye on, whether we're selling on the TV or whether it's on the website, today is the day to get it. Linen texture, brights. Now this is a nice bundle. Actually, this would be nice with the card deck, wouldn't it? Because you've got your charcoal, and a lot of these have got the charcoal in them. Love this colourway. I mean, how fab would that look? You've got 3 metres here. So you've got 6.5 metres. So if you wanted to make the whole card deck, I'd get a couple of these and then pick some from your stash. You could pop some prints in there. It doesn't have to be all plain. I know they've got all plains in here, but you could put all sorts in there. But that's a really good start, because if you look at the picture of the quilt, pretty much those colours, isn't it? I would get a couple of those. That will definitely cover you. And then if you need to grab stuns from your stash as well. Also, if you just buy one of these, this is quite a good inspiration to get you started. Have a look through your stash. I bet you've got a few of these colours somewhere. Some things that will go with it. Because I think a few little prints in there. I would use small scale prints. Although saying that, I bet if you use some of the big cave prints, I mean, they might. The good thing about some of those bigger prints is that because you're cutting small pieces, you get completely different colours from one place or another. So £35.94 for this one. Morning, Rebecca, I love your top. Could you please say a very happy 88th birthday to my mum, Josie? Happy birthday, Josie. 88, that's very impressive. She was a quilter lacemaker and is an awesome mum. Oh, aren't they all? Oh, that's a lovely message. Well, happy birthday, Josie. 88, very, very impressed. I hope Joanne's made you a massive cake, at least a really decent cake, or has bought you a nice cake. Caterpillar cake would be my recommendation, or a Battenberg with a few candles on actually cuts it, doesn't it? But that's so lovely. 88, still quilting, I hope. Still quilting, but thank you for watching. And it's actually a whole dress. It's a whole dress right down to my knees, ankles even. Right, the colour card deck. Are they the same? I have 2. There we go. Right, how about the colour card deck? Very different to the other one. This is cool, isn't it? Look at this. This is all about how you do your playing with colours. So what you've got in here, £23.99, you've got your colour wheel. So it explains to you how it all works, what the neutral cards are, the grayscale cards. There's all the hue cards. Oh, I do like that. So this is how you can work out, because, you know, we have all these fabrics, don't we? And we're not really sure which ones go together. They're all numbered as well. So if you look at this one, so that one, let me find that. So these are, say, 1 yellow, 1B, that would be that one. So if you think, well, I wonder if that colour would go with that one, you've got all of the colours, and they're all labelled with the same names on it as there. You've got cards that explain how the colour wheel works. So this is an absolutely brilliant way of colour coding your fabric so that you can see what goes with what. Because really it is only by putting the colours together that you know how it works. Because I think sometimes when you see the fabrics without seeing the colour wheel, it doesn't tell you. So if you just take one of them, so like this is 1F, so this is yellow, which has got black in it. It tells you what the analogous colours are, what the complementary, the triadic, the split complementary are. So it's very easy to put colours together. So if you've got this colour of fabric and you want to know which one is going to go with it, it tells you on the back of here exactly which one is, and then you can pick up the card from here. And it's a really good way of using your stash properly, of becoming a designer. Because, you know, sometimes these colour combinations, I mean, they confuse me, to be honest. I put them together and go, oh, does that go? Does that go? I'm not sure. This will answer those questions. So whether you're an embroiderer, a quilter, a crocheter, anyone who's going to be putting colours together, this is going to show you exactly how to do it. I mean, for £23.99, this could be you becoming a top colour designer, I think. It's a bit of a must for anyone who loves colour, fabric, yarn, embroidery thread, and wants to know sort of how you do it. Break out of the colour wheel. It's not all just about them. Let's pop that back in. Right, now another thing that a lot of you have, including me, I haven't got one of these, and I really, really want one. But it's a considered purchase, isn't it? It's £120.99. If you use Bondweb, this is the most, that's what yours will look like, lovely wrapped in cling film, perfect, like you'd get from a shop. This is what it looks like when it opens. Now, it's £120.99. If you only bought this today and you used your spend and save code, CHILL, you would save £24.20. If you only bought that, which takes this down to under £100, that's a big, big difference. There's 30 metres. So this is the most cost-effective way. If it's just you and you do lots of applique or you do personalising items, this is brilliant. Maybe if you're in a craft group or a school and you use a lot of Bondweb, because this is what they have in shops. So let me show you what happens. You open up, you get loads of leaflets. You open it up and there's the Bondweb in a nice big roll. You could then take this to your craft group. You could split the cost. You could sell it to people, couldn't you? Take it out, cut it off. It's got loads of leaflets inside, but this is definitely the most cost-effective way. So maybe you were in a group, there's you and a friend, go halves on it. So without spend and save, it's definitely by far the most cost-effective way of buying Bondweb. I must buy one of these. In fact, I might do it today. £120.99, but you're going to save your 20%, which takes it down to takes it down to £96.79, actually. And that's the only thing you buy. So if this is something you've had your eye on, today is a great day to buy it because that's where you're going to save. You're going to save it. So the next roll size down is your 5 metre. So this is 30 centimetres wide, so it's not as wide as the other one, and it's just 5 metres long. But £23.99. Obviously, you'll need to add to that to get over your £50 if you want to use your £50 10% saving. But once you get over £50, it will automatically calculate it. So it's just that £50 to £100 that will give you the 10%. Once you get over £100, then everything after that's 20%. Absolute bargain, isn't it? But these are your essentials. So I would say today, either buy the high value things that you've had your eye on and think, oh, I can't quite afford that, but it's going to save 20%. Or get your essentials and build it up, get it to at least over the £50 anyway. Because we're only doing this for 3 days and we don't do it very often. Do you think we're celebrating the heat wave? Because on those graphics, they've got ice creams and things. Chill, isn't it? Spend and save. Why not? Amazing. Now, another thing that's on people's wish lists is the fuser mat. So this is the rectangle one. Now, this should be called the Save Your Ironing Board mat. Because there's various things you can do with this. I have one of these. It's really good if you want to layer up appliques. And to be honest, that's what they tend to be used. That's what the professionals use them for. You put all your applique pieces on here, and then you put on there. So you layer them all up. So maybe you're making an applique animal, and you've got the face and the eyes and everything. And you press this on top, and that sticks them all together. You can then peel it off because the Bondweb still stays sticky. Then you can iron it on top. But what I actually use mine for is to protect my ironing board. So if I'm using interfacing, if you're pressing interfacing onto like a circle on the bottom of a bag or a collar, and you think, well, I can't cut my interfacing to the same size because it'll probably move about. So if I put it face down, it's going to stick to ironing board. If I do it face up, it's going to stick to my iron. If you use a pressing cloth, it sticks to your pressing cloth. But with this, you don't even need both sheets if you don't want to, because you can put your interfacing glue side down. So put your fabric wrong side up, your interfacing glue side down, press on top, and it will just peel off. And amazingly, if you do it with interfacing or you do it with Bondweb, it stays, anything around the edge, if you cut it off, is still usable. It stays, the glue doesn't disappear, but this will protect your ironing board, your any mat. So anytime I'm using anything that's fusible, so whether it's H640, because you know if you're pressing H640 to an irregular shape, it's much easier to cut your H640 bigger than the fabric piece you need. Press it into place. So what I would do is I would put my fabric right side down, so it's wrong side up, put the H640 glue side down on top. Then I would use this, because actually you should use some kind of pressing cloth on H640. You then take that off. When you peel your H640 off, anything that sticks beyond the edge of the fabric will just peel off. So this, £24.99, saves your ironing board and saves your iron. It also is great if you do layered applique, because you can peel it off as one piece stuck together. You can then put that in your background fabric. So a lot of people will use it for that, but I tend to use it as my ironing board saver, because otherwise it's really hard to press a fusible piece a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller all the way around. And like, it's a great price for £24.99. Also, it's got measurements all over it as well, and it's see-through. So instead of using a pressing cloth, this is a much better option as well. Loads and loads of you've got this in your basket. So you know, loads of you know what you want. Because if it was me and you said, right, what is it you want to get? I'd start with that big roll of Bondweb, because I don't have one of those. And I'd get a Stripology, because I haven't got one of those. But they're things that I see all the time that I really want. Yeah, today is the day. I've also got a bigger one that's for ironing boards. Now, this does exactly the same thing, only it's ironing board size. So if you do a lot of fusing, I mean, the other one might not be big enough if you're fusing big things. Maybe you're doing something like you are personalising a blanket, and you've cut out all the letters of someone's name in your Bondweb and your fabric, and you are fusing that, and you need that bigger space. Or if you're doing if you're a dressmaker and you're doing lots of interfacing, if you're a quilter and you're making bag making with the H640, or if you're an applique, the big ironing board size one is ideal. Again, £49.99, you're nearly there to save your 10%, aren't you? Delia goes, oh my goodness, I've finally been able to justify purchasing the ruler I've been wanting for so long. Thank you for the great discount. Delia, I know, I'm with you, because it does justify it, doesn't it? It justifies it because you're saving 20%, and it really makes a difference. And then but then you see, Delia, if you've bought that ruler, if you've bought your £69.99, that one, you may as well spend another 30 quid to save 20 quid. Girl maths, well, I'm really good at that now. It's all about, once you've saved it, it's free. It's like free, isn't it? So, Delia, was it the Stripology you bought? This is what I've got my eye on. I don't know why I don't just borrow one from the studio. Oh, honestly, I was cutting out fabric for a quilt the other day. A whole day. The whole day it took me to cut it out. I quite enjoyed it, actually, because I like cutting fabric. But the whole day. Should have had borrowed the Stripology from work, shouldn't I? Remember, check out, spend and save. Don't forget to put chill in the checkout. Oh, the 12.5. Which one? The 12.5. Yeah, this is a really good one. This one I have discovered is brilliant for trimming flying geese. I've trimmed 112 flying geese yesterday, and it's absolutely perfect for that, because I could have done it with my smaller ruler, but I was cutting them all to 2.5 by 4.5 inches. And so I used that end to trim them. But because you've got the length of the ruler, it's a lot weightier. So when you're trimming the edges and then you turn it around and trim the other sides, it's so much better. It holds it better in place. So you want a little ruler to trim, but you need it bigger, and it was weightier. And that end was just perfect. If you ever have to trim 112 flying geese, use that end. They're just brilliant. So this might be one that you've had your eye on. You know, there are all these rulers. I've worked my way through most of them. The double wedding ring That's what I want, and I want that stripology. But this is a great ruler if you haven't got one. Also, this is a brilliant angle here because it's right in the centre. To have that 45-degree in the angle in the centre, if you're doing storm at sea blocks or something like that, that's quite useful. You know, when you've got these rulers, you discover which ones. So now I should call this my trimming flying geese ruler because it's just perfect for the edges. If you've only just tuned in, you might not have seen the card deck. This is a great purchase. It's brand new today. Designed by Holly Clark. $14.99 for this. What I love is make the whole quilt. I think that is absolutely gorgeous. I can just see many places that would go. It doesn't have to be like that. You've obviously got all of the blocks. You can make it whatever pattern you want. But there are 50 blocks in here. The measurements for them, although these are 4 inches square, so they fit in the box, the measurements on the back for cutting them are 8 inches. So if you just wanted to make like this one block, it tells you exactly on here what size pieces to make and how to cut them. If there's any that use other techniques, it will tell you on the back where to find the techniques. So say like this one with the curve one, it says make 2 half circle units, pages 30 to 31. So you go into this little booklet, you find pages 30 to 31, tells you to do half circles, and in here you get the templates for them. It's fabulous, isn't it? I think that's really, really useful. I would use your, I mean, if you want to buy the plain fabric bundle, that would be great for it. But I would say use your stash. And, you know, a bit like EPP, doesn't even need to be colour coordinated. Or if you've got a vague colour theme, just use all the blue fabrics from your stash. Or the blues and the oranges, or the blues and the whites, something like that. And make 1 a week. By the end of the year, you'll have made 50. Or make 2 a week, and you could have a massive quilt, couldn't you? Yeah. So that's what I would do. Or if you wanted to really go random, every time you make something from the bits of fabric that are left over, make a block. And then when you get to the end of a year, think, well, I'm going to just join them all together. And you'll have like a memory of all the things that you've made all in these little blocks. Also, it's a really good way of learning. If you've not done curve piecing before, just do it on a little 8-inch block. It's all about practice, isn't it? We've got loads of card decks, actually. How about the Sashko card deck? I love these card decks because they're just, you know, you've only got one little card to be thinking about. You're not having to leaf through a whole book. This is obviously written and designed by Susan Briscoe. So this is great. If you are new to Sashko, it explains in here exactly how it works, but she also covers everything like tools and materials, threads, needles, how to get started, how to draw the grids, and how to sew, and the stitching action, and how to use the card deck. So that's your beginner's guide. These are then all the patterns. So they're all on each card. So you can go through these and think, oh, right, that's the one. I want to do that one. And on the back, it shows you the grid that you have to draw, and it shows you the direction of sewing. So it says, mark a grid, the sample is 1/2 inch. Following the red arrows, stitch the step pattern red, then stitch the remaining steps that are in light brown. And that's how to do that one. So if you fancy doing some Sashko, this is going to cover it. And it's a really just an easy way. Obviously, a lot of these are covered in Susan's books, but a card deck is a very accessible, easy way. It's also a really good gift. If you know somebody who likes embroidery or wants to have a go at embroidery, get them the card deck. And if you want, you can get them some fabric and threads, but that's a brilliant start. And it all comes in there because it's got the complete beginner's guide in it. $14.99. You might just need another $14.99 to take you over. If you are getting that as a gift for someone or for yourself, pair it with the needles and the thread. So we've got the Sashko needles. Always best to get the proper Sashko needles. You can use others, but these are the Clover Sashko needles. So these are the long ones. So these are used for when you're doing lots of stitches. And in the instruction booklet in here, it does tell you which needles to use. Then we've got the shorter ones. So these are the ones that you're going to use more often. Now, the reason that these are Sashko needles, they're a little bit longer so you can get lots of stitches on your needle, because Sashko is basically just running stitch. But they've got larger eyes because the thread that you use with Sashko is just a bit thicker. So these would be quite good to pair with the card deck. Then the thread. Now, the traditional colour is cream, ivory. You don't split this, brilliant. You use it as it is. The needles, the eye of the needle is big enough to fit the thread in. You just need yourself some, if you want to keep it traditional, some navy fabric. But obviously you can do any colours you want. But if you want to keep it traditional, get yourself there. So that's a nice set, isn't it? But we've also got navy as well. So if you want to do your sash collar on calico, have that one. $6.99 for that. So I would say that's a really good collection if you want to start. And then you buy that. That takes you over your almost. Does that take no almost up to your £50 almost. But you know, that's, you see, it's about, and if you look at it and you think, oh God, I've still got $3.99 to go, well, just pop some extra needles in. Think about gifting, because once you go over that magic £100, you're up to 20%. Once you get over that, I mean, obviously 10% over £50, but once you get over the magic £100, everything after that, you are going to save £20 on. The little one. Where is it? Where's it gone? Hang on, I've got fuser mats all over the place. Oh, there he is, hiding. Now, this is a great one. This is what I use for trimming my half square triangles. I do use it for my flying geese, but then I discovered the other ruler was better because it was a bit weightier. This is brilliant for half square triangles because it's simple. It's got all of them, the half inches and the whole inches, depending on how you're trimming them. And you've got the diagonal line go through the middle. It's also really good for cutting small strips. And I use it for drawing lines as well. If I need to draw a line across a smaller thing. So it's really good for cutting small strips and small pieces. But it is brilliant for trimming half square triangles because of the diagonal line. Just one, nice and simple. And then it depends on what size. So if you're trimming them to like 3.5 inches square, turn it round so you're trimming the 3.5, use the ½ inch. If you're trimming it to 3 inches, turn it this way round because the white numbers are the whole, the black numbers are the halves, and you just can't go wrong with that. So again, $14.99. The fabric bundle that Hannah has carefully curated for us. And she made it £100. She was going to take $3.99 off, but she took £3.74 off to make you qualify, because you save more by taking off less money, bizarrely. But if you bought 2 of these, you'd save £40. So if you want a load of plain fabric, quilting weight cotton, rose and apple, lovely, lovely, then you would save £40. I'm amazed they haven't put a limit on that. I mean, obviously they've done things like they haven't put sewing machines on because, but I'm surprised they haven't put a limit on it really. But they haven't. They haven't. I mean, Hannah's even double checked that. And you can do it on split pay. So you can buy this on split pay and you still save your 20%. It is madness. When everyone is checked out, there's only 4 left and we can't get any more because of the colours that Hannah's chosen. Because we haven't got all of the stock of all of the colours. We haven't got unlimited stock of all the colours, sadly. Oh, the big roll of bond web in the box. There's a lot of you who have realised, like me, how much they want one of these. Buy it with a friend, buy it with a group. Don't tell your friend you've saved all the money. No, that's really bad. No, do tell your friend you saved all the money. That's on single figures now, not surprised. Because it takes it to under £100 with your discount, you see. That's the thing, isn't it? Takes it to £96.78. And if you bought that and the bundle, you save 44, these two together save £44.20. That's it. So the more you spend, the more you save. It's brilliant. I'm loving this. The more I spend, the more I save. Because then you just, so once you get over your magic 100, then if you just put in a packet of needles for £3.99, you're suddenly saving 38 pence, aren't you? Just like that. Right, there's more people who've got this in their basket than we've got available, and I'm not surprised. We've got 2 rolls left. So once you get over your magic 100, everything after that you save 20%. 50 is good, but the 50 to 100 is a great 10%, but it's that over 100 I think is just brilliant. I don't think they've thought this through really. Because obviously over 50 there is a limit to 100, isn't there? And once you get over 100, 20% off everything. Marvellous. Right, there's one roll of this Bondaweb left. Oh, it's gone. How about the little iron? Now, I was talking to a couple of people at Festival of Quilts about this, and we all go, I'd really like one of these. Really like one of these. Because it has a, I'll just plug it in to show you, but it has a light, which I think is genius. I won't burn the table. It doesn't have the little legs that go up and down, but it does, oh, it hasn't heated up yet, I put it on something. But it's got a little light, so when you turn it on, there we go, look. Yeah, this is my, yeah, I've just set fire to the studio. But can you see, when you turn it on, it's got the little light. It's really nice, sharp point, not sharp, but a nice pointed edge, ceramic base plate. It's a brilliant little iron, isn't it? How cool is that? Got a nice handle as well, nice ergonomic handle. What are those things for? Oh, that's for the steam. Nice little project iron, isn't it? What's quite nice about it, I need to put it on, I haven't got an ironing board. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up, like I've turned it off. Also, I'll tell you what's good, because you don't get this. With the big iron, you haven't got on and off button. Now, I've got the bigger Liso iron, so every time I turn it off, I have to unplug it. Very annoying. But this one actually has an on off. Wish the big one had that. But if you don't want the big iron, I mean, this is better. You know, you get travel irons. Travel irons are notoriously rubbish, aren't they? They don't heat up very well and they don't work. If you get the small irons, like the Prim iron, that's brilliant because it's a crafting iron and it's proper. It's got steam and everything, so I love my Prim one. But this is sort of between the two. When you, the mini irons like the Prim one, and there's another one that we do, I think Quilter's Bear, they're brilliant for workshops taken away, but they're not as good as this. They're not as, this is like medium. This is like your medium iron. I guess that's because it's a project iron. And I love the fact that it has the light on it. It's because you really want to get in there, particularly if you're ironing like the inside of a bag. You can really see inside it. $89.99, we're nearly at £100. So you're going to save anyway, aren't you? Because that's over the £50. The Millwood Fusemat, the rectangular one. So if you bought the iron and the Fusemat, you're now over the magic 100. And every time you get over the, when you're over the magic 100, you save 20% off everything, off the total. There are certain exclusions, I do have to say that. You know, I've gone on the website, like sewing machines and another couple of other things. It's all on the website. But it is pretty much everything bar those few things like sewing machines, which is a shame really, isn't it? But they obviously decided not to put that in. But if you bought the iron and the Fusemat, so they could be, like me, they're things where you think, oh, I'd actually quite like that. I mean, this would be brilliant. I would take this on holiday with me. So much better if I want to do any ironing, because it's kind of, it's halfway house, isn't it, between a mini iron and a full-size iron. And it's fabulous, isn't it? Love that. And it's got, and it's steam, proper steam iron, does everything. And it has a light. They need to put an on-off switch on the main one. Right, card deck is something that we launched first thing this morning. So for those of you who have just tuned in, because I know you come in, we always sort of say, oh, you would have seen that first thing this morning, but obviously everyone tunes in at different times. $14.99 for this. It's brand new this morning. There are 50 different quilt blocks. You can make lots of all the same block. You can make one of each block. I would use this as a scrap buster. I would use this maybe as a memory project, but a memory for my own projects. So when I've made something, make a little block in it, and then at the end, just join them all together. And can you imagine all the colours? It'd be such a lovely memory. You go, oh, I remember I made that for Auntie Doris. Oh, and that I made for myself. That one didn't go so well, did it? No, that one's still in a carrier bag. But it'd be such a nice memory. Because we do all have those projects. We go, yeah, that one didn't quite work out as I imagined. But I've made a block from it. Or you could make them out of bits of clothing, couldn't you? Wouldn't that be lovely if you made that from baby clothes? As a really nice memory out of your sort of favourite clothes for your babies and your children, and you made one block from each. Because otherwise we have these bags of clothes I have, keep in the loft, because they think, oh, I love that dress, can't throw it out. But could make them into little quilt blocks. They work out as 8 inches square. They're just 4 inches in here, so they fit in the box, that's all. What was the last thing, Hannah? Embroidery stitches. Oh. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Now this is another one that loads of you buy normally, or lots of you think about buying. Aurifil threads are absolutely gorgeous. They are like sort of the creme de la creme of threads. See if there's an open one. You have got 4 reels here. You've got white, cream, grey and black. 4 spools. It's 50 weight thread, so it's your normal sewing machine thread or hand sewing thread. You can use it for either. $43.99. One of these spools I found will piece and quilt a whole quilt, because there's a lot of thread on there, 1,300 metres. $43.99. So you've only got to spend another £6 and you get over your 50. You might have already spent a bit more than 50 and you just need one more thing to take you over £100, and then you're going to save your 20%. So it's things like this where you think, oh, I've always wanted to get that, can't really justify it. If you can get over that a magic 100, you're going to save 20% off everything from after that. It's a fantastic deal. $43.99 for those. And I know it's something that loads of you buy normally. It's a good set of threads to have in your stash. Aurifil is a beautiful thread. It's 50 weight, but it's fine. It sits within the fabric really well, and it does leave a lovely, lovely finish. And it's not linty either, so you don't get as much fluff of it as you do with other threads in your machine. So those are all the items for this hour. We're going to go for a quick break now. Do take advantage of the deal in the break. If you've already checked out, don't worry, you can keep adding to your order. Once you get over that magic £100, everything after then you will be saving a whopping 20% on. What a brilliant day. We're going to go for a quick break, and after the break we're going to be talking about granny squares, because it is International Granny Squares Day. So we've got granny squares and all things crochet, plus a few other items that we've just slipped in to help you with the spend and save, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, Sewing Street viewers. My name is Holly Clark, and I'm so excited to share with you today the Quilt Block Card Deck. 50 patchwork blocks to mix, match, and quilt. I created this fun deck of cards along with Search Press Publishing. You'll see it comes in a small box. First, you'll see there's a 32-page booklet that includes instructions on how to use the card deck, how to choose fabrics, how to make a quilt, choosing colors, different tools and notions, as well as some specific instructions and techniques used throughout the cards. You'll want to read through these if you're learning new skills. Next, you'll find the template sheet, which includes full-size templates for the curved blocks that are used throughout the card deck. There is quarter circle as well as half circle. You can trace them out onto template plastic or cardstock to have a rigid edge when you cut out your fabric. And finally, the deck of cards. As you can see, each card contains a photo of the quilt block on the front. The finished block size will be 8 inches, so keep that in mind. The printed photo is half size at 4 inches squared. When you flip the card over, you'll see all the instructions on the back for how to make that specific quilt block. The instructions include sizes to cut the fabric pieces, as well as detailed steps for sewing them together and pressing. On some of the cards, like this one with the quarter circle, there's instructions for where to find those specific skill building steps in the booklet. The best part about this card deck is it is completely customizable to your skills and aesthetics. You can choose to make all 50 blocks and arrange them into a sampler quilt as I have, or you may decide to just make a few blocks and repeat them in your own custom layout. Maybe you don't want to make a full quilt and you just want to learn some new skills. In that case, maybe you just make a handful of new blocks and sew them together to make something like a cushion or a wall hanging or a table runner. However you decide to use the Quilt Block Card Deck, I hope you enjoy the process and learn some new skills and ultimately create a project that you will love as much as I love my quilt. Have fun and happy quilting.
Everyone, the sun is out and the sales are on, and we're going to turn a sizzling week into a cool weekend. This Friday to Sunday, the 14th to 16th, we are uniting Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker and Sewing Street for big Gemporia craft savings.
We've got a spend and save landing. You know what that means? The more you treat yourself, the more we treat you back. Spend more, save more.
So whether you're crafting, beading or stitching, across all 3 channels, we're going big on deals. So let's keep it cool and make those savings snowball.
This Saturday, it's National Granny Square Day, and we're celebrating with some fantastic products and kits to celebrate our favourite piece of crochet. Also, brand new guest, Amelia from Amelia Stitches. She's going to be with us for an hour and a half, showcasing her fantastic embroidery kits. They're all set for beginners. They're beautiful. You are going to love them. So don't miss out. See you on Saturday.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m.P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Hey everyone, Jack Bennett here, and next week I'll be joining you on the channel to bring you my favourite products from Clubwell, a health business my dad Steve Bennett and I started with one mission, which is to get the UK healthy. Now, if you've been following my dad's journey and the shows he's been on, you'll know he only puts his effort behind things he truly believes in. And Clubwell is no different. Every single supplement I'll show you is something that we take ourselves. Now, we're going to be covering supplements across the brain, the heart, energy, digestion. So if you feel like you need a boost in one of those areas, then this show is for you. Plus, it's my first time I'm ever coming on the channel, so I'll be bringing plenty of energy and also answering your questions live on air. So don't miss this, and I don't get much time away from the business, so I probably won't be able to do another show like this for a long time, so don't miss out.
Welcome back to International Granny Square Day Spend and Save. It's not International Spend and Save Day, it's International Granny Square Day, but we are celebrating it with a Spend and Save weekend. And Spend and Save was yesterday, and it's tomorrow, and then that's it. But basically, it is a ridiculous offer. Hannah and I were just chatting about it, because we weren't here yesterday. So if you spend over £100, you save 20% off everything. So, like, if you spent £200, you'd save 40. So if you spent £1,000, you would save £200. Yeah, and there's no limit on it. When do you ever go, I mean, when do you, there are some exclusions like sewing machines and a few other things, but nothing that we're talking about today. But you don't, when do you ever get a website where it's like 20% off everything? I mean, obviously you've got to go over 100, but once you get over that, I mean, there's that little bit of 50 to 100 where you're 10%, but once you get over 100, it's mad, isn't it? So basically, today is the day. Is the stuff that you've had your eye on, you think, oh, I can't really justify that. That's today. Or if there's other things where you think, oh, I quite like that, but I don't really want to pay the full price. Today's that day. Just make sure, see if you can get over that 100 to save yourself more money. There's probably a magic number where it's worth you spending over the 100. Somewhere, but I wonder where that is. It's probably £80 or something like that. There's probably a magic number, which those of you who are really good at maths can now message me in and tell me what that is, because Hannah and I have no idea. But there is a point at which. Right, anyway, let's talk about, because it is International Granny Square Day, which is why I'm wearing my Granny Square dress today. So we're going to start off with some this panel. So, because I love a granny square and I love crochet, that some of the kits that we've done for Amber Makes I got Amy once, I said to her, do you think you can draw crochet? She said, well, I'll give it a go. I said, but I need it to be correct, because if it's not correct, everybody will know. So she did. She drew granny squares, and we've done quite a few projects now with crochet, because I love crochet so much. And it's cool, isn't it? Crochet's everywhere. Well, like this dress is a printed crochet pattern, so we print it on. Anyway, this panel, it's fatter quarters, because they're bigger than your normal fat quarter, because a fat quarter is normally half a metre fabric cut in half, but that's when your fabric is 44-inch width. This fabric is 60 inches width. So therefore, although it's half a metre long, it's wider. So you've got one. So each of them, I'll tell you because we wrote it on there, each of them measures 70 by 50 centimetres. So you've got one that's got the big granny squares on. You've got one that's got a made up by Amy crochet pattern. Cool. You've got one that's got small granny squares on. So each of these things you could use for different things, couldn't you? That would make a lovely little wash bag. Or you could use that. I mean, you could get 2 totes out of one of those, couldn't you? Front and the back. And then this one's got the bigger version of the crochet pattern. And then at the top, you've got little granny squares, bigger ones, and you've got some labels as well. This took forever. I mean, you could use that as on a quilt, couldn't you? Stitch with love, handmade with love. So you've got all of those for just £19.99. So if you love granny squares, this fatter quarter panel is amazing value for money, because you're getting 4 fat quarters, but bigger than you would normally do. And it's on the way for your spend and save, isn't it? £19.99 for that. We designed this first a long time ago. Haven't had it in stock for absolutely ages, but I said, oh, can we have it back for International Granny Square Day? So it'd be really nice for just your makes that you want the look in the style of granny squares. It would be really good for lining things. If you've crocheted a bag, you could line it in that, couldn't you? How cool would that look? So that's the fatter quarter panel. Just follow this. So you can see how big it is. It's massive, isn't it? Right, next. This has got to be, well, Sam Sabido. Sam Sabido she is my favourite crochet designer. Yes, I am allowed to have a favourite crochet designer. You're not allowed, but I can have a favourite. She is my favourite crochet designer. This book is genius. My Granny Square wardrobe. And, and we're going to crash the price. We're going to £11.95 on this. Now, I remember when we launched this, it was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I absolutely love this book. She's written it for beginners, so if you've never crocheted before, you can easily do this. It's all for beginners. It's all written exactly, everything that you need to know. Let me just show you. So everything is in here. Sam's instructions are fabulous. She's also got lots of stitch instructions on her YouTube channel, and you work your way through it. So how to make a granny square. And look at the projects. I mean, we'll start with a scarf and a hat, 'cause that's easy peasy, isn't it? And then, oh, we're going to make a little bag. And then you can use, you see, look, this would look lovely in the lining of that, wouldn't it? Then we move on to the cocoon cardigan. Now, bearing in mind, normally, if you bought one of these sets of instructions, they would be £9.99. That's what we sell, sets of instructions. You're getting all of these for £11.95. I love the memory lane jacket. Because granny squares, again, it's all about the granny square. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Look at these are my favourite, absolute favourite. And I can't believe I haven't, I've got the book because Sam gave me one, but I can't believe I haven't made the crochet dungarees yet. I mean, I have got crochet trousers. Maybe I should just turn them into dungarees. And what's great about them is that all of these are designed for a really big size range as well. So these waist measurement go from a 24 to a 50-inch waist. So you can make them for men. The poncho. Now, do you remember when we launched this and we had Levi in the poncho? He looked fabulous. Oh, Hannah can't have been here that day. No, we had Ben. Ben was here that day. We had Levi and we got everyone. And Sam was here. We got all of us wearing them. I think we might have had Ben in the dungarees, possibly. That's gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? I love that. And obviously, you can do in whatever yarn you want. A lot of Sam's designs are in double knit. That one is in Aran. Brilliant stash buster, isn't it? Isn't that beautiful? Colour fade. I mean, this is like, I cannot believe £11.95. If you are a crocheter, you need to get this book. If you're not a crocheter, it doesn't matter. You can learn because Sam's instructions on her, she does lots of video tutorials. Isn't that dress beautiful? Feeling groovy. Sam has finished her next book as well. I'm very excited. I've got my fingers crossed that we'll be on the same day to launch it. I love the vest, don't you? The Fresh as a Daisy vest. You see, now I'd wear that under a long sleeve top as like a little tank top. I think that would look gorgeous. I would like to say I'd wear those shorts, but that might have been 20 years ago or maybe 30. I'm not sure I would now, but do you know what I would like to do is make them a bit longer so they're just below knee. And how cool would they? And I bet you could. I bet if you just put more granny squares on, if I could cover up my knees, I would. That's so cool though, isn't it? Like a culotte. How lovely would that be? I mean, look at these, all in these different colours. Now that is the best thing, isn't it? I mean, I would get, if I have made one similar to this of when Sam was, one of Sam's first designs she did for Sewing Street was a hooded cardigan, but a bit shorter than this. And I made one, and I made it all in beautiful, pure wool, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I would get this book just to make that. All you have to do, you see, is choose your background colour, because that's obviously used all around the edges as well, and then just change the colours that you're going to put on them. I mean, it's lovely. Sam did this as a crochet along as well, because it's the one that's on the front cover. It looks really different, doesn't it, whether it's in the teal or whether it's in the cream. Gorgeous. Loving the sunflower cardigan. See, think how much these cost when you go into some of these like Urban Outfitters and other shops like that. Cost a fortune, don't they? That's a really good one for Christmas. I mean, it doesn't look Christmassy there, it just looks wintry. But imagine if you did that in golds and reds and greens and whites. It would look brilliant, wouldn't it? So look, all it's still going, still going. Tells you all about the tools and the materials, the stitch glossary, what yarn you can use. And then obviously she's got her own YouTube channel. There's the lovely Sam there. And she's just about finished her second book. £11.95 for that. I mean, that is like the epitome of granny square, isn't it? Because a lot of people use granny squares for, well, you can make obviously blankets, but really good for your wardrobe. Right, next. Loads and loads of you are checking out on this. I'm not surprised. How about the hooks for the early bird? So I'm thinking nice collection. Get the Granny Square wardrobe book. Honestly, the designs are easy peasy and brilliant. Just to make that. I would make that in black. Just thinking black on the background and then whites and greys. Would look brilliant. The hooks, these are our special early bird, $39.99. Brand new today. These are all the hooks that you're going to need. Going from 2 mil all the way up to 6 mil. Gorgeous. Now, $29.99, and although the price has been reduced, still adds up, doesn't it? If you can get over your Magic 50, 10% off, Magic 100, 20% off. You know? Because sometimes it says, like, excluding things that have been discounted. No. We've excluded some things like sewing machines, but this is a great set. If you are new to crocheting, you won't know yet what your tension are, whether you're a tight or a loose crocheter, and then you will have to adjust your crochet. And this is the beauty of crochet hook. So if you go, oh no, I can't do that because it doesn't matter, you just adjust your hook, and Sam explains all that in the book. Little pocket to put all your stitch markers in, put your scissors in there. You could put all any crochet hooks you've already got in there. $29.99, all in a little zip case. That is a lovely gift for somebody together. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. That's the crochet set. That was our special early bird today, so it's brand new. Nice little case as well. Crochet for a happier you. Right. Crochet. We've got lots of crochet card decks here, haven't we? Should we do the granny square one? We've got lots of them. The granny square. That's the basic one. This is just the granny square card deck. So this is really good if you want to have, see, granny squares we traditionally think of as the standard granny square that's like this one. Like this is your traditional standard granny square. They're not all like that though. They come in different things. So at the beginning, you've got the little booklet that explains all of the stitches, how to make them, how to join them together, how to work from the cards, reading a stitch chart, what all the symbols are. And then in the box, because I remember when we first launched this and I got to have a play with it and I made quite a few of them, you've got all of the different granny squares. So look at all these different ones. So if you decided maybe you were going to make something from Sam's book using one of her, you could change the granny square to these. I'm thinking, wouldn't it be lovely to make a whole blanket? Because these are all designed so they're all the same size. I think they come out at a 4-inch. I think they come out exactly this size. But you could do all of these, couldn't you? So what a stash buster. Just use all the yarn you've got left over. And you know what? You can use any weight yarn you want as long as you change the hook size accordingly. So you could make a whole blanket from these, couldn't you? Go through your stash and think, right, I've got 3 colours. I'm going to make that one. And then make that one. I mean, and I think once you go a bit mad and random on colours and you really start swapping them about, it then doesn't matter. I think if you use 2 or 3 colours, they kind of need to coordinate or go together or be on the same parts of the colour wheel. But once you start putting in like 5, 6, 7 colours, I don't think it needs to go together then. It just looks fabulous. So this is a brilliant inspiration. It's only $14.99 as well. So this could be what you're using to get you over the Magic 50 or the more Magic 100 if you want something extra. If you paired it together, again, nice as a gift with the crochet hooks and the granny square deck. Because if you've done a basic granny square, then it's time to move on to these others. And some of them, like this one, are really cool. Because you crochet it and then this petals sort of sit above it, like really 3D. So that's your sort of basic granny square deck. And we've got others as well. There's the flowers one I quite like. Sam Sabina's books instructions are they in US terms? Yes, they are. However, that's because when she wrote it, she was told they had to be. But in the back of the book, there are the equivalents. So don't worry about it, because what you do, I work a lot of US patterns. Every time you see DC, you just do treble. After a while, your brain moves towards it. So they're not written in a different way. It's not you have to understand anything different. It's just you have to read it. So I think my Search Press said she had to write it in US terms, but the UK equivalents are in the back, and all you do is that you just mentally translate it, or if you want, you can just go through the whole book and write on top of them. It's your book, you can do what you like. I've found after a while that you just automatically, because US terms are 1 below ours, so our treble is their double crochet. Our double treble is their treble, so it just goes down like that. So don't let that put you off, honestly. You just translate it for yourself. Granny squares, flowers. Yes, the stitches. So, oh, oh, that's really funny. So these are the ones I did. I obviously put them in the box because I made some of them. I wonder where the ones for that one, because these, when we launched these, I made some of the squares. I obviously put them in the box. That's what it looks like. I'm amazed they've still survived. I wonder where all the others are, because quite often when I do these, I do some stitches so you can see what they look like. That was just using some cotton thread left over that I had. So these are individual stitches. So again, instead of doing your, I mean, granny squares are traditionally worked in trebles going round and round, but these are different stitches that you can use. I wonder if that's that one. I mean, you've got your, so that's that one there. So that's your tradition. No, it's not. It's similar to that one. It was ages ago that I did it, so I can't remember which one is which. I love that one. Baby block stitch. That's really nice, isn't it? That is really good for a blanket. So if you wanted to, like, crochet a baby blanket, just choose yourself 3 colours, and you just, I mean, although it's done as a square, you can just repeat it over and over. But this, again, if you've got the granny square block, the one that I just showed you, this is a brilliant one to add into it, because the way they're designed, these squares are exactly the same size. That's a lovely stitch, linen stitch. When I did crochet a temperature blanket where you do a different colour for each temperature for every day, I did it in this linen stitch. It's a really nice, easy peasy stitch to crochet, but it's brilliant for bigger makes as well, because the colours blend into each other. So this is a really, really easy way of learning different stitches, like the wiggle stitch. That is that one. Remember now. Look at all those. $14.99 for this. I mean, this is a great collection, isn't it? If you want to increase your crochet repertoire. And what's nice, you just, you know, you're not committing to a big thing. You're not having to buy loads of extra yarn. Have a look at one of these things. Think, well, I'd really like to learn this. Just keep doing it over and over until you get it into your head. And then when you want to knit a whole item, or like a whole crochet, sorry, knit, then you'll have practiced it. And this is a really good way of using up your yarn to do that. So you start off with your granny squares, then you have your granny square stitches. I'm going to put my squares back in. There we go. Granny square flowers. This is a lovely one. This is a lovely one, because these are all the different flowers. I wonder where, see, I crocheted some of these as well, so I don't know where they are. Maybe I've got them all at home. These are gorgeous. I absolutely love these, because these are a really nice way. And you can see, like in Sam's book, she had a lot of granny squares that had flowers in. They've all got names as well. They're not just like random flowers. They are specific flowers as well. Some of them are just leaves, like that one is clover. That would be nice to make a good luck item. Again, you can crochet just one of these and repeat it over and over and over again and change the colours, or you could do all of them. That's the Irish rose. How pretty is that? I know there's a daisy in here that's gorgeous. They're in the wrong box. Oh dear, we've obviously put these on there at the same time. Love that one, the chamomile. So maybe, you know, you've got a particular flower that, for somebody, of the flower of the month, like that's the water lily. So if that's somebody's particular birthday, because water lily is the July flower of the month, that's the daffodil. You could make a blanket for somebody, or a bag, I mean, a little crochet tote bag, as long as you line it with some cotton fabric so that it doesn't stretch out of shape, and if you use a webbing for the handle, I mean, a crocheted flower would be really nice, wouldn't it? Look at that. I love that. So I did that one, Daisy. That is beautiful. I would just do a bag from that. but it would make a nice little cardigan because you've got those 4 little ones all in there. So that's a beautiful one, isn't it? I like the little ones. That's the buttercup. I would do, this is where they're good because you can lay them out, but I would do a design of daisies and buttercups. Really pretty. And you could even have the same colour background if you wanted. And I was going to say sunflower, but that's a coreopsis, whatever that is. I've never heard of that. That's an echinacea. But they've all got the names, and you see on the back they've got charts. The instructions tell you how to read from the charts. The little instruction booklet tells you everything. It's quite clever how they get all of that in one space. But beautiful, isn't it? That's a really nice one. That's the mallow. This is great for scrap busting, but also if you wanted to make something really special, the peony. I mean, you could just change the colours of all of those flowers. Can you imagine that? You know, you make yourself a crochet bag like that, perfect for your holidays, and everyone would be, where'd you get that from? You have all your favourite flowers on it. And just use up all your yarn. I mean, that's what it is about crochet. Everything doesn't have to be matchy-matchy, does it? It's much nicer if it's not. Don't forget spend and save as well. $14.19 for this. So if you need to get up to that magic £100 or magic 50, obviously the 100 is the better deal. But if you get over that magic 50 or 100, and remember, it doesn't have to be one item. Don't think that you've got to spend your 50. It can be from various items because you can keep checking out and adding to it all day long. Just don't forget the code CHILL. If you've got any issues at all because you've forgotten, because it's quite easy to forget, I would forget. They would, or you get over. What happens to me is I get overexcited and then forget to put the code in. They will be able to help you on the customer services number just down there, 0800 001 4433. Can we do... Sorry, Hannah's just telling me. Oh, the tote bag. Yes, so the next one I'm going to do is... Now, this is in a different fabric because I didn't make it up in this fabric. It's the circle crochet, it's the Store It tote bag. So this is what the tote bag looks like, but only in a different fabric. I'll show you in a moment. So you've got the design on the front... and on the back, so you've got a big thread spool on the back, 3 little thread spools on the front. You've got nice gussets down the side. You've got side pockets, and then on the inside, you've got a slip pocket. But what your kit will have, for just $24.99, you will get the full instructions, which come with a video tutorial. But instead of these fabrics, you get the crochet fabrics. So what we've done is put the blue crochet fat a quarter panel in, which is all of these granny squares. Now, this panel is $19.99 on its own. So you get the panel, you get a fat quarter of Rose and Hubble fabric, and you get the full instructions. Oh, yeah, it has there. Yeah, sorry, that you get, I don't know, where's the grey gone? Oh, okay. Right, so you get a fat quarter of navy, which is used for the spool ends, and then you get a ½ metre of the white, which is used for the lining. And you get, and the instructions for $24.99. So normally, this fat a quarter panel is $19.99. The instructions are $9.99 on their own, because we sell these on their own as well. And then you get the 2 fabric. Oh, there it is. Right, so you get all of that for $24.99. That's madness, isn't it? And you can, because we sell these instructions on their own, so you can use them over and over again. It tells you exactly how to cut out the fabric. I've even put some cutting layouts in just to make it simpler for you. So if you're using 4 fatter quarters, that's how you cut it out. But if you're using your own fabrics, so you might use your own normal fat quarters, because you can make it out of the fatter quarters. I've given separate cutting layouts for that. And there's a video tutorial. And then this is what the bag will look like, only yours will be made in the crochet fabric. So you've got your thread spools on the front, your big thread spool on the back, and it is the sort of bag, I've called it the store it tote because it's got side pockets and a big pocket on the inside, and it's a nice big size, quite a good thing to take like to workshops. $24.99. Yeah, that is a great price. Yeah, yes. That really doesn't make sense. Add that into your spend and save because you're getting, and also once you've made this, because you need like just fat quarters, it's a really good stash busting thing. Because I always sort of think as well, it's really nice to have patterns that you can use. It's nice to have fabric in your kit, but it's lovely to then have a pattern. Once you've made it, you put it to one side, keep it in your stash. If you want to make a bag, particularly say you wanted to make a bag for someone who sews, use your own fabrics for it. You could use this block and that block for a quilt. So if you think when you're getting the fabric, keep, there was a, sorry, that was a really loud cough, wasn't it? It's really useful to have the instructions also because it's got the full video tutorial. So if you want some help with any aspects of it, so you've got it, you can make a bag, you can use it for quilt blocks, but use your stash, make them for other people. Yeah. Right, should we do the pouches? Yeah, do check out on those kits because they're getting low now. Now, I love this. So this is when once Amy had worked out, yes, she could draw crochet, I then got her to draw circular granny squares. So we started off with the normal square ones, and then we got the circular ones. So she made this beautiful, and it's called the Pretty Useful Pouches, and in the kit you get all the fabric to make the big pouch as well as the small pouch. Full instructions, and they're cool because they've got the open wide zip top. So you know when you made like a wash bag or anything that you want to store stuff in, you need to be able to, normally a zip ends like that and you can't open it fully, but if you put all your washing kit in here, or you're knitting, I actually keep my crochet in one of these. I keep my sort of like a project, if I'm just crocheting a small project with just a couple of balls of yarn. Or you keep your makeup brushes in it, or your chargers. You want to be able to open it fully. It has a big pocket on the inside, which I put a snap fastener in, and the instructions explain how to do it like that. You've also got the small pouch. Again, opens wide, and that has a small pocket. Full instructions with a video tutorial, and then this is the panel that you get. This is a great price, particularly when you see the size of the panel. So everything is printed on the panel for you. So you've got the front of the crochet bag. Remember that the inside is lined in a crochet print. So if I take this and turn that, if you want to make it really lovely, mine I did line with this because I love it. However, it's the same size, so if you lined it with just a plain fabric or something else, you can then make two. And all you have to do is cut round it, use that as a pattern to cut the other one. But if you want it to be really lovely, the pocket is also, you see how, what's great about this printing this fabric is that you can change the scale of the print. So you've got a smaller print on the lining and an even smaller scale on the pocket. I mean, it's just, it doesn't have to be for crochet items. It's a nice wash bag, isn't it? And in fact, if you lined it in a waterproof fabric, it'd be really good. So there's the front and the back and the linings for the big pouch. And then you've got the same for the little pouch. So if you use your own lining fabric, you can make four. You've got all of the pieces, like things like the little zip tabs. The little zip tabs match. And there are also some extra, where Amy filled the space in, some extra random squares as well. And if you want to label it, there are two Made with Love labels. The instructions go through in detail exactly how to make it. I've put photos in of the key parts, but also if you click on the if you go onto the QR code, that takes you through to the Amber Makes website, which will take you through to the video tutorial. So if you've never put in one of these zips before, I show you step by step how to do it. And also, you see, once you know how to make this, it's the sort of thing that you can keep making over and over again, because they are great for gifts. You know, when you've got someone's birthday, particularly a man's birthday, you think, I have no idea what to make them. If you use the right fabric for this, it could be for anyone. So we had to put this in as well, because this is one of my favourite kits. But we did it as daisy crochet. So you know those flower crochet squares I showed you that had daisies on? That's what this is. Now this is a great bag. Obviously on the panel you get all the fabric you need. But this is how it works. So what I wanted to do is I wanted a bag that had that basket-like appearance. So I've put Bosal in here, or you can put Styleville. You can also put just wadding in H640, and it won't be as structured, or nothing, just depends how you wanted it. So I've got it's got nice handles because it fits really nicely just over your shoulder, you know, when you want just a little bag. But what I did was, because sometimes I a bit overload my bags, so I put a drawstring top so that when you pull it up, and you know when you've got far too much stuff in your handbag, then you can put that keeps everything nicely in place. It means you can overfill. Also, once it goes down, you can put like your umbrella on top of there, or your glasses, you know, when you just want to have them to hand all the time. On the inside of it, all of these fabric pieces are on the panel, which I'll show you in a moment. On the inside, so I love this, the top of it is like a daisy fabric with bees. You've got these crochet effect granny squares with daisies. On the inside, there's I've put, I don't know if you can see, a slip pocket in here, and I've padded it and I've made it like the size of glasses, so you can put your own glasses or your sunglasses, but you don't lose them. So when you go in your handbag, there's your glasses or your sunglasses. And there's also a little keychain, because these are all the things that I lose in my bag. So I can attach my purse or my keys to the keychain. I can put my glasses, and I made it a little bit bigger than the glasses, so it will also fit your phone. So if you want to just slot your phone in, then when you get into your bag, you can easily find your keys, you can find your glasses, you can find your phone, you can fill it up. I mean, it's nice for a picnic, that sort of size, but I think that's a really smart little bag, isn't it? Let me show you the panel. Again, the instructions come with a full video tutorial, show exactly how to make the basket bag, all of the information. Obviously, we did it, when we first launched it, we did it in 3 different colourways. This is the crochet one. But the panel, this is I'm amazed, actually, the price of this, $22.99, because the panel is quite big. I'll show you, look. That's what it looks like. Big panel. But if you look on the inside, so you've got the outer, which are the granny squares. There's the lining. You've got the handles with the little daisies on. Right, we're on single figures. We've got the zip pocket. I've missed the zip pocket, haven't I? Oh, yes, so I forgot to tell you that. No, I didn't leave it off. It's just I forgot to show you. Yeah, there's the zip pocket. And you see on the inside, I'm going to show you now, fresh as a daisy. So if I show you on the inside, there's a zip pocket. And then when you open it up on the inside, it says fresh as a daisy. So for me, I like to have extra pockets so I can put my phone or my glasses. I always lose my keys, so I have to have that. And I like having a zip pocket just for keeping maybe my purse or things I really want to keep safe. So you've got so much in this, although it's like a little TARDIS. It's a really nice, neat little bag to take out with you. I love these basket bags, but it's got everything in it. So you've got your zip pocket front back. That's the slip pocket, the one that's for your phone or your glasses. And then this is the piece that's used for the drawstring cover. So if you want to know what else you're going to need to make it, if you go onto the website, onto the product description, it does list the other things you need. So I've said like stabilizer for a stiff finish. If you want it really structured, like a proper woven basket, use Decaville. That's what I did use for one of mine. This one has got, for a structured finish, use Styleville Fix or Bosal in our form. And for a soft padded finish, use a wadding like an H640. And then I tell you how much you need. So basically, 43 by 61 centimetres is what you need. And you can choose, and because they're all made in exactly the same way, it just depends on the structure you want. But for me, that's like my perfect size handbag. There we go. Can we do the duffel tote? So the duffel tote was something I made for myself. And I love this. I use it all the time, and I've got several of them, and I've made them in all in different fabrics as well. I made one of these for Sam Sabido. I said, you need to have one of these, Sam. So I made this because I wanted to have a bag that I could put my wool in for my knitting and my crochet, but I could also work from it. So I worked out, how am I going to do that? So you obviously can use for any crafts, but in particular, that's what I designed it for. So it has a drawstring top and it has handles, so it's a tote bag. So I can get everything in it. It's got I wanted it to have a nice big bottom, but I wanted it to be easier. So I thought if I do a circular bottom isn't brilliant for beginners. So I've made a really big boxed bottom, and that's easy for beginners. And this one obviously has granny squares all over it. But it then becomes a so it's also a duffel bag because of the square bottom, like a round bottom or square bottom, is a duffel bag. So it's a tote bag and it's a duffel bag. But what it's got inside, if you then want to work from it, you can roll the top over, and can you see it's got loads, it's got these pockets all on the inside, and you can choose, once you put the pockets in, what the divisions are. So if you want to put like all your knitting needles in there, or I did mine because I use one for my sock knitting. I made the division so I could get my sock knitting book in one of them, and then I could get my double pointed and my circular needles in another, and then I could put all my yarn in the bottom. So it is. So you roll it down like that. It means that you can keep everything in and you can work from it. Really good for sewing as well, because you can make these, you could put like your rotary cutter if you were going on workshops. Also, really good for just general shopping, because you can put you can put your purse, your phone, because you decide how big each of the pockets are, because when you sew them in, you create the divisions. And then when you want to store everything away at the end, you just pull up the drawstring and then it's ready to go. And obviously it features all of the granny squares. So again, with this one, full instructions, tells you exactly how to make it. And then this is the panel. So we did this quite a while ago, and it's still at the original price of £19.99. Right, so it's 13th of Feb, so that was obviously my birthday, in 2020, so 3 years ago. So that's why it's still at the price that it would have been 3 years ago. So you've got a lot of fabric here. So you've got the front outer with these big granny squares. This, honestly, is ideal for beginners. You've got the lining, the back line, you've got the pocket line, because those pockets are all lined, which gives the bag its structure. I haven't put any wadding in it at all. I've just kept it like it is. And the handles. So that's the duffel tote. One of my favourite projects, because it is something I use all the time. The hat. We had to do a crochet hat, didn't we? When we did all of our sun hats, this is the crochet hat. So when you make this hat, you can make it either as a big floppy sun hat like this. It's double-sided. It has bright crochet on one side. You've got a circular granny square in the centre, and then granny squares around the edge. And then if you turn it round, it's blue and white, so you can choose what mood you're in. This is the floppy sun hat, so I've done the big brim, but you can also make it into a bucket hat. You just use a different part of the pattern. So you choose when you make it whether it's a full sun hat, like this, full floppy sun hat, which is brilliant, because it really covers your face, really good. Or if you make it with a smaller brim, obviously it then becomes a bucket hat, but you can choose. So there we go, like that. Cool, isn't it? In the instructions, this was part of our sewing school series, so it's really written for beginners. It explains everything you do. So how to make the pattern. So first you measure your head. Then so you decide what size you are. Then you have to decide, am I going to be a bucket hat or a floppy sun hat? Then it tells you how to cut the pattern out. And the great thing about the pattern is you can then use it again and again and again. So do trace it, because you have to decide whether you're small, medium, large or extra large. And in the beginning, I tell you about the sizes. So you cut them out. And if you want the big floppy sun hat, you cut this outer line. If you want the bucket hat, you cut the dash line. So you can choose between. So keep the pattern, because you can use this again. Make it your own, and I tell you how much fabric you need. It also explains the terms and techniques. So for things like quarter points, pinning, cutting, grain line, what do all these things mean? So it goes into a lot of detail. There's all the instructions of exactly how to make it, and it comes with a video tutorial. So on the panel, what you get is all of the pieces, because remember it's reversible and it's designed so that it is properly reversible. You've got all of these pieces. So this is bigger than the largest size. So you cut out, you trace round the pattern. Don't cut it out or you won't be able to use it again, because you might cut out the smallest size. You place that on and it's bigger than you need, but you're cutting it to fit you. So you've got the body, the brim. So remember, these brims are big enough to be a floppy sun hat, and they're the brims. So $17.99, you can make yourself a gorgeous crochet sun hat or bucket hat, and you can then make more of them because the pattern is in there. Don't forget, spend and save today. There are other products that we haven't managed to get to, but don't worry. They still count on the spend and save. Just go on to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live to see everything else we haven't got to. Don't forget, spend and save. If you spend between £50 and £100, you will save 10% on your order. But you can keep adding to it all day. So maybe you've got to like £60, so you've saved your 10%. Once you get over £100, you will save 20% on everything you spend. Your card won't be charged at midnight. So at the moment, if you think, right, I need to check out, I don't want to miss out on that kit or whatever it is, or the book or Sam's, but I don't want to miss out. So you can check out, but once you get over that magic £100, everything after that is 20% saving. So if you spend £100, you'll save £20. If you spend over £200, you'll save £40, and so on and so on and so on. It's fabulous. So we're going to go for a quick break, and then we're going to be back in a few minutes' time with our lovely new guest, Amelia Stitches. You're going to absolutely love these designs. They're gorgeous. They're designs for beginners. Experienced people will love them too. Oh, and we've also got stitch and wash out quilt labels. See you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Everyone, the sun is out and the sales are on, and we're going to turn a sizzling week into a cool weekend. This Friday to Sunday, the 14th to 16th, we are uniting Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker and Sewing Street for big Gemporia craft savings.
We've got a spend and save landing. You know what that means? The more you treat yourself, the more we treat you back. Spend more, save more.
So whether you're crafting, beading or stitching, across all three channels we're going big on deals. So let's keep it cool and make those savings snowball.
This Saturday, it's National Granny Square Day, and we're celebrating with some fantastic products and kits to celebrate our favourite piece of crochet. Also, brand new guest, Amelia from Amelia Stitches. She's going to be with us for an hour and a half, showcasing her fantastic embroidery kits. They're all set for beginners. They're beautiful. You are going to love them. So don't miss out. See you on Saturday.
Hey everyone, Jack Bennett here, and next week I'll be joining you on the channel to bring you my favourite products from Clubwell, a health business my dad Steve Bennett and I started with one mission, which is to get the UK healthy. Now, if you've been following my dad's journey and the shows he's been on, you'll know he only puts his effort behind things he truly believes in. And Clubwell is no different. Every single supplement I'll show you is something that we take ourselves. Now, we're going to be covering supplements across the brain, the heart, energy, digestion. So if you feel like you need a boost in one of those areas, then this show is for you. Plus, it's my first time I'm ever coming on the channel, so I'll be bringing plenty of energy and also answering your questions live on air. So don't miss this, and I don't get much time away from the business, so I probably won't be able to do another show like this for a long time, so don't miss out.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, Sewing Street viewers. My name is Holly Clark, and I'm so excited to share with you today the Quilt Block Card Deck, 50 patchwork blocks to mix, match, and quilt. I created this fun deck of cards along with Search Press Publishing. You'll see it comes in a small box. First, you'll see there's a 32-page booklet that includes instructions on how to use the card deck, how to choose fabrics, how to make a quilt, choosing colors, different tools and notions, as well as some specific instructions and techniques used throughout the cards. You'll want to read through these if you're learning new skills. Next, you'll find the template sheet, which includes full-size templates for the curved blocks that are used throughout the card deck. There is quarter circle as well as half circle. You can trace them out onto template plastic or cardstock to have a rigid edge when you cut out your fabric. And finally, the deck of cards. As you can see, each card contains a photo of the quilt block on the front. The finished block size will be 8 inches, so keep that in mind. The printed photo is half size at 4 inches squared. When you flip the card over, you'll see all the instructions on the back for how to make that specific quilt block. The instructions include sizes to cut the fabric pieces, as well as detailed steps for sewing them together and pressing. On some of the cards, like this one with the quarter circle, there's instructions for where to find those specific skill building steps in the booklet. The best part about this card deck is it is completely customizable to your skills and aesthetics. You can choose to make all 50 blocks and arrange them into a sampler quilt as I have, or you may decide to just make a few blocks and repeat them in your own custom layout. Maybe you don't want to make a full quilt and you just want to learn some new skills. In that case, maybe you just make a handful of new blocks and sew them together to make something like a cushion or a wall hanging or a table runner. However you decide to use the Quilt Block Card Deck, I hope you enjoy the process and learn some new skills and ultimately create a project that you will love as much as I love my quilt. Have fun and happy quilting.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's all about embroidery, and we've got the lovely Amelia. Hello, Amelia.
Hi, you okay?
Brand new guest to Sewing Street.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I kind of can't really believe I'm here, to be honest. This feels really weird. I normally have Sewing Street on when I'm working away, so yeah, this is really
And you're
bizarre.
actually here. You're here behind the cameras as well. So exciting.
Crazy.
So tell me, I mean, how did you get into stitching to start with? Was it always embroidery?
Well, I was a really crafty child. I used to take over my parents' kitchen with some form of paper mache nonsense, like every Saturday. Sorry, Mum and Dad. But when I was doing my art GCSE and my A-level textiles, I did a little bit of embroidery. And like my mum had taught me to cross stitch when I was much younger. And I loved it. I really, really enjoyed doing it. And then I was due to sit my A-levels in 2020. And then there was that pandemic
Oh,
thing.
yes.
And everyone
Yes, actually, my son had the same thing,
Yeah.
so he didn't sit them.
Awful, awful. Like for
That was amazing. He was
Well-
beside himself.
For some people it was great, but it was really bizarre because we sort of just went from, you know, you work really, really hard.
Oh yeah, and then suddenly there was no A-levels.
It was like, we'll spin a wheel and see what grade you get.
Yes,
it was like, well, I don't know what I'm doing.
It was exactly like that.
So I'd been doing textiles A-level and I still had like all my hoops and my fabrics and my threads, and I started just stitching just to pass the time rather than baking banana bread like everyone else. And I just kept stitching, and eventually the pieces started to like mount up, and I was like, I feel like I don't really need all these. So I started like looking at, can I sell them maybe, make a bit of money to like get a new laptop when I go to uni? And then it kind of snowballed a little bit. So the plan was to just like release a couple of kits.
So you started off by selling worked things,
and
right?
I'm sure anyone who makes crafts and puts it online knows that as soon as you start to share work you completed, you get all those people who write underneath, I can make that.
Yeah,
and you're like,
yeah.
all right, okay then. So that's why I started doing kits, because I thought, actually, there are some people who are saying it just to be awkward.
Also, the thing is what people are willing to pay
Absolutely.
versus the time it takes you.
Absolutely.
It never adds up, does it?
But what it really started to show me was actually there were lots of people who were really invested in actually learning a new craft.
Okay.
And it was so lovely. And I'm a big theatre kid. I love musicals. And so I started stitching things that were sort of inspired by different shows. And that niche really sort of like took off a little bit from people who just sort of hadn't seen that kind of thing before. I had to take a gap year because of COVID. I live with people who are immunocompromised. So then this became my way to pass my unexpected gap year.
What a fantastic COVID for you.
Yeah, honestly.
I know.
I mean, it was
I know,
an
but
awful
for some
thing,
people
but
it was like that. I loved it.
It was
loved it. I got
crazy.
furloughed. I was like, this is great.
Score. But yeah, basically, it just kind of kept going. And I was like, well, when I start uni, I'll stop. Like, I was going to do a law degree. That was always the plan. And then it kind of just never really slowed down. I'm not really very good at stopping. And then as I got to the end of my master's degree, I decided I wanted to try and do this for a year to see if I could make it my full-time job.
Okay.
That was almost exactly a year ago now. And
So
yeah.
it's decision time.
I know where I'm going. Yeah. I'm going to stick with it.
Decision time. Wow.
It's been incredible.
That's a great story. It's quite nice because you didn't sort of like think, right, I'm going to set up this business and I'm going to put everything into it. Just
no, not at all.
Sort of happened.
It really makes me laugh because I do get people who go like, oh, we'd like to ask you about your, you know, your business savvy. And I'm like, no, it's an accident.
It just sort of happened.
I didn't mean to do this.
And that you made the most of lockdown as well, because for you know a lot of people it was really, really tough. So if something good comes out, then that's
it was so
fabulous.
fantastic for my mental health and keeping my hands busy. I'm not very good at sitting still. And there's only so much Netflix you can watch, I think.
There is that, but the good thing about embroidery is you can do that at the same time.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's what I love about it. I like telly hobbies. I mean, I spend most of my day sewing, machine sew, but telly hobbies are brilliant.
Yeah. So, nice
So you do lots of different kits. We're going to start off with the quilt labels. Because it's the same sort of thing, but different. It's embroidery, but different.
So I've been doing lots and lots of different types of kits. So the ones that I'm largely showing today are inspired by different works of classic literature. But I've always really, really enjoyed floral embroidery. And my mum is a brilliant quilter, and she made my cousin this gorgeous double wedding ring quilt. I'm a bit of a one-trick pony. I embroider, and that's about it. But my mum asked me if I would embroider a nice label for the quilt, and I was like, yeah, okay, like, you know, what's the vibe? And we kind of like had a little Google, and I was like, I don't really like any of these. So I basically put together a design on my computer that was like all the designs from their wedding invite and like from their website and the colours they were having at the wedding, and I put that together as a quilt label and stitched it, and I was like, is this a thing? Like, is this, I don't know.
Because we are a bit rubbish at labelling quilts. So sometimes what we do is we like write on it with a permanent pen, or some people just don't do it at all. And like you say, when you find quilt labels, they haven't always got the information on that you want.
Yeah.
So these are magic. These are magic because if you've not seen it, this stuff that's in these, it's it's made of some, I don't know even what it's made from, but it dissolves.
Yeah, it's water soluble.
Is it starch or something?
Oh, I have no idea.
I've often wondered what it is, but it dissolves. So if I take one out of the packet, we've got various designs. This one is called Bouquet Bliss.
So that's a brand new one.
And this is new and exclusive to us.
It is, it absolutely is. So I basically came up with the idea a couple of weeks ago, and I had a stand at Festival of Quilts, and I was like, well, you know, a quilting festival seems like the time to trial the product, like see what people think. So I had like a good sized basket of them, and by 2 o'clock on the Thursday, we'd sold out.
Well, it's a great price. It's £5 and you get 2. So what happens is it's got a peelable backing. So you peel the backing off and then it's sticky. So that's what it looks like. It looks a bit like interfacing, to be honest. That's what it looks like. You then stick it onto your fabric, wherever, because obviously you don't want to stitch straight onto your quilt because then you'll be stitching through to the front. This is a label that you put. So you stick it on your fabric, then you can embroider over it.
Yeah, and it's a really nice way as well of like being able to have part of your quilt project on the go. I think for like a lot of people who do a lot of quilting like at home with their sewing machine or you know, like even hand stitching, it's nice to have a project that you can take like on a plane, on a train, like, you know, you can take it wherever and still know that you're working towards that sort of big project that you've got on the go.
What I love about it is that sometimes I've seen these quilt labels and they've got these dotted lines. I don't want the dotted lines.
No, so it all disappears.
Because it all disappears.
Yeah.
Lynn says, I'm going to label all my quilt with these labels from now on. Lynn, brilliant. You can even go back and relabel all ones. So you can put what you want on because once you've stitched it, you swish it in water.
Yeah, so if you run the tap on sort of like warm-ish and then you just sort of hold it underneath and you basically just with your like fingers just sort of kind of work the material away, it all comes away really nice and cleanly.
So this interfacing that's made from something else, it disappears completely and you're just left with the stitches. So here where you put made in, if you don't want to embroider on top of that, you don't have to.
My goodness. My biggest thing with my designs and my kits is that I am terrible at following instructions and being told what to do. If people tell me what to do, I just immediately start thinking of other things. So I wanted to design everything so that it's erasable, you can change it, you can alter it, like with any of my kits and any of my designs.
I mean, I think, to be honest,
crazy.
everyone will want to stitch the flowers or the leaves or whatever you've put on. But so what happens with this one, so if I use this one, how would I put the name, the information in?
So it's kind of up to personal preference. How I would do it, I'm a big fan of a heat erasable pen. So that's what I've done with this one. I've literally just popped a name in there. And then when you're done, if you blast it with a hairdryer rather than ironing it, it will get rid of the ink and then you can wash it away. Just to make sure you don't have like any ink bleed into your fabric
because I guess if
like
you
that.
wrote on this in pen, it might go through to the fabric.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very slim chance. And with it being like heat erasable anyway, anyway, it would probably come out with the water. But, you know, better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Or you can use like a water-soluble pen as well. It's kind of up to personal preference. As long as the ink is erasable in some form, it's pretty workable.
I think it's brilliant. I absolutely love that.
Thank you so much.
I really love it because I could choose. So I might just want, with this one, I love the flowers, and I might just want to say Stitch with Love for Elizabeth, and that's it.
Yeah, go
I don't-
for it.
And if I want to put Unfinished on, you know, I
you
can.
absolutely don't
But
have
you
to.
can choose with it. So with like, because I think it's lovely. I do name my quilts, is that you could put on there, you know, log cabin special or something.
Very nice.
And then you can just draw that on.
Yeah.
But it's, or the name who it's for, or you can choose. But because you've put the lines on,
it just makes it a
keeps
little bit
nice and
easier,
straight,
yeah.
doesn't it? So this one, this is the one that we're talking about. This is the first design. So this one is, ooh,
that one's our Bouquet Bliss.
and then you get two.
Yes.
2 for a £5. So what you need to do, you need to be spending your day at your sewing machine, hard at work, getting that quilt done. And in the evening, when you've had enough, you sit down and stitch its label.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because sometimes you can get like project burnout, but it's like you've had enough of doing one aspect
Yes,
of it
I
and you want
do.
to still keep cracking on.
All the time I get, like, the end of the day, I was doing a quilt yesterday. I thought, I've had enough, I can't do any more sewing, I need to put it away. But in the evening, I was knitting.
Yeah.
But this doesn't need to be for a quilt. This could be for a bag.
You could do it for whatever you like. At this point, I'm going to have stick and stitch labels for
everything.
Clothes,
yes.
tote bags. I have no idea.
I mean, wouldn't it be lovely if you made a tote bag for someone to have this on the pocket on the inside?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean,
and I'm thinking like...
Beautiful.
For the future, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but welcome to my brain. I'm going to do ones that are like for when like people knit like cardigans and jumpers and stuff like that, and you can have it like stitched into the back. But for now, quilting is the focus.
Because basically you're stitching it onto a fabric. That fabric you then do what you like with. You hem it, you pinking shear the end of it, you stitch it. I mean, I would turn the edges and hem it, or you could sew it right sides together with another piece of fabric, turn it right sides, you've got a beautiful finished label. Then it's up to you what you do with it.
Yeah.
The white does not remain. It's made from something that we don't know what it is. It just dissolves.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can pick, I mean, I've just done it on sort of basic calico to kind of show you like the main sort of embroidery and the fact that it's quite faint. It's done deliberately to be quite faint on the actual label because you don't want any ink bleed when you wash it away. So that is all a choice. But if you choose even sort of like your, you know, like your plain fabrics, your sort of background fabrics and your quilt, sort of tie it in, and then you sort of, you can pick whatever colours that match your quilt colour
Lucy
palette
says,
and all that stuff.
Welcome to the show, Amelia. Your products are absolutely beautiful. Love from Lucy. They are.
Thank
you.
you,
So
Lucy.
if you did this on a dark fabric, you could stitch it all in whites and yellows.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
absolutely. So there's 6 different designs in there.
So that's the bouquet.
That's
Bouquet
our Ivy
Bliss.
Dream, which is just this one that we've shown here.
Yeah, and remember you get 2 in 1 packet. Which one's next, Hannah? You're right. Should we do Ivy Dream? Should we do Ivy Dream? So that was that one there.
Yeah.
And remember, you get 2. So they're £2.50 each. I would multi-buy on these. If you get yourself 10 packs, you'll only have to pay £45. Because then you get to the magic 50.
Yeah.
Then you save 10%.
Having me on a day when you've got discounts and deals on, I am an absolute sucker. So I'm quite glad I'm behind the camera and not sat there
because
trying to buy
like
everything.
£50, you save 10%. 100, you know, that's a lot.
You need to stop saying that, or my
100%.
mum's going to start logging in
I know.
and start buying all
I'm
my
thinking,
stuff
right,
on
so
sale.
how many packs? So if I buy 20 packs of these, I'm only spending.
It's really good having 2 in there as well, because obviously with it being...
that's Ivy Dream.
Yeah, if you have like, you know, water soluble, or you make a mistake, or you spill a glass of water on it, or whatever, you're a bit stuffed. So if you have the 2, then you've got a backup, or you can use it again for a different project.
And you've given them basic information.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And, you know...
Which was that one? I really like that
This one is called Daisy Fields.
Look, I love that one. So this is the one Amelia started. This one was the most popular on pre-order. It's beautiful.
I honestly, I'm in absolute shock at how quickly that design sold at Festival
Also,
Quilts.
you see, you can then embroider it in colours to match your quilt.
Absolutely.
If you're really going to go for that.
So I was doing this as a demo at Festival of Quilts, and I was doing it to match the nails I had that day. That was my little way of entertaining myself.
What stitch do you use for the lettering?
So the lettering is all taught in like my calligraphy kit, which I'll show later on. But for this little one here, it's a very, very fine split stitch with some French or colonial knots to dot your eyes.
So this one is split. I mean, you can use whatever you like.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's all about personal preference with these ones. I haven't specified stitches or what to use where because they're a really nice way for you to sort of customise it.
Split stitch for the
Yes,
little one.
yeah.
And we have got a specific calligraphy kit coming up. So if you're worried about it, if you haven't done it before, you need to get the calligraphy kit. We'll go through that in a moment, but that talks you through in more detail the stitching of the letters. Then you just, whatever stitch you fancy, really.
Yeah, why not?
Right, if you want this one, you need to be quick because we've got more people who've got this in their baskets. Remember, you get 2 in there, so they're £2.50 each. Keep adding them in, add them in. You remember, you're going to be making lots of quilts. And again, I really think that I would do that if I was making something for someone, or even actually just for me, if you've got the pocket on the inside of the bag. It's lovely to use your special fabrics for your lining or put a special label on it. And if you just want to write Stitch with Love for it, you've got the lines, you can choose. All of those words will disappear.
Absolutely. Like, go crazy. Some people don't like it when people alter their designs. I love it. Like, just make all the changes you want.
Well, it's guidance. It's also something to think about it, because I'd think, oh, well, what will I write on that?
Yeah, it's all just a bit of inspiration. It's like a nice starting point, but yeah, I definitely think, like, go crazy.
I made a quilt for a friend, and I stitched on the quilt label, this took me ages with minimal swearing.
Yep. Yep.
I think you need to do one made with minimal swearing.
I'll be honest, a lot of the products that I have today are my sort of very family-friendly side of embroidery and sewing, but I'm sure there are lots of people who are a bit
Minimal
like me.
Swearing.
And
But you could put things like, if you'd made one for a baby, then you could do it with their weight.
Absolutely.
Can we do the clouds one? Because I love the clouds
yeah,
one.
this is our other
really cute.
brand new one, and
Summer skies.
it's really cute. I really enjoy doing it. It's got two little butterflies on there. It's got some little birds, and then the clouds, which I would personally do in like a really nice, like thick, fluffy French or colonial knot.
Oh, yes.
Get like really nice, like bit of texture in there.
Oh, that'd be gorgeous.
So this is quite a good one for sort of like a baby present, I suppose, because the clouds are quite, lovely. And the good thing about these as well is you can add as much or as little.
Oh, you've got the
stitching
picture
you
there because it's got a sunshine.
Yeah, it's really sweet, I think.
Because then you could choose what you could put the birth date, weight, and all of that.
Absolutely.
Would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because I guess if you got your friction pen, you could like write on top of there if you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many different things. Yeah, it could. This one would be good for someone going off to uni, wouldn't it? Fly in the net with wings.
We're getting all the emotion.
I gave you wings so you could fly, but just don't go too far.
Sounds like my mum when I was going to uni.
Yes, and if you're my children, I will be tracking you.
This conversation's taken a real turn.
Two of my babies, they're finally in the same place. They're finally in the same place because they're thousands of miles apart. I've tracked them and there they are.
Oh, that's so
last,
lovely.
In the same place for a few days. But then one will come home. A question. You could use beads on the eyes.
Yeah, there is a lot of people, I'm not one of them, I'll be honest, but there are lots of people who do not enjoy a French knot. And I understand it, which is why I use a colonial, which I'll show you later if you haven't seen it before. But I love when people replace like the knots with beads.
It would look, and I guess that wouldn't interfere with the washing and the dissolving.
No, it'd be absolutely fine. As long as you anchor it correctly, you have a couple of strands in there, and your beads are of the right quality. You don't want to have anything that'll sort of like wash, like the colour on the beads will wash away.
Tanya says, I love the summer sky, so pretty. I'm just going to open that one because I know we've got a picture, but you can't see the sun as nicely. The sun has gone under the label. Look how nice it is now.
So cute.
The sun has gone under the label. Look. But you know what? If you don't want to put the sun in, you don't have to put the sun in. And then you might look at those and think, I love the birds. You could draw some more in, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Then it'd be a bit much. Be like that film, The Birds. So just a few, not too many. But you can do as many or as few as you want.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Right, next is Floral Crown.
Yeah, so this is a nice little sort of corner border.
Oh, that is pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't tell you how much fun I had designing these. It was...
So do you draw them all yourself?
Yeah. So everything that I do is designed, like all the instructions are written by, stitched, like hand-packed. It's all done by me.
But the embroidery, do you draw it all first?
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
Put it onto
So
computer, whatever.
my little studio space is full of ridiculous scraps of paper from sort of like basic ideas, and then I will take it into like a digital program and I'll tweak it and fine tune it and everything. But yeah, it's all sort of...
Well, also you've got to get it the right scale to go with the words and the lettering, and I guess
absolutely.
you've worked out the lettering so that it can be embroidered on. And
Absolutely, yeah.
that must be something you have to really think about.
I've been
Does
doing
all
this for...
lettering work?
In what sense? Like
Well,
all
if you
fonts?
use different fonts, you know, does some work and some
Yeah,
not work?
so I know we'll get to it, but the calligraphy kit teaches 3 different styles of like embroidered calligraphy and good text to use. They're the 3 that I think are the best to use, and they are like techniques that are flexible for different types of font.
Oh, we've got a question from Christine. Morning, gorgeous girls and teams. Morning, Christine. Lovely to see you this morning. Welcome to the amazing family, Amelia. So sorry if I missed it, but are the labels heat set and washable?
They are stick-on and they are water-soluble, so there's no heat required. You literally just peel the backing off. It's like a sticker.
Christine, they'll look like this, and then you wash them, and all of this disappears. Like that magic. It's magic. And then you're just left with the stitching.
Yeah,
It's magic.
super lovely and easy. That's the thing that I really focus on with my designs and with my business, is keeping everything low effort.
Low effort.
Low effort.
Yeah, I think it's great because things, you know, and you've obviously worked out, like particularly I think with that one, you've worked out how are the stitches going to work, how am I going to do that, this, and they're not just drawings, and then do they work or not? You design them so they work specifically with embroidery.
I sort of have now like almost like a catalogue of flowers and what stitches I use for the flowers, and that sort of translates across all my designs.
Right, okay.
It's taught in my stitch guide, which is actually included in all of my kits and the PDFs and everything. But that's a really nice starting point to sort
But
of
also you
work
don't
out
want
where you're
to
going.
give these to people and they go, no, you know, it's not going to, what stitch is that going to work with?
Yeah, so what I sort of encourage is that if you are an absolute beginner to embroidery and you've got no idea where to start, and this is a project that you would really like to get into, then grabbing a kit is a good way to sort of transition into it.
Yeah.
Especially like the floral ones, the calligraphy ones, like it's a good way to sort of get to grips with needle and thread on a really nice, like lightweight open weave fabric. And then once you've done that, you're sort of good to go going forward for your quilt labels.
This is the last one. This is called Flutterby.
It's really cute. I love doing the butterflies so much, and like a little sparkle, a little petal. I'm a really girly girl, I'll be honest.
And remember, obviously, that everything dissolves. So if you don't want to say this quilt was stitched for, and you just want to write on here, thinking of you, this is your bag. Or just someone's name. I made you this bag for your things, and it took me ages.
I do need to start having ones that go, like, this was really fun to start with, and towards the end.
Mine did say this was made with, I can't remember, it was something like love and minimal swearing.
So good.
Or lots of swearing. Or
Yeah.
this took ages, look after it.
I designed a sticker a little while back that says, I stitch because stabbing people is illegal. And I feel like
I would have put on mine, I will never make this again. I will. But, you know, sometimes you feel like that, don't you? And, you know, it was a friend who would think that was funny. Right, those are all the quilt labels. Loads and loads, you've got them in your basket. £5 and you get 2. There's just lots of different designs. If you get yourself up to £50, you'll save 10%. So if you buy 10 packs of these, it'll only cost you £45. That's how the maths works.
Girl math.
Right, let's start with the Pride and Prejudice kit.
Let's do it.
So, this is where I need to find it.
So,
you know exactly where they are. Okay.
So I'll show off the design first, I suppose.
Yes, let's do that.
So this is my Pride and Prejudice inspired embroidery kit.
Okay, let me lay it down there.
Perfect. So my literature collection are obviously all inspired by classic works of literature. And I've picked some of my absolute favourites, and with the help of my lovely Instagram community a little while ago, we all picked some quotes and some colours, which was just my favourite thing because it's had such a lovely input from lots of different people, which is so nice.
So did you ask them what do you think I should say?
I mean, I tend to do that. I really enjoy it because I'm designing for other people, not just myself. So it's really, really nice to give everyone a bit of an option. And yeah, the really important thing to mention about all of these kits to start with is that they come with the pattern pre-printed in heat erasable ink, which is my little. I'm very proud of it.
Which is the open?
There's a couple bits and bobs there. So there's an Anne of Green Gables fabric, but then this is the one that I've done a little bit of stitching on already.
So in the kit, have you got which is the
if
open
you slide
kit?
that one off.
This one. Let me show you what you get in the kit, and then it will all make sense. So this is what your kit will look like. All the kits look like these. So you get your information there. Then when we open the box...
This way round.
I know.
We'll have it all upside down.
You know what? I'll let you open the box. I've got that. So it all comes beautifully wrapped tissue paper, and then you've got everything.
Absolutely everything.
So you've got your needles.
Yeah.
All your stranded cotton.
Yeah.
All tied up beautifully. Wooden embroidery hoop and instructions, and then you get 2 pieces of calico. So one is for the back.
This is my little hack. So I try and make everything really, really beginner friendly if I can. And this is a really nice light to medium weight calico fabric, which is fantastic for if you've done lots of cross stitch before and you're transitioning into embroidery for the first time. It's a really nice one to use because you're not wrenching your needle through. You can use whatever size you like without it mattering. And then the thing that I do to make it look really nice and thick at the end is I will back it in in some of the same stuff just to make it look really nice and thick at the end.
And that's the piece that comes in the back.
Absolutely. So you don't have to worry about drawing anything on yourself. And then this is the magic one.
This is the magic bit. I love this. This is a brilliant idea.
So it's all pre-printed, so you don't have to draw anything out. You don't have to tape things to a window and trace around. I can't be bothered with that.
No.
So I wouldn't make you do it. But the good thing about it being heat erasable is it's really fantastic if it's your absolute first time stitching. It means that if you miss a bit, if you're not as neat as you will be one day, it doesn't matter because when you're done, you can iron it, but I prefer to blast it with a hairdryer and all of your outlines will disappear. It also means, and these are designs from a different collection a long time ago, but it means if you didn't want to put the text in the centre, if you wanted to change the quote, put someone's name in, or turn it into a photo frame, then what you can do is stitch the flowers, erase the writing, and then you can put a photo in the centre if you want to, or these are bracelets from the Taylor Swift concert a couple of years ago, and I stitched those to the centre as well, so you can use them for mementos.
Or you could put someone else's name.
Yeah,
or whatever you
absolutely,
want.
names, dates, every kit has sort of an inspiration, focal point. But like I said before, I love when people go rogue. So just go crazy, change whatever you want to.
I think it's great because tracing out the designs is always and also quite often they'll come printed, but then you've got to cover it.
Yeah, you can't change it. And yeah, I am quite obstinate. I don't like being told what to do.
Well, it's not that. It's just if you go wrong a bit.
Yeah.
And you've got to cover it, and then you have to want to pick your stitches so that you go right again. So do you have these printed for you?
I do every single fabric in-house.
Okay.
I check them. I have 2 machines that do it. It's the loudest, most...
Really?
It's a terrible business decision. I'm going to be completely straight with you.
So is it like a photocopier, but with this special ink?
No, not quite. It's like a drawing machine sort of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, it's
cool.
It's a terrible business decision because it takes ages. But I'm going to be honest, I don't care because I think it's really, really important.
No, that really appeals to me, and I think
I'm so passionate about it.
Don't iron it. Don't iron it.
No. But if you do, here's the thing. So because it's done sort of in the same kind of ink as the friction pen, if you do iron it, and I have had some very chaotic messages from people before going, oh my God, you literally just pop the fabric in a little plastic bag and pop it in the freezer for an hour.
It comes back.
Yep.
Yeah, fabulous. I mean, that really makes a difference because it means, particularly for beginners,
yeah, absolutely.
if you go wrong, it doesn't matter so much. If it's a bit of it, you think, oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Absolutely. I think as well, like as somebody who's done so many different crafts like throughout my life and like always wanted to try new things, it drives me mental when you get a kit and you open it and it's like step 1, draw it out yourself. I can't be bothered to do that. I'm going to lose interest. Step 2, go and buy these 3 things to be able to do the kit. I'm not going to do that either.
No, I want a complete. If it's a complete kit, it's a complete kit. So in the kit, you get the heat erasable pre-printed. You don't have to do that. You get the backing fabric, you get all the stranded cotton, you get the needles, you get the embroidery hope, and you get instructions. So this is lovely. This tells you what colour to put where.
Absolutely. So we use DMC embroidery thread. So they are the colour codes for it. So if, for example, you wanted to stitch the piece again in the future,
of course,
you can know which colours you've used. Obviously, all of that information is
nice
available on the PDF
DMC
as well.
threads because they're really good quality.
Absolutely. Like, you only want to use the right stuff, I think.
And you can tell which one's which.
Yeah, and the really important thing for me as well is, this is just in our literature kits, but in other designs that I do that have bigger stitches or larger threads or beads or whatever, I always include a good couple of sized needles. I'm not one of those people that's going to tell you exactly what size you have to use when, because sewing is such a personal thing and it's all about personal preference and feeling comfortable. So you use whatever size needle you want to use because the fabric is such a nice like open weave that you're not going to leave like huge holes in it if you sort of use like a big darner needle.
Right, it's not, it's got a nice, it's a proper embroidery fabric.
Yeah. So it's really lovely to sort of be able to have a play around with it. And then on the back, you've got exactly what you need to do where with which colours and what method. And then this is like my little Bible, really.
Okay, so
for
that
embroidery.
And all the kits come with the stitch guide.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it has some, very important how to thread a needle. Please don't panic if you, snap your threads sort of situation. And then because everyone learns a touch differently, I have pictures, I have diagrams, and I have text, so that people can find out sort of what way works for them. So included in the book are all of the techniques that I use across all of my kits. So if you are going to start with a kit before you move to one of the quilt labels, this is a really nice way to find out how to do some of the stitches. So it's a good way to sort of progress.
So if you bought the quilt labels, maybe get a kit.
It is a good way to
got all of
start.
these. And, spend and save, £34 for the kit, £5 for the labels, you nearly, you've magic £50.
They're lovely gifts as well, especially because they've got everything in there. I'm the sort of person that, like, at Christmas, it was, I always wanted a craft kit for Christmas. It didn't matter what it was. And if everyone was sat doing Christmas Day things, I was like...
You do want everything in it, don't you?
All you need is a pair of scissors. But other than that, everything is there.
So that's Pride and Prejudice. Let's do Anne of Green Gables next.
This one is one of my absolute favourites. So it's this gorgeous...
Oh, that's so green.
Design,
I love the green. No, I really like the green. Love that shade.
It's so beautiful.
Isn't it nice to think that tomorrow is a new day with no mistakes in it yet?
It's a lovely quote. It's really nice.
I love Anne of Green Gables.
Oh, me too.
Isn't that? Yeah, you should always think like that. Right, today's done.
Yeah,
today's done. Nothing's happened yet. We can start again. Yeah, cross the bridge and all that. Beautiful. That's really gorgeous, isn't it?
Thank you. I had so much fun designing them. I can't tell you how much I love picking colours and like. You should honestly see my studio. There's a reason I don't share many pictures online because it's a mess. But it's mainly just like thread samples and sketches.
But it's getting them all together, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's beautiful. So this is what, look, here's one. This is what it looks like when it's in its hoop. So everything's
nice,
and because the lettering for the, you've got one already started, is really tiny.
Yes.
But you wouldn't, but to trace that would be really hard, but because it's printed, it's easy.
It's so
and look,
much
and then that's
easier.
what it looks like once you start stitching.
Yeah, so I will say the good thing about being the person who designs the kits is that when I stitch them, I don't have to follow my own instructions. But what I normally say in my kits is that you start with the text, which frightens a lot of people, but I promise there is absolutely no need to worry about it. I'll show this in a different way on the calligraphy kit, but the key thing with the literature kits is the text to start with is done in black. The thing with working in black is it doesn't show shadow, which is what will sort of betray you if your stitches aren't very neat. So using a really dark colour or black is a really good way to get a feel for the technique, get started without worrying about being too precise and too neat.
Right, so that's why you start with that. Okay.
Yes.
So this is, well, there's the kit. Here is the kit. Is it this? Yes. Yeah. No, I want to make sure I've got the right one. So obviously you get all the thread and it's dead easy to sort because all the colours are on here. Very easy to see. You've only got three shades of green, but you can tell exactly which is which.
Yeah.
So you sort them all out. You get the instructions, you get the needles, you get the 2 pieces of calico, one that's printed for you, heat erasable printed, one that's for the backing. Again, £34 for this one exactly. I mean, this is a gift. This is a gift for someone, isn't it? That you give them the kit or you stitch it for them.
I am terrible at, if I know I'm about to jump on a train and I've got an hour to kill, as
Yeah,
I'm running out the door, I will grab one of my own kits off the shelf and I'm like, I'm using my own stock. This doesn't feel very economical. But they are a really good way to make sure you've got everything with you. And yeah, you can
I think it's just
on.
lovely. I mean, and it's something you can pick up and put down. You don't have to remember where you are or your place. Like with cross stitch, you have to remember where you are.
Yeah.
That was always my problem because I did all the one colour once.
I enjoy cross stitch, I really, really do. My only difficulty is that with the counting and keeping everything straight, I'm terrible. I don't know if it's just my eyes, I don't know if anyone else has that problem, but like not being able to work out where you were when you last left off really messes with me. But with this, you can like put it down for 6 months and have, pick it up and know exactly where you were, which is really good for me.
One.
Thank
Right,
you.
next we're going to do Jane Eyre.
Yes, so Jane Eyre is our gorgeous, beautiful red one. So the whole kit is just out on display on this side of the table. It's all got all of the same kind of stuff in it. So it's all the pre-printed fabric and the pattern and the stitch guide and all that sort of stuff. And then this is the design. So it's got lots of beautiful, like rich, vibrant red tones in there.
It's gorgeous,
some gorgeous little like flecks of gold. And it says, I am no bird and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will.
Oh, that's lovely.
I really enjoyed doing sort of the little motifs in the centre of the books as well. It's the difficulty with these kits is people think they're quite intimidating, and I can understand why, but they are all still super beginner friendly techniques. It's all just to do with how many strands you use and how fine your embroidery actually is. So it's all just as easy as it would be with any of my other designs, but it's just to do with it having a bit more to it, a bit more to do with it. It'll take you longer.
I mean, these could be, because they're square on a square piece of fabric, you could use these as quilt blocks.
That would be
They
incredible.
don't have to be in a hoop. You could incorporate those into a quilt. They could be the centre of a cushion. Be really nice.
This one is really good for that as well, actually, because what I always tend to say with putting embroidery onto something that is not just decorative, it's something that will be used, is a woven wheel rose, which is this technique here. If you put that on a bag or a quilt or clothing, you're not going to be very happy.
Yeah, so think about that.
But this one, the woven wheels are really, really small, so you don't have to worry too much about them pulling, because that's the difficulty, is if you catch sort of one thread, then the whole thing will pull and sort of explode a bit.
But you can think about it, because remember Riley Blake brought out a Pride and Prejudice collection.
Oh,
and an Anna Green Gables fabric collection.
Gorgeous.
So you could mix them all together. I mean, they'd be beautiful. But just think about your embroidery stitches, obviously. But I think if you wanted to, it doesn't have to be in a hoop. It could be the centre of something as well.
Absolutely.
And remember, spend and save 34. This is £34. If you get to 50, you'll save 10%. If you get over 100, you'll save 20%. Makes a big difference. So if you've bought the quilt labels, you've bought a kit, you're nearly there for your £50, aren't you? And then suddenly, whoosh, you save 10%. Right, the next one is Little Women.
Yes. So this one is actually my favourite, because this is where I get really, really, really nerdy, and I didn't think that was possible to do.
Let me put that one down.
So the way that I designed this one is, I'm sure people have seen the gorgeous version of the film that came out a few years ago.
Yes, I have, yes.
And Amy has this stunning pale blue outfit, and I really, really love the colours of that. But I also picked the colour palette based on the favourite colours of each of the sisters, because I'm a little nerd.
I know, but then there's a point to it, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's relevant.
absolutely, absolutely. And obviously, as a collection, you know, each one has sort of a central colour, and then pops and accents of other things. But this one is really lovely because you've got everyone's favourite colour sort of included in the design, which I think is really fun. And I really enjoyed stitching this
It's
one.
lovely. Women, they have minds and they have souls as well as just
hearts.
Just hearts. Oh, that's so lovely, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really nice.
Thank you.
Beautiful. So that's the kit, and obviously in the kit, I won't show you. It's the same as well. It's not the same, but it's got the printed calico, the backing calico, the thread, the instructions, the stitch booklet. It's all in there.
Yeah.
Wendy says, morning girls, these kits are beautiful. I spend quite a lot of time in and out of hospital and always have a piece of hand stitching on the go. Well, yeah, but because you can. See, if you're just sitting in the waiting room, rather than scrolling through nonsense on your phone, doom scrolling until your eyes are hurting, get your embroidery out.
Absolutely. Honestly, my screen time has gone down. I'm not gonna like, you know, lie and say it's non-existent. That's not true. But it has gone down significantly because I am so much happier sat stitching on a train.
I know, and I
if
find I'm
waiting
sat
somewhere.
there and I'm looking at all this nonsense. And then I think, well, why am I doing that? Because I could just...
Yeah, my brain's too full for all that kind of nonsense now. So this just sort of,
it's calming, isn't it?
It really is.
And right, the calligraphy one, because we really wanted to talk about that one as far as... here it is here.
Yes.
This is where you're going to learn stuff.
Yeah, so I did a demo of this kit at the Sewing Street stand at Festival of Quilts, which was my almost like a little dress run for doing this, really, which was really, really fun, really exciting. But I taught 3 different versions, and this is the technique that I showed you on the quilt label here. So this is sort of like a split stitch kind of vibe.
And that's on here, the stitch width.
So it's like a nice sort of like, what am I looking for? Almost like a formal kind of font, whereas these ones are quite sort of like floaty.
Cursive.
I really enjoy using this style. And this is the one that sort of tends to not like scare people, but people are interested in, you know, knowing exactly how this one works.
Oh, okay, so let's have a look at the kit, because this kit, is this one an open one? Or does it not matter?
It doesn't matter. Just go crazy. I'll stitch it at some point anyway in the future.
I've got to open it the right way, because I opened it the wrong way, Lois.
So it just pops open
that
way.
Okay, so this is what you're going to get in your kit. So again, you get your hoop.
Yeah.
Lovely thread. You get 3 needles with this.
Yeah, so it means that you can keep switching between technique if you fancy.
Right.
And yeah, this, because they're sort of finer, they're finer techniques, it just makes it a little bit easier to just have a couple of different sizes so you can have a bit of a play around with it.
Printed again in heat erasable ink, and then you've got your piece of calico from the back. But then this is the calligraphy section.
So the good thing about this one is it gives you sort of the full alphabet of each typeface.
So actually, if you bought the
future.
quilt label, this is a really good kit to buy.
It
because
really
then,
is.
where it says like on some quilt label, you could trace these.
Absolutely.
With the name of your
sure.
cabin delight quilt or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
So style 1, this is what you do with the split stitch.
Yeah, so I've got a little, I can show you the one that I was working on at Festival of Quilts. So it's all done. I find that split stitch is much more almost like flexible to work with rather than backstitch. Backstitch can be a little bit clunky, and then you've got to worry too much about your stitches all being exactly the same size and everything like that. But with split stitch, instead of going back into the last stitch, you're going back into the centre of it rather than the actual like hole. So I much prefer that. And it's all done by sort of outlining the thicker sections and the thinner sections sort of in one sort of in one movement, really, like you're writing it by hand. And then with each letter, you go back and you add layers to fill in the thicker sections.
Okay.
So it's really, really not as complicated as it looks. It's just about sort of
It's a really nice fill as well, isn't it?
Thank you. I really enjoy doing this because it's such a nice, like, chunky, like, textured look rather than it just sort of looking flat. And I think with the literature ones, obviously the goal is for it to just look flat because the real focus of this kit is the florals. But with this one, having lots of really lovely texture is a really nice way to learn what you're doing.
It's lovely, isn't it? So in the instructions, you'll get the alpha. So you've got style 1, which is the split stitch. Style 2.
So this is also split stitch, but it's about learning how to use it a little bit more delicately. So it'll teach you how to sort of get the straighter sections on your lettering. It will show you about using like a French or a colonial knot to dot the J, or you can use beads if you
okay.
like. And it sort of shows you the slightly thicker sections and slightly thinner sections. It's all about encouraging you to have a play with it.
And is this what's used in the centre of the literature quotes?
So this is actually the font that we use in the centre. So I've done the stitch,
But
this
you do
first
it
style.
in this.
It's done in this technique, but with much fewer strands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's all about being able to get to grips with it on a much larger scale than in the rest of my kits, just in case you, want to give it a go.
And then style 3.
Yeah.
So that's your really cursive font.
Yes. So that is just backstitch, but it's all about, rather than teaching you complicated stitching techniques, it's more about teaching you how to actually master like the curve and the flow of the text itself.
Yeah, okay.
So that one's a really, really nice sort of like easy, flowy text. And then there's instructions as well about how to take the techniques that you've just learned and to use them for future projects as well.
So this is a really good starting one. It's a really nice partner to the quilt labels.
Absolutely, yeah,
because
for sure.
you see, if I got this one and I'd think, oh, well, actually, what am I going to call it? The one where it's this one, quilt name.
Yeah.
Well, I could trace this.
Yeah.
The name of my quilt then.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a really good one to sort of start with.
Yeah.
And then you can use it for anything. These techniques are quite anchored. So the split stitch holds really nicely. It's not like a technique that's going to fluff up and sort of, like a woven wheel rose would. It's not going to get wrecked throughout time. So it's really good if you're wanting to learn to stitch text on clothing or jackets or tote bags or whatever you want. It's a good way to learn.
And because you've got the fonts, you see, you could use them.
You're all set up for the
Yeah,
future.
I know, I love that. I think that's really nice.
Thank you.
Right, this is the last of our complete kits. Loads and loads of you have got this one in your basket. We've only got 16 left and we have way more of that in basket. So if you want to get onto this one, then put that one in your basket. It's a really good companion kit for this because you've got loads of embroidery thread in here as well.
Yes. Oh yeah, there's plenty.
You'll have
in there.
left over, so you could use it for that should you want to. And it's proper DMC stranded cotton as well. It's not any old stranded cotton, it's DMC stranded cotton, which you all know is fab. Remember, spend and save. So if you're thinking about saving yourself some money, getting over that magic £50 so you can save 10%, or even more magical £100 so you can save 20%. Everything you spend over £100 will have that 20% saving. Just put the code CHILL in. If you forget, just phone the number 0800 001 4433. It's on the bottom of the screen all day. So if you forget to put the code in, they will sort you out. So that's the last one of our kits. Right, we are very low on the calligraphy kits now. We've got 10 left, so be quick with that. So then we've got, now this is just to confuse people even further. It's not to confuse people, it's to give you options. Because now it's going to confuse because you've now got to make a decision. So the kit is the kit, I would say, is your best starting place because it's got everything in it.
Absolutely.
It's also, I would say, probably the most cost-effective way of buying everything.
Yes.
Because it's all in there and, you've got economies of scale and all of that. However, you do other options.
I do. So for the first time ever, for the literature collection, this is just the literature collection, not the calligraphy kit, you can buy all of the physical patterns. So that's the instruction card with the instructions on the back and the diagram on the front, and the stitch guide, which is, like I said, like my beginner's guide to sort of everything that you really need to know. And it comes with the pre-printed and the backing fabric. So I kind of always say it's for people who have like some of the gear and some of the idea. Like if you've sort of got stuff like lying around and you want to alter the colours or whatever you want to do.
So you're not going to get the hoop and the thread?
No, there are lots of people, me included, who have a ridiculously huge stash of things. But printing the fabric, I think, is the hardest bit. I think it'll be in these.
And these are a very special price because these are only £12, so they should be more.
So
why have we got this special price?
Because it was my very first time doing it, so that's those ones I filled with blanks because I thought they were going on the front.
That's fine.
But these ones do have the fabric in there. It's just exactly the same as what
So you get the
showed you
backing
before.
fabric,
Yeah.
the calico back. So it's exactly the same as the kit. You just don't get the thread and the hoop.
Yeah.
But if you've got loads of thread, then if you've got the thread and you've got a hoop, get this one. This is a special price though. this £12 would
Yeah,
normally be the price. Why
absolutely.
is it that price?
I don't know. I don't know. I think because I thought because I decided to do it as a trial product.
Is it because it's like your debut show and will it be
yeah.
this price again?
No.
No.
So it will not. It was sort of my way of seeing how these would do, see if people were interested in them as like pattern and fabric packs, and yeah, just to sort of trial it out a little bit, I suppose. So yeah, they won't be. They won't be this cheap.
So if you're buying it as a gift for someone, don't get them this one because this hasn't got everything in it. You need to get the kit. But this is for people who have already got loads of thread, got the hoop, got the needles. So it's just another option. It's also a really good way of you seeing, isn't it? What's popular, what's not popular.
Yeah,
how do people want to buy things? So £12 for that one. So you've got the printed heat erasable ink design. You've got the backing calico. You've got full instructions. That's the Pride and Prejudice one.
And it's just exactly the same.
Exactly the same for all of the others.
Yeah.
So Anne of Green Gables, that's that one.
We've got Jane Eyre.
We'll just start with Anne of Green Gables.
Nice.
Just get the. There we go.
Happy
we
days.
just confuse everybody.
Why not?
I'm easily confused. That's the code for Anne of Green Gables. So remember, you've got the heat erasable printed fabric, the backing fabric, and the instructions. No thread, no hoop. But it's only £12. Bargain.
It is a bit of a bargain, isn't it?
So it might be that you've bought one of the other kits and you think, oh, I'd like to have a go of another one.
Yeah.
So I'll just buy the pack, one of the kits, one of the
Absolutely.
packs.
And because it's got all the DMC colour codes in there, but also it's all there sort of as the actual palette, you can if you can just match whatever shades you've got in your stash and just see sort of, oh, this fits here, I'll tweak this one slightly.
Do they have the same motto? Yes, they're identical.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. They're exactly the same design in every way. It's just you get a little bit less with it in case you don't need all the
that's true.
all of the stuff.
Oh, isn't it nice to think that tomorrow is a new day with no mistakes in it yet? Love that. Yeah, Anne of Green Gables.
It is
Or
such
you
a
could,
fun
you know,
one.
or even this morning, you know. Still got this afternoon to come. And we can put it all right.
Yeah. After we've had coffee, then we'll
Yeah, I know. It's
then
like,
we'll work it
just
out.
think this afternoon's a different part of the day. But that is just, and you might find, I mean, sometimes I do like a complete kit with everything, but then if you're making several of them and you think, well, I've got a load of thread.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're a bit of a pro, but you don't want to like spend all the time, you know, tracing the design out yourself.
Oh,
which
really don't. Yeah, really don't.
like doing that. So
Right, there are fewer than 20 of this one left when everyone's checked out, so please be quick with this one if you want the Anne of Green Gables one. It's a really popular way of getting involved without the same cost, but you haven't got the thread, so it's up to you, really.
yeah.
Tricky one. Right, let's do Jane Eyre next.
Yeah.
So exactly the same. You get the printed fabric, you get the backing fabric, you get the same quote, you get the same stitch guide, you get the instructions. It's all in there. You just don't get the thread and the hoop. Yes, where's the finish? Let me just show you. So there you go. That's that one there. That's what yours will
We've got
look
kits,
like.
we've got fabrics, we've got hoops, we've got everything everywhere.
You could then use different colours, you see, because all you've got to do is go, OK, so where they've used that, you've used that red, I'm going to have blue or whatever it is.
And in the instructions, it makes it really, really clear exactly what's going on.
OK.
So it'll say exactly which shade is going for which flower. So it's a nice one to sort of like have a play with, have a play
Yeah,
with
that's
some
good,
colour.
isn't it? So you can change it if you want to, because you might be hanging this up somewhere.
Yeah.
And you want it to go with your colour scheme. Or if you're using your own thread and you just want to do what you want to do.
Absolutely.
Right. Have we done all of them? This is where I can't remember. No, we haven't, have we?
Have we not?
Right, Little Women.
Yes.
Little Women.
So as before, ooh, some nice little bags just sort of flown across. We've got the printed fabric again. It's all really nice and clear as well. And you might have noticed that it doesn't include the outlines for sort of the French knots. I know this is the Pride and Prejudice design, but you can see here there's sort of
because
like
they're
white
sort
knots.
of scattered.
Yeah, absolutely. And it means you can leave them off if you don't want to
True.
do them. You can replace them with like little tiny star flowers if you wanted to, or teeny tiny little lazy daisies, whatever you sort of want to have a play with, you absolutely can do.
And I guess you could draw them on.
Yeah,
if you wanted
want to. But I quite like I really enjoy doing a nice little colonial knot and just sort of like winging it.
Just sort of a free
chucking them,
form.
yeah, just chucking them wherever.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really nice idea because, again, you know, you're giving everyone the structure.
Yes.
But then they can go free form if they want.
Absolutely.
Because it's heat erasable. So if you don't stick to the lines, no one will notice.
Exactly.
That's magic, isn't it? Right, that's the last all of that.
Yeah.
Now, to add some more choice for you, if you only want the instructions and you want the pattern, you don't want any fabric or thread or anything, it's a digital download. £12 for this. You won't have to pay P&P. It will get sent straight to your inbox. So £12. It still will count towards you saving £50, saving £100, spending the same thing. But if you want just the pattern, so you've got the fabric, you've got the thread.
Yeah.
You're going to trace it. Is the stitch guide there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all included, as well as like a traceable template as well, with some suggestions on how to transfer it. But I know that everybody has, you know, everyone's stitches are touched differently.
Yeah,
everyone has their own
absolutely.
preferences. So that's sort of my goal, is to sort of try and cater to as many people's preferences
Well,
as possible.
for example, if you've bought the quilt labels for £5 and you'd like to have all the stitches and you want some more information,
that's the way to do it.
then if you buy this, not only will you get that whole stitch guide, but you'll also get that template. So that's quite a good start as well. I guess it's also really good for overseas customers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all know what a nightmare
Oh,
overseas
a
shipping is at the
nightmare.
moment. So it's a really good way. And if you're sat there today and you want a new project, it's a really good way to get cracking straight away.
Yes, Anne of Green Gables, that's the next one that's the download. Also, just trace it using erasable ink.
Yeah.
And then it'll be like the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I tend to do it on my laptop, so I'll sort of like turn it upside down and put the screen that way, and my the keyboard up that way, and trace it like that, which is a good way to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to print it out and put
Jane
it up
Eyre's that's the one that's on screen now. That's the digital download. Yeah, you could do that. Put it on the window. And then Little Women is the final one. Oh, no, sorry. Little Women, that one. Again, these are all the digital downloads where it's just the pattern with the stitch guides. There's one left. Right, the Let Me Stitch in Peace kit, this one here, has sold out. So the only way you can get this design now is as the digital download.
That's crazy.
And I presume you get all the calligraphy information.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's a really good one for if you sort of want to use, if you want to resize it for future projects.
If I'm buying the quilt labels, if you get with the quilt labels, Daisy Fields and Bouquet, the Bouquet Bliss is sold out.
Really? This is crazy.
No, okay. Right, you confused me, Hannah. Sorry, you're going to need to start again. I'm really confused. So can I just start on this? The stitch, this is the one, if you want the stitch guide and the calligraphy guides, if you don't want to buy the kit, but if you've bought a quilt label, then I would get this as a digital download. It gives you all of the alphabets in all of the styles with all of the information. So it will really help with your quilt labels.
Absolutely.
Right, now we're going to go through the quilt labels because I've got really, really confused. So Daisy Fields is close to selling out, okay? Right, there we go. This is Daisy Fields. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting in a right mess now. Daisy Fields, remember you get 2 for £5. You don't get the threads. I mean, you do get instructions as far as how to wash out.
Yeah. Well, so the whole reason you don't currently get full instructions is because this is literally just coming off the back. It's just coming off the back of being a complete trial product at Festival of Quilts, like 2 weeks
doesn't
ago.
Really need instructions.
No, and they're really good. If you're just going to buy the label itself, then you might already have a bit of experience. So you'll probably be able to look at it and go, okay, I would do it like this. I'd try it like this. In the future, when I develop some new ones and have a little play around, now that I know sort of what the market is for it, I suppose, I will have a little look at tinkering with some suggestions for how you might want to stitch it. But
I would just get the digital download for the stitch one.
Exactly.
the alphabets are in there.
Exactly, everything that you need is in there. And yeah, it's kind of easy to have a little play with, figure it out. You can pop a little bit of like feather stitch, a bit of like lazy daisy in there, some little knots.
This one is sold out when everyone has checked out, so you need to be quick. The good thing about getting the digital download for the stitch one is that if you want the alphabet to be bigger or smaller, you can just
resize
print it out.
Yeah,
resize
super
it.
easy.
Floral Flutterby. Next.
That's the really
becoming very limited, that one. You remember you get 2 for £5. So whilst you're checking out, you may as well get a couple. Because if you're going to label your quilts or your cushions or your bags or whatever, because remember, this will all dissolve, so these words will not be there. If you don't want to put that there, you could just write happy birthday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should that be what you want to do?
Yeah, maybe not if it's for Christmas.
No,
I don't know, we'll go crazy.
Happy Christmas or baby something, you know.
Yeah.
That's a good one for babies as well.
Yeah, and like, I don't know if anyone else's brain works the same, but when I'm looking at it, all I can see is like the different variations of colours that you could pop in there. You could do it in so many different ways, and you know, you can alter it to fit whatever
That's the great thing with
quilt.
embroidery is it doesn't use much thread, does it?
No.
So if you buy a skein of stranded cotton, it just lasts forever.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the Flutterby one. The Bouquet Bliss.
That's this
which is
one.
that one that I put in back to front. This one is new and exclusive. You can't get this anywhere else.
No,
Remember, you get two labels. They look like this, because I know that a lot of you have just tuned in. It looks like this. It's special stuff. It's sticky interfacing that dissolves in water.
Yeah.
That's a really long description.
Stick and stitch, like
Sticky interfacing.
water soluble.
So you stitch over whatever you want to, swish it in with water, and it disappears. So this is it in progress. Then you've got that piece of fabric, hem it, sew it right sides together with something else, depending how you want to do, and that's your label. So the design for this is Bouquet Bliss, but those are the other designs. You can then write on here using a heat erasable pen. Put whatever you want on
Yeah,
there.
water-soluble ink if you have that, if you prefer it. I know different people have different preferences, but yeah, you can
that's
just
true. But yeah,
have a
just
play
don't
around.
do it with like a permanent pen or a biro. It might come
Sharpie,
through.
maybe not the vibe.
Because that would be a shame. Can you imagine how annoying? You wish it all out and you go, where did all that come from?
Yeah.
Summer Skies, remember you get 2 of these. This is a nice one. It's got a sun in it as well.
Yeah. Again, that's a really good one for adding like some really nice like chunky texture to the quilt label.
Yeah, I love the idea of filling that with knots.
Yeah, like just lots of them and like nice and loose and just really play around with them. You know, go crazy and use all 6 strands of your embroidery cotton if you're...
That's true. Yeah, that would look really nice, wouldn't it? And you know, and you said like with the kits that you have a lot of thread. So if you've bought a kit, then get one of these because you can use them left over, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Ivy, I really like the Ivy one. I think that's gorgeous. Isn't that
Thank you.
beautiful? Amy says, the Ivy quilt label is perfect going into autumn. It is. Yeah. Yes. And you could do it as like, I know it's Ivy, but you could change the colours of the leaves to make it autumnal.
The way that I was planning to do it, and I'm still planning to do it, I'm going to like double thread it. So I'm going to use 1 strand of like a nice like golden brown
that's a
and
really
1
good
strand
idea.
of green. And you just lay them together and thread your needle as normal, and it gives you this really gorgeous sort of like duotone as you stitch.
Wow. And if you put red knots on, it could be like Christmas.
Yeah,
Pulling
absolutely.
the ivy and all that.
Oh,
I think
so
that's
cute.
gorgeous. And you see, with this gap, you can put what you want in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just, I think it's nice to have the lines at the least, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it keeps you sort of on the straight, doesn't it?
When I was starting to learn to sew like 6 years ago, and I would just sort of freehand embroider text onto fabric, oh, it was not good. It was not good. Having lines and having some sort of help and guidance is a really good way to get started, especially if you've never done embroidered text before, because it gives you something nice and easy to follow. You're not going to be all over the shop.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And also, you know, you can do whatever colour you want in the centre. And then the final one is Floral Crown, which I like that. I like the fact that you've got the... I like the fact that they're sort of mirrored.
Yeah, I
in the
wanted to go
corners.
for like lots of different styles. Again, to sort of, because they're, you know, brand new, I'm just sort of trialing, seeing what people prefer and what people like. But this is a really good one if your fabrics have already got like a really nice floral theme. So the fabrics you've used in the quilt have got like, you know, lots of different floral patterns on. You can pick the colours from
Yeah,
the
I think
quilts
that's a
out.
lovely idea because
Yeah.
I think people will probably do that. They'll choose the label they sort of feel
Yeah.
is going to match with their quilt. But it makes a big difference. If you've spent all those hours making something, whether it's a quilt, a bed runner, a table mat, a bag, a cushion, whatever, label it.
Yeah.
You'll be in a museum one day then, you never know. 2026 is the new 1713, isn't it? Right, let me stitch in peace. The kit has sold out. That's what the kit likes.
Oh my goodness.
But we do have the instructions, a digital download. So this is the Calligraphy kit, but if you want the instructions it's just the instructions, nothing else. But you get the stitch guide and the instructions. Actually, did we open that one? I've got myself in right. We did, didn't we?
I think we did.
We did.
It's exactly the same as all of the others. It has all of the instructions that you need.
Yeah, so what you'll get...
The needles.
So what you'll get with this one, as a digital download, you will get this with all of this information. So you have this. So if you've got a quilt label, I would suggest you get this as a digital download because you've got the alphabet.
Yeah.
It does mean you can print them out at different sizes.
Absolutely.
As well, and then trace over them on
Yeah.
something. All of the alphabets, how to work them, but you also get all the stitch guides.
This is the key bit, really. So if you are working off sort of this kind of technique on this one here, you can see that for this one here...
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
You can use a sort of deluxe lazy daisy technique.
And like you
on
say,
there.
you've sort of designed these around your core stitches,
Yeah,
haven't you?
absolutely. It's all about sort of having a little play with what's suggested in the stitch guide already, and then if there's a technique that you really enjoy, then you can just sort of lift it and try it on a different flower, try different like stems, try split stitch, back stitch, whatever you want to have a go at doing. And yeah, it's a good chance as well to sort of perfect your French or colonial knots, because I know that in embroidery they are the Marmite of the stitches.
That's why I think the digital download's a really good idea, because it is sort of your companion to all of your quilt labels and anything that you're doing the stitching with.
Florals are a fantastic way to start with embroidery as well. If you're an absolute beginner, they're a really nice way to get into it because, as we all know, like no flowers are perfect, like in real life.
Luckily.
So it's much easier than like if you're really going for it and you want to stitch like a portrait or a face or an animal or whatever. It can be quite difficult if you've never done it before because you can end up with things being a little bit wonky or not quite perfect. And actually, by working with florals, it's a really good, easy way to make sure that you can have a nice little play around with it without being too worried.
Yes, because it doesn't have to be so precise.
Yes.
Now, we've also got 2 booklets as well.
We have.
So this is Design Your Own Floral Wreath. So we'll open this.
So I created this about a year ago after I was having so many messages.
Actually, you've got
from
one
people.
open there.
Yes,
Why am I opening that one? Right.
So many messages from people asking about custom kits, which is something that when I have the time to do, which is very, very rare, I will do, which basically means you can pick a floral wreath that I've already designed, tell me what text you'd like in the centre and tell me some colours, and I can put that together as a kit for you. But that's very, very rare that I have the time to be able to do that anymore. So I came out with this book, which includes all of the info from my stitch guide in there.
So how to use it, here's all those stitches. So again, do you know what? This might be something you buy to go with your quilt labels.
This is a really good one. It's got one of your calligraphy techniques. It also gives you a bit of advice of how to trace it in. But then the really important part is it has all of these templates and they are all a little bit different. So some have lots of different inspiration in there and they're all sort of sectioned so you can get your repeat patterns exactly precise.
Okay.
You've got a little colour palette in there so you can sort of get an idea, have a little play with what you want to add.
Brilliant.
This page will obviously gives you space to give it a go and try out the different styles that I have, but it also explains what each of them are. So you can go back to the section at the front with the stitch guide and have a little look at what techniques you can then use. And yeah, they're all, some of them are blank, some of them are partial.
And then you can start doing them.
Yeah, so it's all just about giving you like a little bit of inspo. It's got that sort of centre
I
circle.
think having that and having just the quarters.
Yeah, it's such a good way to sort of be able to place everything exactly where you need it to be.
This is brilliant. And then you just get a pencil and you just draw in the bits.
Yeah.
Hello, Lynn. Lynn says, loving these quilt labels. I definitely need to up my quilt label game. Lynn, I've never seen any of your quilts labelled, to be fair. Paul, Oh, next time I see you, I expect everyone to be labelled.
No pressure.
No pressure or anything, but I haven't seen yours labelled. And actually, it's good to label a quilt. You know which way up it is.
Good point.
Which, honestly,
Good
we hang
point.
them up here and then we look at them and go, that's actually upside down. So, Lynn, I'm looking forward to seeing your quilts labelled. That's the lovely Lynn Goldsworthy. See, now I would just use that as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some so this is a full design that I've used for a different kit. And I've just lifted it so you can just, have it.
Well, and also, if
colour
you
it in.
fancy having your own handwriting,
Yeah.
because it's vaguely legible in the centre, that's quite a nice way of doing it, isn't
Absolutely. It's a really, really good way to sort of take some inspo from my work and then be able to just...
Well, it's a platformer, so it's a structure on which to start, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So you've got all of these different templates, but for you to start designing your own...
So some are totally blank, some are like partially started and some are full, so you can treat it like a colouring book. But it's a really good way to sort of have a go at designing your own.
You've got the alphabets.
Yeah.
Got the alphabets, see, and the stitch guide. So this might be your next step. I mean, some people, the really artistic people, will just start with this. I don't want any structure.
Yeah.
I just want a bit of help.
Yeah.
And other people are like, I just want the kit.
Yeah.
Don't even want to do this.
I have there are days when I wake up and I want to be told exactly what I'm making.
Yeah,
I want to follow instructions.
yeah.
And then there are days when I'm like, no, not at all. I'm just going to have
funny,
a go.
isn't it? I mean, sometimes I love a kit and I love a set of instructions and I think I don't have to think, I'm just going to follow that.
Yeah.
And other times I think, no, I just want to sort of make up my
Yeah,
own thing.
make it up as you go.
I think often, though, what happens is that particularly when you're making something, you start off and you think, right, I need to be told. But then while you're doing it, you think, oh, I could move on. So this might be your moving on.
For sure. It's a really good, nice little add-on. If you find a kit that you really like the style of, but actually you go, oh, I like that design, but, I'd quite like to take this element and use it for a different project in the future. So, yeah, you can sort of take some of the similar styles from the actual pieces and then take it into the book.
Well, you might want a different quote.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good way to do that.
Now, this is a really good product to team up with the book or to have on its own. So it's design your next embroidery project, isn't it? So this is a pad.
I am terrible at using all of my own stock, basically just for my own purposes at this point. I have one of these in like every tote bag, in every room, in every drawer. I am awful because basically it's such a good thing to just have easily accessible, just to sort of have a little play around with when, if you're working from home but your brain is sort of fizzing away, it's nice to have something that you can just reach for and have a little doodle so that you don't lose
That's lovely, isn't it? So it comes on a pad, you tear them all off. There's 50 in here.
And the paper's nice and thick as well, so you can use like different
nice.
markers. It's
No,
really
it's
nice
really
to work
nice, isn't it?
on, yeah.
It's just having that size with this, you can put your little notes on there.
Lots of space to annotate.
And you just take them all off. I think that's lovely. You could give them to give one sheet each to children, couldn't you? Say, right, you draw on there, and then together
sweet.
we'll trace it.
Oh, that's
and then we'll
lovely.
do it. So, but I mean, that would be a lovely thing.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that for you, Hannah. No. I'm just going to do that for me. Yeah, you draw your own design, Hannah, and then we'll and then you can stitch it. Be nice though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I
in their
use
handwriting
it all the time. I do quite a lot of like my other favourite sort of style for embroidery is I do a lot of like character work. So I do it'll tend to be like portraits from the back, so you can have like 3D hair.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
I
that's
really
one
like
of my
that.
favourite techniques. More on that very soon. But
yeah, no, I've done a few of those and they're lovely.
They're so much fun to do. So every time I'm sort of sketching one out, if I'm doing like a work for a magazine or whatever, this is what I reach for. Like if I know it's not a floral design that needs structure, because I'm just sketching it and winging it. And yeah, it's just a good thing to have, like.
Yeah,
to reach
really
for
is.
on your desk.
I mean, and it depends on, where your focus lies, what you want to do, but it could be, become your own designer. So there we go.
Absolutely.
Love that. So don't forget we spend and save. If you've only just tuned in, if you spend over £50, you save 10%. If you get to the £100, you save 20% on everything over that. It doesn't have to be just things in this hour. It might be something you bought earlier. You might have bought like the quilt block card deck. You've bought one of these kits and you're going to buy some Christmas fabric. It can be a whole mixture of things. Don't forget to check out everything. We can have a little demo now. A little demo in our last 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's
There's
do
so
it.
much to go through, but it's really nice to go through it all properly
Yeah.
and explain it.
This has been so fun, and now I'm just sort of rounding it off with
Yeah, we'll have a little
bit of
What are you going to
stitching.
show us?
I am going to show you a little bit of work on my Pride and Prejudice kit. So, like I said earlier, the good thing about designing these is I don't have to follow my own instructions. So I have done it a little bit in a backward way.
Yes, because you're
just
supposed to do the letters
Yeah,
first.
you do the lettering first, but I am obstinate and headstrong and refuse to follow my own
But you've done it
advice.
before, so it's fine.
Yeah, I've stitched this more times than I can count. But yeah, I've already done my little book outlines. So they are really simple. They are done in 2 strands of cotton, and you do a nice split stitch to trace that round, which is really nice and simple and easy. The next thing that I'm going to show you, I've already done one of them here. This is a fishbone stitch leaf. So I'm just going to give a little demo for that. Okay. And it sort of partners with this woven wheel rose here. Now, as I said earlier, they can be interesting to say the least when it comes to using them on things that aren't just decorative, because they can pull quite easily. They're really nice and easy to do if you've done everything else around it and inside it first. So that's why I tend to do my knots and my leaves first, because when it comes to sort of weaving over and under my stitches to create that really nice rose at the end, it's much, much easier, and you're not going to catch anything or pull anything. I know that sometimes people will do the woven wheel first and then put knots in the centre, but we're all about making it nice and easy and not worrying too much about things going wrong. So instead, I'm going to show you this little technique here.
Right, I'm going to keep you on the table.
There we go.
Which makes it really awkward to stitch. I know.
Oh, honestly.
I know. Trying to stitch on telly is really, but...
So I'm starting at the centre of my leaf, and I'm using 1 long stitch. I'm just following this centre line that we have here, and I'm just going to pop my needle back through just here like that. And what we're going to do, if you've never done like a fishbone stitch before, you're constantly working diagonal stitches over the centre line. So I'm going to come up just next to my little line here that I started with. So we're not too far away from where we've just gone back in. And I'm going to do a nice little diagonal line just this way, across like that, using the centre line to sort of anchor it all down. I'm then going to go up on the other side to mirror the one that I've just done. So I'm just bringing my needle up through the fabric just here, and I'm just going to bring my needle back down across. And so to get the effect of those really nice sort of stem detail, I suppose.
It's a really nice sort of padded leaf,
Yeah.
isn't it? It looks lovely. I like that.
Yeah, it's a really nice, like, calming one to do as well. If you don't want to follow the lines super closely, you can give yourself like a nice little
So
spiky
how many
leaf if you
strands
want.
have you got there?
So I'm currently working in 3.
Okay.
So for my literature collection, this is quite a fine embroidery for beginners. There will be people who are pros watching this right now who are sort of like twitching, but I promise, like, if you're a beginner, using like 2 or 3 strands is a good way to sort of get a bit of like finer technique. But I do have kits that encourage you to use all 6 strands as well, for a nice sort of chunky textured
this
look.
gives nice coverage, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
I think as well, if you are super, super beginner level and you don't want to complicate things, you just want to get straight into the technique of stitching without worrying about all of the steps that go with it, using all 6 strands is a nice way to go. But yeah, this one's a little bit more delicate, so I'm just repeating what I've already done, and I'm following the shape of the leaf from the outside, and I'm working across. I'm not being super economical with my thread. I'm not trying to sort of like jump across this line here and work outwards. I'm working from the outside in, because it makes your stitches lie so much nicer. Rather than, I don't know if you've ever tried to play thread chicken when you've got a tiny little bit left on your needle.
Yeah. It's a bit like bobbing chicken on your sewing machine. And it's awful. It doesn't work, does it? You end up rethreading your needle so many times. It's just silly.
And there's plenty of thread in the kit.
Don't.
So don't worry too much about it. Like, you've got the space to be able to sort of have a little play around. And this is a really
It's
nice,
so
sort of
lovely. It's just
therapeutic.
relaxing and mindful and wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you think, oh, well, I used to do embroidery, but I can't because I can never see it, just get yourself a magnifier. You know, you can get them where you hold it over your stitching.
Yeah.
And suddenly your hobby returns because you can see.
The other thing that I try really hard to do, and obviously with this being like my full-time job now, I try to accommodate as many requests as I possibly can.
Okay.
If you are really interested in stitching the design, but you have like certain accessibility requirements and things like that, then get in touch. Like I have a little like get in touch box on my website because I've done plenty of like kits where I've used slightly different fabric, I've included bigger needles, I've made it a bigger size. So if you want to have a go, but you would struggle with something on this size and scale, then just give me a shout and I'll do my best to sort of
because it always seems a shame. I know a lot of people who say, well, I used to be embroidery, but I really struggled to see. And then you think, well, magnifier.
Yeah, there's lots of ways around it, and there's lots of ways to sort of, amend the process.
Because it is such a lovely thing to do, and it's slow. It's slow, and it's meant to be slow.
It is. It's meant to be nice and calm, and that's the other thing. It does make me laugh when people sort of say to me about, you know, oh, why did you start like an embroidery business? And it was an accident, but the thing that's been the best thing to come out of it has been the real like community sense of it all, and getting to make friends who enjoy my favourite thing in the world. Like this, I love doing it so much. And actually, I'm doing, on the 29th of August, so it's like a Saturday morning in London, I'm doing a stitch social, which is a bit like a workshop, but rather than me telling you exactly what design you have to stitch, the only rule is you pick whichever Amelia Stitches design you want to do, whether you've nearly finished it or you haven't opened the box yet or you want to pick one up on the day. And we all sit in this gorgeous venue in Queen's Park, just outside London. And it's just the nicest way to spend a morning. So chill and so lovely. We did one in May, and I honestly floated home because it was just the loveliest time ever.
Oh, I know, but there's something very special about sewing with other people who like sewing.
Oh, it was just like the most wholesome day. And everyone is absolutely welcome. The venue is totally accessible as well. All the info is on my website if you fancy having a little look. But yeah, it'd be so lovely to have everyone there. And I'm doing a pop-up shop there as well. So yeah, if you see me sort of struggling through Euston with 2 massive suitcases again, just ignore me, it's fine. So this is a very quickly done little fishbone stitch leaf. And what I did as I sort of got to the end just down here, as we reached this centre line, I continued my diagonal stitches following the sort of same direction and filled it into where the woven wheel rows will go into later on, just to sort of pad it out a little bit.
Yeah, that's really lovely, isn't it? Looks really brilliant. Thank you so much. That's been fabulous.
Thank you.
Really lovely. Do check out on anything in your baskets. If you go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, scroll down from there, you'll be able to see everything that we've got left of Amelia's that's left and that was what's sold out. There's a little picture of everything as well. Yes. So if you maybe want one of the quilt labels, you can't remember which one, there are little pictures of everything. Or maybe you just want the fabric and the pattern, you don't want the, or there's all the different things, but it's all listed there, it's all explained for you. Don't forget the spend and save. Make sure you get to either over your 50 or over your £100. So you save, take advantage when we're giving away money. I know, I can't believe there's no limit on that. It's lovely to have you here, Amelia.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been so much fun.
It's really nice.
Honestly, I was absolutely terrified, and it felt for ages like it was like this really big, exciting thing that I couldn't talk about that was way off in the distance. And then last week I was like, oh no, I'm actually doing it.
The date has come. The date is here.
It's not a secret I've been keeping anymore. I have to actually do it. But I've had so much fun, so thank you so much.
Well, it's lovely. I mean, I'm hoping that you've brought embroidery to people who've either never done it or haven't done it for a while, because we do lapse some of our hobbies, or people think, oh, I can't do that anymore, and it's giving you some inspiration. So thank you so much. We're going to go for a quick break, and after that, it's Christmas. Not literally, obviously, but do you know what? The reason we're doing this is because we've got spend and save, and we're going to save you a bit of money. We thought, let's put some Christmas in there as well, so that you can save on everything. Always need to stock up on your Christmas and save yourself some money. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Everyone, the sun is out and the sales are on, and we're going to turn a sizzling week into a cool weekend. This Friday to Sunday, the 14th to 16th, we are uniting Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker and Sewing Street for big Gemporia craft savings.
We've got a spend and save landing. You know what that means? The more you treat yourself, the more we treat you back. Spend more, save more.
So whether you're crafting, beading or stitching, across all 3 channels, we're going big on deals. So let's keep it cool and make those savings snowball.
Hey everyone, Jack Bennett here, and next week I'll be joining you on the channel to bring you my favourite products from Clubwell, a health business my dad Steve Bennett and I started with one mission, which is to get the UK healthy. Now, if you've been following my dad's journey and the shows he's been on, you'll know he only puts his effort behind things he truly believes in. And Clubwell is no different. Every single supplement I'll show you is something that we take ourselves. Now, we're going to be covering supplements across the brain, the heart, energy, digestion. So if you feel like you need a boost in one of those areas, then this show is for you. Plus, it's my first time I'm ever coming on the channel, so I'll be bringing plenty of energy and also answering your questions live on air. So don't miss this, and I don't get much time away from the business, so I probably won't be able to do another show like this for a long time, so don't miss out.
Join us in store for Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Come and
can join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you've only just tuned in, spend and save. If you haven't spent, then it's time to save. So the deal is, it was yesterday, today and tomorrow. If you spend between £50 and £100, I've got this now, you save 10%. Okay? So if you spend 51, do you have to spend 50? So if you spend £50, you save 10%. No. Does it have to be 50 or does it have to be 51? So you save 10%. So you save a fiver. If you spend £99, then you save £9.90. If you then go over £100, you save 20%. So if you spend £99, I've got this. If you spend £99, you save £9.90. If you spend £100, you save £20. I knew there was a sweet spot. If you've checked out earlier, don't worry. Don't worry. It all happens at the end. So you can keep checking out and out and out and out. And then once you get over your 50, you get to your 10%. Once you get over the 100, you get your 20%. So if you spend £1,000, you will save £200. It's as easy as that. You don't have to do anything else. The only thing you have to do is you do have to put the code CHILL in. If you've got to this point, you think, I didn't know about that. Why was I not concentrating? Or I've been on the website. I haven't even looked at the telly. Just phone the call centre. They will be able to sort it out for you. So you need to remember, there are a few exclusions, sadly. We've listed those on the website. Things like sewing machines are excluded from that offer, which is a bit mean, really, isn't it? But, you know, there we are. There we are. They've got to stop. So other than that, there's no other limit on it. So you can just keep spending as much as you want. Now, if you used that yesterday, it all gets reset today. So don't worry, it doesn't keep going on and on. You can do it every day for yesterday, today, tomorrow. So if there are certain things that you've had on your wish list for a while, which is why we, the first thing in the morning, we put the big rolls of Bondwear on, which have gone. We put the stripology, gosh, I couldn't get the word. We put the stripology on, so all of those sort of things where, you know, not necessarily massively high prices, but things where you think, oh yeah, I've always wanted that, then this is the day. Save yourself some money while we're offering. Doesn't happen very often, does it? We used to have loads more free P&P days and things, but spend and save is the way to go. Now, we're going to start this hour because remember, for all of you who've only just tuned, it is National Granny Square Day today. So I've got my Granny Square dress on in celebration. So we've done a bit of Granny Squareness earlier, and we've done some crochet. Our early bird was crochet hooks. So we've got to do this book. Oh, do you remember Anna Nikoporovich when she used to come onto Yarn Lane all the time? I love Anna Nikoporovich. Fantastic crochet designer. And we launched this book on here, and I love, this is one of my favourite books. I want to crochet every wreath in the book. It's the most amazing. How it's $12.99, I don't know. So it explains exactly how to make, materials and tools, techniques, how to make a wreath, because they're obviously all wreaths, all the information about yarn. So all that's all your technical stuff. And then you get into the projects. Once you've read this and you've got this book, you think, I'm going to have a different wreath for every month of the year. I mean, for like this one, you can buy one of these twiggy wreaths, just crochet a few holly leaves and a robin. Or you can have a field mouse or a hedgehog. These are just mini wreaths. I mean, you could have it just for the robin. You could just use the robin. It doesn't have to be a wreath. Love the idea of a leaf garland. This is the best thing, isn't it? That's the one on the cover. I mean, this is like use up all the rainbow colours from your stash. And these are all succulents. I mean, wreaths don't have to be on outside doors. They can be on inside doors. I always have a wreath on the inside of my kitchen door. And I just change it every now and then. Love that. You know, for people like me whose plants will die, crochet your own. Valentine wreath, that's pretty. But, you know, you're getting the patterns as well. I mean, $12.99, madness. You're getting the patterns just for the little birds. Or you could make a flower necklace. I love this. I remember this one. I think this was, look at that, the autumn wreath. Look, I love the little fox where he's hanging over the end with his tail at the bottom. So you've got the hedgehogs, you've got the foxes, ferns, oak leaves, mushrooms, horse chestnut leaves. Mini project, make a conker key ring. I mean, honestly, how this can be $12.99, there's so much in it. I love this. I mean, really, if you don't want to get a wreath, you just have a stick and wrap some string around on it. Berries, make a little brooch. There's so much in here. Love the Easter wreath. Amazing value, $12.99. Mini project, egg nest. Love the spring wreath. And these wreaths are really inexpensive. You can buy them on the Long River, can't you? You can get them in craft shops. But I love that idea of having something very natural and then just putting a little bit of crochet on it. And also, they're using little scraps of yarn. This not even yarn. I mean, if you want to, you can go and buy all the yarn. But you don't need... If you've got a few scraps and maybe you just need to buy one of the colours, you can. I love that one. What's she used for that one? Rowan Kids Silk Haze. That's lovely, isn't it? Almost looks a bit duty. Make a little brooch. Oh, that's lovely. Look at the harvest wreath. You see, I would get this. Look, you've got patterns to make a Brussels sprout, leaf, apple, asparagus. I would just do a bowl of Brussels sprouts and have them on the table at Christmas. Garlic, radish, carrot. Has that carrot got a face? Oh, no, it's got lines. I have carrot lines. I'd give them a little face. I love the bunting, mini bunting. Look, you can do a harvest centrepiece, Halloween wreath, Christmas wreath, pom-poms and stockings. Oh, that's rather lovely, isn't it? I like that. LED candles must be used or you will set fire to your house. That's really lovely. I love the Christmas stuff. And then at the end, you've got all the techniques. Do check out that. Honestly, if you love crochet or you want to have a go at it, this is one of my favourite books. It's 12 wreaths and 12 matching projects for just £12.99. Gorgeous. Macawa panels. Ah, that's this one and this one. Right. Christmas. Advent calendar. So these are, this is a panel from Macau. They're always fabulous, these panels. You get the instructions and all the fabric you need to make the Advent calendar. You'll just need something for the backing. So you've got the instructions at the front. What a beautiful design. It's like the house of your dreams, isn't it? It's like that house in Holiday, you know, that cottage in The Holiday, one of my favourite Christmas films. So it's lovely design with all of the animals. Then you've got all of the numbers all the way around. And then at the bottom of that, you've got all the pockets. So the instructions tell you at the top exactly how to do it. You make the pockets and then you sew these. So like that layer, there's your pockets, that gets sewn on top of there. And then you just hang it up. So £9.99 is a great price. So there you go, your little instructions. Cut out the calendar panel, cut out the pockets, press over the seam allowance. Anyway, it says it all on there. This is your heirloom, isn't it? You're going to have this all year round. It's lovely to have at home for your children, for your grandchildren, for your godchildren, nephews, nieces. If you work in a playgroup or a school or, you know, maybe just your office. Having it in your office and then you can put something in for everyone every day. £9.99, remember, all things bought count towards your spend and save of £50 or £100. We've also got it in a different colourway. That was the cream one. Oh, that was the red. Oh, sorry, this is the cream one. Yes, sorry. Confused me. Yeah, this is the same, but it's green. Same concept. It's just different colour. So maybe this would be quite nice to have a little matching thing if you've got, you know, 2 children, 2 advent calendars, different colours, same but different. I like that. You could then really go to town with it. If you fancy putting a bit of extra quilting or embellishment all over it, you could do embroidery or you could just leave it like that. I mean, I would put some wadding behind it and backing fabric. You could just do backing, but I think the wadding would give it a bit more substance. And then I would quilt around the edges of things, or maybe put the pockets on and quilt around, and it would just hold it together. But it is a real heirloom. You will bring it out year after year after year, won't you? I think that's gorgeous. £9.99 for that one. Do you want to do the other advent calendars next? Right, we have got other, we'll come back to those. Let's do some little bundles now. Bundle of fabric. Hannah made these specials for Christmas in August. Is this Lynette? It is. I was thinking that must be Lynette. Sorry, Lynette Anderson. We're going to take that to under £10. You've got this beautiful ½ metre of this gorgeous, it's a real Christmassy green with Rudolph all over it. And then this one, which is, oh, what's that one called though? Crimson. So it's like a Christmassy red. 100% cotton, both quilted weight cotton. I love these, really small, beautiful for fussy cutting or little EPP or making, I mean, nice for gift bags because you got that for the lining, that for the outer. £9.99 special Christmas in August. This is the last of the Lynette Anderson. So once this is gone, it's gone, and we only have 30 of them left. Under £10, Christmas in August. So you get ½ metre of the Rudolph, and you get ½ metre of crimson, which is like a Christmas red. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. That's that one. There's also another one. So this is the other Lynette Anderson one. So you've got the red background with all of the little outlines. I mean, it's very charming, isn't it? You see the little houses and the snowmen and the little trees, all in red sort of with white over it. And in the background, you've got snowflakes. And then we've got 1/2 metre of, is that chartreuse? Or moss? It's sage, wrong. I was looking at fabric yesterday, I thought it was chartreuse. So you get 1/2 metre of sage, and then you get 1/2 metre of that one. So if you get both of them, that's quite a nice combination, because you've got then 2 Lynette Andersons and 2 of the 1/2 metres, and that's a special under £10, so you'll be saving with that. So that might be just the £10 that you need to tip you over your £100, and then you save 20 quid. Amazing. Right. Right, next is the Peter Rabbit bundle. Oh, that's really cute. So you get 2 prints in this one, still under £10. So this is Peter Rabbit special fabric bundle. Aren't they gorgeous? So this one's lovely wreaths, and you've got Peter Rabbit and Flopsy, Mopsy and Cottontail in a little Christmas wreath, and this one's got all different little scenes from it. And these are official Peter Rabbit fabrics. So you can gift, but you can't sell because they're licensed. So you get 1/2 metre of this one. Good price. And 1/2 metre this one. Christmas in August Hannah special. I like that one. See, wouldn't it be really nice to do these as... you could make them into gift tags, cut them into little squares. They'd be really nice. Just for tableware, wouldn't it? If you want to buy more than one of these, you could make a couple of napkins from these, or placemats would be nice. I love the way that you've got him just in that little picture. It just looks gorgeous. I want to cut him out into a little square. They are beautiful fabrics, aren't they? 2 for under £10. That's a really good price. It wouldn't normally be that. £9.99. Amazing. Do check out on those, because when they're gone, they're gone. Yes, now, if you were with us at 8 o'clock, that was a while ago, wasn't it? We had a big bundle of solid fabric. Just shows the picture. So this was... Oh, bless Hannah, thank you. That's all right. This was a special bundle that Hannah did because of the spend and save. There's 26 1/2 metres in here. You've got all of the blues, then you've got the teals, then you've got white and ivory. Ooh, let me put them like that. And then you've got greens and reds, and then pinks and purples. So it's a bit of a rainbow, isn't it? 26 1/2 metres of Rose and Hubble fabric for £100. So it should be £103.74. We've taken the £3.74 off. We would normally take off £3.95, which is 1/2 metre, but then you'd... Oh, £3.99, because then it goes below the £100, and then you wouldn't save. But you see, by saving you £3.74, we can save you £20. So you're only actually paying £80 for this bundle. You do need to use the code CHILL, don't forget that. We only have 4 of these bundles left now, and then they're gone. Beautiful though, aren't they? Only 4 left. Remember you are paying £80 for 26 Rose and Hubble fabrics. Loads and loads of you got it in baskets, so you need to be quick with this one. Right, I'll move on from that one. There we go. Okay, we've got these fabulous Jason Yenter quilts. I've got them in two colourways. I'll do this colourway. So what we've got in here, we have got full instructions for the quilt. There's the picture. £149.99. But what we've done with it is we've given you a £12 saving. That is beautiful, isn't it? Plus, I've got it now. But you'll also save 20%. So we've got it in 2 colourways. You either have it with the white background or the black background. So when you put it through the spend and save, because of the extra saving the money, The final price for the quilt kit will be $119.99. Wow, so that's the best ever price, $119.99. I just want to see what the size of it is. So without the £12 saving, are you actually saving £42? It's a 64-inch square quilt. This is the picture of it. This is what it looks like. This is what you're going to get. You're going to get this. What you're going to do is you're going to get this, you see this amazing border panel? Loads of this. That's meters of this. It's cut in a special way so it forms this like fabulous border. Then what you get in there as well is you get this gorgeous snowflakey print. Look at this. So that's used for the background. Then you get the green. That's used for the binding. But I don't know how they do this, but all of this, so that border and that all of that is all on this panel. So if I just show you part of the panel, this will make a bit more sense. Oh, God, I've got it all over the floor now. There must be meters of this. So can you see on the panel where you've got this almost, it's not tartan, but like a printed border? The way that this is cut creates that. The way that you then cut these create these kaleidoscopes. So by using this one border, I mean, it's luscious. Look at that fig there. That creates this beautiful, I mean, it's stunning. His designs, his artwork is absolutely beautiful. I think this is gorgeous. Look at the intricacy of the poinsettias and these, oh no, they're pomegranates. I was going to say that's a pomegranate, isn't it? It's just gorgeous, but it's done in a very clever way. So when you look at the instructions, it explained, it's all about cutting it. Now, it was demoed on the 24th of July. So if you want to see exactly how to do it, but this is the lowest price. Because of the spend and save, this is the lowest price. So you're actually going to save, you're going to save £42 because there's already the £12 saving. So you'll be saving £42. Get this while you can. I love the fact that it's one fabric. I mean, we've obviously, I think it's nice that the background fabric is a Jason Yenter fabric. So it goes, the background that's on here, on the border, is the same as here. And then we've got this gorgeous green that's used for the binding. It's available in 2 colourways, just so you know. So this is the white one. Well, it's got a pale grey background. You see, it explains exactly, there we go, exactly how to cut the blocks. And so how you do it, you've got templates, because you'll need that for cutting the triangles. So look, see, that's quite good, isn't it? Oh, look, these, all this is making sense now. So these are the fabrics you get. And then there's a black one. I'll show you that one in a moment. And then you use your templates to cut the triangles out of the border, and that's how the thing's created. It's fabulous, isn't it? Right, so that's the cream, this pale grey. Oh. Right, the dark version is very, very limited. And I'm not going to unfold all that one. So, yes. So on the website, it only shows you one strip. So this is what it will look like. This is the black version. So the background, there's only 3 of these left. The background is slightly different. So you'll get this beautiful border print. You'll still get the gorgeous pomegranates. This is the background that's used in these areas. So it's black with these glorious snowflakes. And you get the same green for the edge. So again, it's £149.99. Now, that's spend and save. If you went for 5-way split pay, you can still get spend and save, even if you split pay it, thankfully. So you can get your 20% off. Split pay is £29.99. So if you pay £29.99 today, you pay the rest over the next 4 months, and you'll still do your spend and save. So that's the black version. Remember, it's a 64-inch square quilt. It's a stunner. It's an absolute stunner. There are only 3 of these remaining. I mean, can you imagine when all of this is cut up? And when you look at that border, it's just it's going to look like an absolute work of art. It's one of those things when people look at it and think, how on earth did you do that? Well, easy, 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 easy. Really nice. Yeah, let's talk felt next. Right, so, sorry, I'm on the floor here. Oh, hang on. No, I can't put it on the floor. Right, felt. This one. Christmas. This is really lovely felt. This is wool mix felt. So it's 70% viscose and 30% wool. So it's really, really nice felt to use because you've got that quality of the wool. Viscose, which is obviously a natural plant fibre. So the viscose gives it a bit more flexibility. The wool gives it quality, and these are the colours that you're going to get. So $9.99, and you get 20 squares in black, white, gingerbread, gold, 3 greens, and 3 reds. That's a really nice mixture. So maybe you do wool applique. Maybe you do you want to use wool for like lettering or personalisation. Maybe you're in a craft group. This is a really nice wool felt to use because it's just got that really lovely feel to it. There are different felts and different qualities for different things, but this is a really, really nice felt because it is your 70% viscose and 30% wool. $9.99 for that. Those are the colours. So you've got reds, 3 reds. Well, that's a more browny red, isn't it? But quite useful if you're doing naturalistic things where you want, leaves and berries and things. So you've got 3 greens. Then you get gold. That's got to be gingerbread, hasn't it? That's snowman. And that's snowman eyes. All the colours. $9.99 for that, which is a really good price. The next one we've got is blues. Same quality. These are beautiful colours, these are. So you've got, turquoises and light blue, mid blue. You get 2 sheets of each colour. Sapphire, royal, nice teals. I'm laughing, there's shouting next door. Slate grey, light grey. That's a nice sort of mixed colour, isn't it? And that one's beautiful on top. That's like deep sea, isn't it? So aqua blues, $9.99 for that one. This is a really lovely autumnal one. This is all the browns. So if you were doing like felt animals, if you were doing like a felt animal woodland scene or leaves, this one, I'll show you the green one in a moment, and they go together. That's a really nice autumnal scene. So you've got dark brown, mid brown, really rusty browns, oranges moving into the taupes and the peaches. So very nice for natural. That's like the colour of a field mouse, isn't it? For those naturalistic designs. Beautiful. So that's the earth shades. Then we've got the greens. So if you love doing felt work, then I think the greens and the earth are particularly good for autumnal scenes. And this is beautiful quality because it's the viscose and wool. It just has that really natural feel to it. Love that. And then we've got reds. So these are sort of your reds and pinks. Oh, that's a nice colour. That raspberry's gorgeous, isn't it? Flamingo, bright red. You've got your kind of Christmas red and bright red. So that's all the reds. And then we've got the yellows. The yellows. This is like the eclipse before it happened. I love it. I said to you on Tuesday, happy solar. We forgot about the eclipse. How was the eclipse, everybody? I went and watched it. I went up to Bath Racecourse and watched it on there. Beautiful view. I honestly thought there'd be thousands of people there. It was about 20. I went with my husband and some friends. We took a picnic. there'll be hundreds of people there. We need to get there early, like 20 people. It was brilliant. I had my glasses, saw the whole thing, and it was a bit weird, wasn't it? A bit like sort of dusk. A bit like when a storm happens, that's what I thought. Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? But that is like the colour. I really want to do a total eclipse now. Because I want to see it go completely black. I watched all the footage in Spain. But next year, 12th of August, 2nd of August, it's going to be in Egypt, Gibraltar, Malaga, all of that area. I'm going. I really want to go. I bet all the hotels are booked up now. There we go. So that's the yellows. Anyway, that's all the felts. All the felts, glorious. Stripology is a really good item to buy. It's one of those things that a lot of us think about buying because it is the best way to subcut fabric into strips. So if you've got fabric that's width of fabric, so half, 44 inches wide, you can fold it in half and half and in half, then half again, and you can cut it. Because of the spend and save, this is a great opportunity to buy this. So instead of $769.99, you will be saving $6.99 if that's the only thing you buy. If you get yourself to over 100, you will save even more. But there are certain items like this, like the Bondweb, the Stripology, and I know, well, I do as well. You know, there's loads of things like that. I've got like one clothes shop that I go to, and I think, I'm just going to wait. It's bound to go in the sale. Often, though, what I want then isn't in the sale. But I still sometimes wait. And it's things like this, isn't it? When I know that you wait, it's one of those things. It's a bit of a treat yourself. You know it's going to save you time and effort, but it's still a bit of a treat yourself product. Worth having, though. $69.99. Loads and loads of you I know have bought it. I mean, there's loads of you. Have a look on the reviews on our Sewing Street website from what everyone says about it. We got 20 of you who are thinking about it. It's one of those things, it's not going to go off, is it? It's not going to break. You're going to have it forever. I mean, it could. It could if you like, I don't know, burnt it, stood on it, bent it. But, you know, it's going to last, isn't it? It's worth it. Have a think about it, because obviously from now till midnight, you've got time. Whilst we've still got some in our Today Spend and Save, you don't have to do it straight away. If you can check out at 6 o'clock this evening, really, you know, you've got till midnight. So if you're sort of thinking about it, you know, if you want to have a bit of a think about it, or work out where you're going to save the most money. Because, and if you saved things to buy, or last time it was on, maybe like with those Jason Yender quilts, you were tempting and thinking, oh, I don't really want to pay that. Well, you don't have to. There we go. So that's the Stripology. Oh, the 12 Days of Christmas panels, yes. Yes. Red, gold and green. These are lovely, aren't they? Oh, these are beautiful because they've got, they're individual panels, by the way. They're not like half metre, otherwise you wouldn't get all the pieces. So when you multi-buy, they don't come joined up, they come as individual panels. All this gold is gold metallic. So what you've got is you've got partridge in a pear tree, 2 turtle doves, 3 French hens, 4 calling birds, 5 gold rings, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there you've got 12, 12. So you must get 1, 2, 3, 4. You must get 6. 6 sets. Yeah. I think. 6. Yeah, I think you get 6. $8.99 anyway. So you could do whatever you want with these, couldn't you? You could cut them out as individual things. You could make them into something. It'd be nice for the fronts of cards, wouldn't they? They would be lovely in blocks if you wanted to make a 12 Days of Christmas quilt. You could just go really simple and go, well, I'm going to make a couple of gift bags with these. We've got in 3 different colourways. Bunting would be very nice, wouldn't it? We've got it in 3 colourways. So if you're thinking, well, actually, what I'd like to do is make all my Christmas placemats, get the 3 colourways, because you'd get like 2 placemats out of one panel, wouldn't you? Depending how big your placemat is. So that's the gold one. You probably actually, depending on the size, you could probably get 4 out of there. That's the gold one. So this is $8.99, but Hannah's going to drop the price. We've only got one left. Oh, no. Sorry, looking wrong. No, more than that. £6.99. Even better. But the problem is, Hannah, taking the money off now, people have to buy more of these now to save the money. £6.99 for a panel. I mean, even if I was just going to make some little drawstring bags, you know, when you have people round for dinner, Christmas dinner, and you want to have a little Christmas present, you could just put a couple of Ferrero Rocher in one of these bags and it'll look posh, won't it? Other chocolates are available, but they're not as nice, in my opinion. I have to say that. Oh, I don't know. There's something very Christmassy about a Ferrero Rocher, aren't there? I have to say that's my... What's your favourite after-dinner chocolate? I would say after-dinner chocolate on Christmas Day, I would go Ferrero Rocher. What's yours, Michael?
I'm a massive fan of Ferrero Rocher.
There we are.
But I'll eat anything.
Could you hear that? Michael says, our floor manager, I'm a massive Ferrero Rocher fan, but I'd actually eat anything. Well, there we are. I think a bowl of Ferrero Rocher on your Christmas table is a winner. Because first of all, you have to nibble off the chocolate and the hazelnuts. Then you have to eat the wafer shell, and then you can eat the centre. I look forward to hearing what your favourite Christmas chocolate is. And what's your favourite one, Hannah? Chocolate orange. Oh, because she likes smashing it on the table. Oh. She likes smashing it on the table. Right, spend and save, spend and save. Just think all the money you save, you can spend on Ferrero Rocher and chocolate oranges. Wow, that's really gone wild. But do you know what? We're going to do the same. Are we going to do the same offer with... Oh, good. We're going to do... I know, I've just said we're going to do the same offer on the red one. And this is when Hannah goes, no, we're not doing the same offer. Yes, we are. Actually, I like the red one better. Do you like the red one better? That's really nice, isn't it? I think I'd need to buy a few panels of this. It would be nice for things like if you just wanted to put a pocket on an apron. It would be quite nice, wouldn't it? You could just sew one of these to the centre thing. I mean, these could be your Christmas cards. Go and get yourself, you know those white, just a bit of white card folded. You could just cut them out, sew them on with just a straight stitch. Because they are gorgeous, aren't they? Do you like the French hens? They're beautiful, aren't they? And I love the fact they've got all the gold in them. I mean, I know these are panels, but you can just use them as fabric. They do, so when you buy them, they will always come cut like that. So if you want to buy more than one, they will come as individual cut panels like this. Lindor Father Christmas from Hillary. You might be right there, Hillary. I do love a Lindor Father Christmas. Oh. Yeah, after 8, to be honest, the old ones are sometimes the best. I put an after 8 above a matchmaker, though, I think. Lindor Father Christmas. Oh, God, they are. Actually, to be honest, any Lindor. Actually, is a Lindor better than a Ferrero Rocher? I don't know. I do love Lindors. So what I love are the Lindor when you get the mix pack. So this one we're going to crash as well. So I've got obsessed by chocolates. But you know when you get the Lindor multi-packs where you get all the flavours, like you get the pistachio and the orange, rather than just one colour. But you see, what's actually going back to where I started, if you make little drawstring bags with these and put a few of your favourite ones, whether it's a chocolate orange Lindor or Ferrero Rocher or mixed, that's a great little gift, isn't it? And at £6.99, you're going to get a lot of bags in there. Even use a bit of plain fabric on the back to save yourself even more. You just need a bit of red ribbon to go in the casing. We've only got 8 of those left. Green must have been the most popular. I don't know. Right, we've got a new collection with Jesus. Is that this one? Right. Oh, it's the panel and the bundle. Look at this. This is new. Never been seen before. Right. Whoa, there we go. This is a panel. So £46.95, you get the panel and you get 2 meters of fabric. Can you see it all there? Yeah, there's more. There's more, you see. But I've got other things underneath it. But you can see it there. I'll move my jelly rolls. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? You need to quilt this. You need to quilt the panel and have it hanging up. Beautiful. We're going to take £5 off that. So you could quilt that as it is, because you get the rest of the fabric in there. Let me show you the rest of the fabric. You could have this as a centre of most beautiful wall hanging. Maybe you could hang it up at home or in your local group, church group, school. It's beautiful. And you see all the lines around all these figures? They're all gold. So you could quilt it if you wanted to. You could just hand quilting. Would be really nice, wouldn't it? Then you get these other fabrics. These are what go with it. So you get the red with the doves holding the ribbon. You get the green with the doves holding the ribbon. And then you get this one that's like little, what are they called? Little icons. So you've got little areas with little pictures from the Nativity. Look, that one, that's the animals. That's Mary, Joseph and Jesus. There's the wise men. And then that's got like a black mottled background. And then you get this one that's got a whitey grey mottled background. So you could use these to go, I feel like I shouldn't put it all over their faces. So those are all the fabrics that go with. So £41.95, save £5. You get the bundle and 4.5 meters of those matching fabrics. And it's quite nice because these colours are very sort of specific. And that can go towards your spend and save. So this would be a nice thing to have hung in the hallway, wouldn't it, at Christmas? This sort of thing the kids are always going to remember, aren't they? That you go there, you make this into a hanging, you get it out, and everyone goes, oh, there's the Nativity. Gorgeous. If you've made a Nativity or you've got a Nativity, you could have it hanging above that, couldn't you? You could even make it for like a Christmas Eve quilt. So you could have it as the quilt that you lie underneath to watch your Christmas movies. Beautiful. Be nice to give to someone on Christmas Eve. Well, Christmas morning, because he's been born then. So you could use all the fabrics like that. We have got the quarter of the stock for this is gone. The other quarter's in baskets. Amazing. Right, we have got the panel available on its own if you don't want the matching fabrics. Can you see it? Maybe I'll hold it up. Can you see? Is that better? Hannah's now singing Christmas carols to me. You should hear Hannah singing "Oh Come Let Us Adore Him" in the middle of August in a heat wave. Luckily, it's quite cold in here. I've got cold hands, cold feet. I haven't been cold in weeks. It's a pleasure. I ache to be cold. Bet it would be hot. Ache to be cold. I ache to shiver. It's actually quite cold in here. I do. I know. $14.99 for the panel. I think that's lovely. Right, we've also got the fabrics also available by the ½ metre. The black background one with all the little icons that you could just use as a fabric as a whole, or you could fussy cut if you want. I love the ones that's got, it's like, what I like about this is it's almost like you're looking through the window into the stable and you can just see the sheep and the donkey and the ox. And then with this one, that's the other window you're looking through. So that's a star above nativity medallions, $7.99 for ½ metre. Right, then we've got the one with the light background. So this has got like a grey mottled background. It's exactly the same as the dark one. Just depends what colourway you want. Which is why we put them all together as a bundle, because they do all go together really nicely. That's the light one. Then we've got, have we got the doves? Then we've got the doves. We've got the red doves. I mean, that's lovely as a fabric on its own. Even if it doesn't have to be with the panel, everything. I think that's beautiful, isn't it? What are they carrying? Bows, ribbons, as gifts for Jesus. You see, that isn't necessarily Christmas, is it, when it's like that? And then we have the green one. It's a really beautiful shade of green. I like the fact it's not plain. Although, can you imagine if you looked at the sky and you saw this number of doves flying? You would worry, wouldn't you? You'd think somebody was just getting married nearby and had let off too many. Because there's quite a lot of doves, isn't it? I think when you get too many of one thing, it's always a bit scary. I remember going on holiday once and there was loads of ladybirds. We were on the beach in France and the parasol thing was covered with ladybirds. It was actually quite eerie. You know, when you get too many of one thing. Oh, it was very odd, very odd. It was like a focus of I don't know, a swarm of ladybirds, if that's the thing. Spend and save. Don't forget to spend and save. There we go. We'll come back to the bundle because I know loads of you were checking out. So look, there's that little dove there. So you get the whole panel. You get half a metre of each of the 4 fabrics, £41.95. That gives you a £5 saving. That means you're nearly on your £50, so you're nearly saving 10%. So honestly, if you're spending £41.95, it's worth you spending the more to save. So the collective noun for ladybirds, according to Hannah, is a loveliness. Nothing loveliness. There was nothing lovely. Not when you've got that many, when the whole of your parasol on the beach is covered with them. It's really horrible. It's just, even if you like something, it's when you see, you remember the film The Birds? There was something really weird about that, even though you like them. It's just too many of one thing, isn't it? Right, that's the Nativity collection. Except for chocolate, there's never too many chocolates. The Liberty Festive Magic Design Roll. There we go. Oh, nice. Right, so this should be £59.99. You've got 42.5-inch strips. You've got some of each of the whole of the Liberty Festive collection. £54.99. If you've shopped ahead, which I know loads of you do, don't worry, you will pay that final price. If you use the spend and save, if you only buy this, this takes it under £50 to £49.49, which is the lowest price it's ever been. So if you get just this and you don't go up to your 100, it takes it under £50. Never been that price point before. I'm hoping that all of you are really clever about this and you work it all out and work out what you need to buy. And if you add that to it, are you going to save that? Because this spend and save, last time did we do this, Hannah? I don't remember ever doing spend and save. I presume we have. It doesn't happen very often. It's normally if we do it, there's a special occasion, isn't there? And at this special occasion, maybe it's because it's so hot. We need to cheer ourselves up from being so hot. I do love the choice of icons on the slide. We've got 2 pins, a button, an ice cream, a pinwheel and a sun lounger. Oh well. Anyway, £54.99 for that Liberty. Are we doing the rest of the Liberty, Hannah? Keep checking out on that. So it takes that down to under £50. Should be £59.90, so you're actually saving a tenner. Right, we're going to open it. We're going to open it. Ready? It will never go back together again. Do you, when you get your design rolls at home, are you like me and that you don't open them? And then one day you do open them, and then that's it. Just use them all randomly. So I keep mine all nice, and once I open them, that's it. They're just used for everything. Binding, handles, all sorts. They just become like, join them together. No, I don't. Hannah says, do you vacuum them before you? No, I don't vacuum them. Yeah, I guess there are little bits. What I do is once I've opened them, once they've been released, I do put them in like a plastic bag then to stop them me losing them. But then they're a free for all. So there's something about not unwrapping a design roll that means you can't use it. So my suggestion would be just get it unwrapped, and then you might actually use it. So look, you are saving over £10 on this, which is a bargain because of the spend and save thing. So you've got all of the different prints. You've got all of these prints. I love that one with the little houses, like little patchwork. That would make a nice patchwork design, wouldn't it? It is Liberty. It is Liberty. Oh, which is the building then? That one? That one there. Yeah, that is the front of Liberty, isn't it? There's a Christmas tree. Right, over 20 of you got this in baskets. Remember, you are getting this for under £50, so you are saving over £10. When does that ever happen? You can join them all together in rows. Make yourself a Christmas cushion. You can just use them for bag handles. You can use them for binding. There's loads and loads of different designs. Just put in the Google. Jelly roll quilts. Then you'll give you some ideas. Don't forget to use your code. Please don't forget to put chill in. If you forget to put chill in and you suddenly remember, phone 0800 001 4433 and go, I forgot to put chill in. If you've already checked out, don't worry. If you've already put the chill code in, don't worry, because it will just continue. It will just be added into it, because that's how it works, because money isn't taken off you till midnight. So don't worry. So that's the festive magic collection. Loads and loads of you getting there. Right, now we've got the fat quarter packs. One's done up with ribbon. Oh, is that? No. Oh. No, I've got Liberty in bits like... Oh! Sorry. They were hiding behind the felt. Hannah looked at me like, what? These are very limited. So we've got mustard and mist. So there's 4 of them in total. So if you want all of them, might be worth it on your spend and save. But obviously, if you want a fat quarter of everything, because this comes in packs of 5, get all of them. But this one here, mustard and mist. Oh, I like that. So you've got that greeny blue. You've got that duck egg blue. So if you buy all of them, you are £89.96, which means you will save £8.99 or £8.96. And you've got like the mustard coloured houses, and then you've got the mustard stars. So that's mustard and mist. Okay. There's only 2 of those left though, so you need to be quick with that one. Then we've got the green one, and the green one has the stars, the houses. I love that one. Oh, I was just seeing if we've got that on its. No, we haven't. Love that one because it's all like the little presents. Then you've got the foliage and the lights, and then you get the ribbons. Again, only 2 of those left. Oh, which one? The red one. Oh, the purple one sold out. And the red one sold out. Oh, you loved those, didn't you? I'm not surprised. They're gorgeous. Yes. Right, the Debbie Shaw's, oh, love this fabric. The Deck the Halls quilt kit. I've got the instructions. Ah, no, I've not. I've got it. Oh, right. This is the quilt kit. So, the fabrics are designed by Debbie Shaw. The quilt is designed by her. So what you get in this, it's lovely, isn't it? You know, I was saying about jelly roll quilts. This is one because you get your jelly roll in here. You get red fabric. So you get 1/2 metre of the red Rose and Hubble. You get 3 metres of white. You get a whole jelly roll, which is using Debbie's designs, all her beautiful fabric designs. And you get the instructions using the jelly roll. And we give you a £5 saving. The finished quilt is 60.5 inches square. It's all presents and stars. Taking that £5 off takes it down to £72.91. You are going to save £7.29 on that as well. So it does make it the lowest ever. It was demoed on the 23rd of July. It's a beautiful quilt, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. The only problem is we've only got 6 left. So for £72.91, and you're going to save you £7.29, 3 metres of white, 1/2 metre of red, full instructions, and a whole design roll. And you'll then have the instructions for when you have other design rolls that once you've released, you could use it, because this actually only uses 1 design roll, because some quilts use more. So if you wanted to make it bigger, just get more design rolls. Right, that's the quilt kit. We've also got the fabric by the 1/2 metre. Yeah. This is the whole bundle of all the fabric by the 1/2 metre. This, you've got the holly on charcoal. Look at the robins, aren't they gorgeous? We're giving you 1/2 metre for free. So 5 metres in total. So you've got 10 different fabrics, and we're going to give you 1/2 metre for free. £53.91 that takes it to. So you're going to save £5.39 if you're the only thing you get. Obviously, if you go over 100, you'll save even more. But if you just bought this, it takes this bundle down to £48.52, which is amazing, isn't it? I really like that. There's something just charming about it. I love the baubles. They look just fun, but realistic. So if you use your spend and save, if you're only doing the £50, the 10%, it takes this down to £4.85 for 1/2 metre for Debbie Shaw fabric. We would normally pay about that, or a little less than that for a fat quarter. That's 1/2 metre. You've got the robins there. You've got these gorgeous baubles in their little window. Look, they're in little window frames or mirrors, picture frames, aren't they? They could be picture frames or mirrors. You've got this gorgeous one with all the music notes, where you've got the robin sitting on the notes and the little baubles. This one that says fa la 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 la, and then you get this one, the charcoal one, with the robins. What a beautiful collection. I mean, that's enough, isn't it, to make your tree skirt or your squirt. Tree skirt. There's too many R's. It's really hard saying those words. Do you know when it all gets past 12 o'clock? I can't get 2 words together other than spend and save. Spend and save. I've said that so many times this morning. If there's anyone watching who doesn't know that we're doing spend and save, where have you been? You've got the sound down. So those are all £53.91, get 1/2 metre for free. Right, when everyone's checked out, we're on single figures of that one. Now, they are all available individually. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live, you can buy them all individually. So if you want that one, that's my favourite. If you want loads of that one, then you can buy that, because that's when you can multi-buy. Obviously, you're going to save more money by buying the multi-buy, but you might find, well, there's one I love in there, I want 3 metres of it. And by the 1/2 metres, it means that you can multi-buy, because you can put more than 1/2 metre and it'll be sent through as a whole cut piece. So that's all the Debbie Shaw fabric. What shall we do next? Right, then we've got the fat quarter packs. So, 10-piece fat quarter pack. which is this one. So that's all the fabrics, but a fat quarter of each, $29.96. So you've got that robin, you've got the charcoal one with robins, you've got the lovely baubles, holly, fa la 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 la, small, which one is that one? That one there. Oh, that's the small robins. That's the picture frames one. Then you've got the linen colour background. You've got the charcoal holly, and then you've got the one with the music. So $29.96. That's all 10. A fat quarter pack of that. That's actually a really good price, isn't it? £2.96. No, $2.99.6 for a fat quarter is very good. Really good. Yeah, great price. Really, I mean, I love the fact, because Debbie's designs are beautiful. They're always very delicate and precise, and without being, you know, comical, but they've got like a real heart to them. They're quite cute and lovely, but they're gorgeous. And for the quality, it does make it really accessible. And I think it is lovely because it does make it a lot less expensive than other designer fabric. And just her designs, they've just got a real heart and soul to them. They're very detailed, but you sort of like the robins look really cute, even though they're detailed. It's quite a fine line, isn't it, between sort of realistic and cartoony. I think they're just delightful. So that's the fat quarter bundle, $29.96. Then we've got the design roll on its own. So if you've bought the quilt kit and you want to make it bigger, get yourself another design roll. You can make it twice the size then. If you just love the design on its own, it's $39.99. Now, what was that other one? That was 50-something, wasn't it? I mean, it's a brilliant price for a design roll. It's because it's the Craft Cotton Company, isn't it? And they just managed to get them at, I think is that who it's by? Yeah, it's they just managed to get it in at a great price. The quality of the fabric is brilliant. It's not rubbish quality at all. It's beautiful, really lovely. It's something like this. You can see it in here. It's a beautiful quilting weight cotton. The digital print is really spot on, but it's gorgeous. It's a really nice and fine. Yeah, and thing is Debbie's quite clever. Like she's quite particular. She wouldn't use fabric like if it wasn't any good, if it was a lower quality, because that's her name on it, isn't it? I'm always really impressed by the price. We sell a few collections from the Craft Cotton Company, and they're always really decent fabrics. I don't know why everyone else can't do the same price, to be honest. Anyway, yeah, if I ever see them, what I say, all these other designers, yeah, if the Craft Cotton Company can do it, why can't everyone else? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they have to pay their designers loads. Don't know. Then we've also got a 10-inch charm pack. So obviously you get all 10 designs, but you just get a few of each. So exactly the same designs that I showed you in the half-metre bundle. So there's loads of different ways of buying this, whether you want a fat quarter pack, a jelly roll, buy the half-metre, the kit with the jelly roll, or that's the charm pack. $39.99 for that. And then this is the 5-inch charm squares. $9.99. That is a really good price, isn't it? So maybe you want to mix together the jelly roll and the charm squares, or get the charm squares and use some plain fabric. If you used a plain red and a green with that, you could make it go even further. You could make some very nice Christmas bag with that, couldn't you? Be beautiful. But, you know, you could put sashing between to make it go a bit further. $9.99 for that. Do multi-buy if you want to make something bigger. I'm thinking like a Christmas quilt would be lovely. Just a lap quilt, nothing bigger than like a 40-inch square. And join them together with a bit of plain red, green, or a calico sashing. And it would just be a really nice thing to have over the back of the sofa that you could just pop over your knees or give to someone as a Christmas present. Work out how many you need, because they're all 5 inches square, but I mean, it doesn't have to be a really big one. They have to be 150 centimetres long, according to Hannah, because I did ask her that when I designed a Christmas quilt, because they have to be long enough so you can lie on the sofa and it cover your legs. Because I asked her, I said, I'm designing a Christmas quilt, how long should it be? And that was the length it was. So in which case it needs to be 60 inches, because that's 150, but like 40 by 60 would be good. Loads and loads of you coming in for that, but just work out how many you need to do that. Bondweb. Have we got any Bondweb left? No, the big box rollers sold out because Hannah put a load of products in this morning who were things that you like to buy but are thinking about it. Not like absolutely urgent and important, but you'd quite like to have. This is when they've been on your bit of your wish list. $23.99. This is your middle Bonder web, so it's 5 meters in length and 30 centimetres wide. I always keep one of these. I've always got one, and when I get through one, then I always have one in reserve because it's really useful, isn't it? I mean, I use it obviously all the time for applique, but I always use it for personalising and lettering, and sometimes I just use it to stick bits of fabric together just to hold it in place if you're then going to do applique. It's really useful because you can see through it, print out someone's name, all the letters of their name, trace them in reverse, iron them to some fleece, cut them out, and then iron those onto like a ready-made blanket, cushion, duvet cover, and stitch around them with a blanket stitch. Lovely. There's something about the fleece and the blanket stitch. It really melds into it, and then you've got an amazingly personalised item. I have done that for many a present, especially babies. You know, the baby think, oh, what should I give them? Applique their name on a blanket, and it takes you like half an hour, and everyone's so chuffed. So that's really worth it. The fuser mat is a brilliant thing. The fuser mat will save, this will save your ironing board. I can't find that. Can we do a picture? This will save your ironing board because if you're using anything fusible, anything that's got glue on it, like H640, interfacing, Bonder web, Bosal, anything that's fusible, use this. So you save your iron and your ironing board. $24.99. Now, these are all the bits that you can use, things that you need. So maybe you've bought a lovely kit, but you're at like £75 and you want to get over the 100 to save you 20%. It's things like this. It's a bit like, you know, when you've bought something and you realise you've covered your postage, you think, well, while I'm here, I'm going to get all the things that I've been needing to get but haven't got. I did that the other day. I did an order with Sewing Street and I thought, now what, because I've done my order now, so what are the other things that I really would like to have? I ended up buying 4 meters of needle cord because I really needed it. Oh, it's so lovely. I don't want to use it now. I've got my 4 meters of needle cord. I'm like, oh, I've got to think about that. How about the little iron? And now I say little, this is kind of like middle. It's smaller than the bigger Liso iron, but it's bigger than your little sort of Prim, Quilting Bear, the travel irons. It's a full proper steam iron. It's lovely. It's got a light, so you can see better. It's got a ceramic sole plate, a really nice pointed edge, full steam iron. If this is the only thing you're buying, you will save your 10%, won't you? Because it's £89.99. So you will be paying £80.99. So it's not bad, is it? Remember, you can do split pay. You can still do your spend and save whilst using split pay. So £22.49 split pay. You've only got to spend another £11 and a penny, and then you'll save 20%, and then you're actually saving more money. So if you spend another £11, you will be saving more than you spend, because once you go over £100, you'll save 20. So if you spend another 11, you'll save 20. Think of it like that. Yeah. You got to think about the maths on this, because then whatever it is you buy for the £11 will be free. Actually will earn you some money. So then you need to have a look through, and then you go, oh, what else do I want? Oh, well, I need some new pins, or I need some scissors. Shall I just get one of those panels? Oh, I saw that fabric earlier. Just a couple of half meters, or maybe I'll get a bit of Rose and Hubble, I'll get some lining. There's always something, isn't there? But you will end up saving more by spending more at that point. There is a sweet spot to that. But you have to sort of work that one out, because it depends on what you're buying, really. So that's the iron. Anyway, £89.99. It's a really good iron. Use it to take to workshops. Use it in your sewing room. Keep it on your table. Have it by the sewing machine. Take it on holiday with you. It's going to be better than any travel iron you can find. If you choose, that's if you choose to iron on holiday. Not obligatory. But should you? I mean, I normally take one because, like, I've got like the odd dress or blouse that really is creased. Don't iron anything else, but you know, it's the odd thing. And it comes with, it's like a proper iron as well. Comes with a proper flex, not one of those fiddling ones. And it's a nice one because you know, like some of them, their flex is they're so sort of, they're not corded and braided, so they get really twisted and knotted. So £89.99 for that one. What shall we do next? We've got so many other items here. Don't forget the Stripology. I know there's a lot of you are thinking about the Stripology because it's one of those rulers you can strip cut and subcut across the full width of the fabric because it comes folded in half. Most quilting weight fabric comes folded in half. Fold it in half again, give it a little press, and then cut. Line up the folded line of one of these horizontal lines, and you can subcut. It means it's quicker and it's more accurate. So it's really worth getting. So this might have been something like one of our customers emailed me first thing this morning and messaged and said, oh, I've been wanting that for ages, you know, and you're going to save £6.99 on it if you only buy this. If you go over 100, you'll save 20%. Right, we've got some really big panels here. Right, these are some fabulous big panels. These are from Handmade by Hayley. You know, maybe you want to make a quilt for somebody, but you don't want to be bothered doing all the piecing. Look, it's already done, isn't it? I mean, you can cut it up if you want, but to be honest, I wouldn't. I would just quilt this, put some wadding on the back, then some lovely backing fabric. Quilt, if you quilt along all of these lines, it will look like you've pieced it. So actually, do you know what I would do is I would quilt a 1/4 of an inch or maybe an 1/8 of an inch just outside, just in case you miss, and it will look like you've quilted it. Or if you cross-hatch quilt, diagonal lines one way, diagonal lines the other way, this is somewhere maybe you could practice your free motion quilting, but for £19.99, that's a big panel. This is your winter quilt, isn't it? This is going to look absolutely beautiful on the sofa. We've only got 4 of these left, remember? So if you're trying to get up to your £50 or £100, I mean, it is absolutely delightful, isn't it? I really like that. Only 1 left of those now. This is the next one. Oh, that's lovely. This is a real children's quilt, isn't it? I love things like this. I mean, this could be like the Christmas Eve quilt. You know, when you give children a new pair of pyjamas and you give them as their special Christmas Eve quilt. It's absolutely beautiful. Did Hayley draw all these? These are gorgeous. I think these are beautiful. And again, you know, it's already done for you. Obviously, some people might want to buy this and cut it up. They want to use this as a big cushion, small cushions. But I think for £19.99, you are getting all of this. You can't really see it all, can you? It's so big. Well, it's 140 by 108 centimetres. It's it's beautiful, isn't it? What a great price. You know, it also just makes it very affordable because you've just got to get your backing and your wadding. And then it suddenly becomes really affordable, doesn't it? I like that. Oh, I like this one. I like this one. This is charming, isn't it? You've got your little Scandi, it's called Christmas Memories. So you've got your little Scandi scene. Look at the little mice. And the snowman. And look, you've got Father Christmas, Mr. and Mrs. Claus. You've got Bauble. Look at the hedgehogs. You see, this could be, I mean, this could even be a wall hanging, couldn't it? It's a quilt, it's a wall hanging, it's just gorgeous. I love the colours on here. They're sort of like raspberry and mint. So they're a very sort of subdued Christmas. But having things like the little mice with the hats on and the robins, oh, this is just beautiful. Right, Okay. These were drawn by Hayley's daughter. Yeah. Naughty or nice, maybe mice. Look how cute that is. So what you've got here, you've got your square, so this could be your cushion or your bag, with the little mice. How sweet is that? And then it comes with the full instructions, so it's the cushion cover, so how to make up your cushion. So you could use it for a bag, but obviously you've got the backs of the cushion here, because this is an envelope back cushion. You've got the back of the cushion like that, so you've got rows of teddies and parcels and holly and mince pies. £12.99, that's very good, isn't it? I mean, you could make it into a bag if you prefer, but obviously because you're getting the front of the cushion, the back of the cushion and the full instructions, how cute is that? I love the sort of the raspberry mottled background on it as well. That's really lovely. So that's the mice. Right, there's another mouse. Oh, look at that one. There's Granny Mouse knitting and the baby mouse. Do you think maybe the scarf is big enough now? And look at the fabric that's on the back of the cushion. You've got the little ball, a basket full of balls of yarn, and the ball of yarn with the knitting needles through it. And it's got full instructions of how to make it. That's so cute, isn't it? How nice is that going to look on your sofa that you put next to you when you're knitting? That's just so funny, isn't it? She thinks she got a little bit carried away with the length of the scarf. He's looking, I love his face, he's looking a little bit bemused by that, isn't he? Right. And we've got one more mouse. Oh, are they carol singing? Fa la la. They're called fa la la la. They could be just reading, but I think they're carol singing, even though they've got some flowers behind them. Look, this one's got a Father Christmas hat on, and he's got a crown. And actually, look at the cushion back. Has got holly, bells, and hymn sheets. No, that's music, Hannah. It's not a shopping list. It's carol. It's song sheet music from what they're singing. That's really cute. So it could be a cushion, but it could be a gift bag. It could be like a Christmas sack for a special present, couldn't it? Right, spend and save. Don't forget, spend and save is on till midnight. If you remember, you can keep checking out. Maybe you've only spent £10. Do the maths. See how much more you need to spend in order to save more, because there is a point at which you will save more by spending more in a very odd way. But there is. It's when you get to the £50 to £100. If you spend over £50, you save 10% on your order. If you spend over £100, you save 20% on your whole order. You need to use the code CHILL when you check out in order for that to happen. Spend and save is also on tomorrow, and then that's it. It won't include the things we've done today. I mean, to be honest, a lot of things we've done today have sold out anyway, but it will have new things. So if there were things that you saw today, you think, oh, have I got any of those left? I really want them. sewingstreet.com, watch live. You need to scroll down from there, and that will list everything that we've talked about today. But remember, you will also spend and save by shopping on the website. So do have a think about that. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, it is, I think it's John, the lovely John Scott will be spending and saving with you tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, it's the savings on Miss It, Miss Out pre-cuts. At 9 o'clock, the lovely Mark Vardy will be in with Silver Designs. At 10:30, savings on Miss It, Miss Out designer fabrics. Oh, it's all about the savings tomorrow. 11:30, extra wide fabrics. Very exciting, because you're really going to save there. And 12 o'clock, quilt kits. Even better. What a fabulous day. Fabulous day. I will see you back here. When am I? I'm back on next Friday, actually. Next Friday. Have a lovely weekend. Hope it all goes well. Hope it rains. That's what I'm praying for. Supposed to rain on Monday. Can't wait. Can't wait. Stay safe, stay indoors, and don't use a disposable barbecue. And I will see you here next week.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Everyone, the sun is out and the sales are on, and we're going to turn a sizzling week into a cool weekend. This Friday to Sunday, the 14th to 16th, we are uniting Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker and Sewing Street for big Gemporia craft savings.
We've got a spend and save landing. You know what that means? The more you treat yourself, the more we treat you back. Spend more, save more.
So whether you're crafting, beading or stitching, across all 3 channels we're going big on deals. So let's keep it cool and make those savings snowball.
Hey everyone, Jack Bennett here, and next week I'll be joining you on the channel to bring you my favourite products from Clubwell, a health business my dad Steve Bennett and I started with one mission, which is to get the UK healthy. Now, if you've been following my dad's journey and the shows he's been on, you'll know he only puts his effort behind things he truly believes in. And Clubwell is no different. Every single supplement I'll show you is something that we take ourselves. Now, we're going to be covering supplements across the brain, the heart, energy, digestion. So if you feel like you need a boost in one of those areas, then this show is for you. Plus, it's my first time I'm ever coming on the channel, so I'll be bringing plenty of energy and also answering your questions live on air. So don't miss this, and I don't get much time away from the business, so I probably won't be able to do another show like this for a long time, so don't miss out.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making,